so we're going to start with the sad musical news of the passing of Brian Wilson. Obviously, that dominated yesterday. He died at the age of 82. His family posted news of his death to his website and social media accounts on yesterday. Since May 2024, he had been under a court conservatorship to oversee his personal and medical affairs with his longtime representatives, publicist Gene Sievers and manager Leanne Hard in charge. The eldest and last surviving of three musical brothers, Brian played bass, Carl lead guitar, and Dennis drums. He and his fellow Beach Boys rose in the 1960s from local California band to national hit makers to international ambassadors of surf and sun. Wilson himself was celebrated for his gifts and pitied for his demons as well. He was one of rock's great romantics. The Beach Boys rank among the most popular groups of the rock era with more than 30 singles in the top 40 and worldwide sales of more than 100 million. The 1966 album Pet Sounds was voted number 2 in a 2003 Rolling Stones list of the best 500 albums, losing out only, as Wilson had done before, to the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. The Beach Boys, who also featured Wilson, cousin Mike Love, and childhood friend Al Jardine, were voted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1988. Wilson had feuded with Love over songwriting credits, but peers otherwise adored him beyond envy, from Elton John and Bruce Springsteen to Katy Perry and Carole King. The Who's drummer Keith Moon fantasized about joining the Beach Boys. Paul McCartney cited Pet Sounds as a direct inspiration on the Beatles, and the ballad God Only Knows, which we're listening to now, is among his favorite songs, often bringing him to tears.
It still does, for me.
Wilson moved and fascinated fans and musicians long after he stopped having hits in his later years. Wilson and a devoted entourage of younger musicians performed Pet Sounds. He was obviously just beloved, and people hold him in the highest of regard for many reasons, besides the songwriting, but his production skills as well. The vocal arrangements, of course, are unmatched.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we do have some clips of some of the greatest musicians in the world commenting on it. But Preston, just a while ago, his wife had passed away. It was his wife, yes?
Yeah, last year.
Right. And a lot of people said they could immediately see a downturn.
Sure.
And it's quite often that does happen.
Yeah.
And he relied on people so much because of what you were talking about. There was a documentary made within the last 8 years, I think it was, and a friend of his, who is a former rock journalist, took him around and drove him to some of the pivotal sites in the creation of the Beach Boys mythos and, stuff that really meant a lot to him. And there were points where they'd pull up at these locations and Brian Wilson be in the car and he says, I can't do this. He couldn't get out of the car because of the emotion and all that stuff. So he was going through a lot all throughout his life.
Yeah. He struggled with, mental health for a long, long time. There was a doctor that took advantage of him for a long time and had him in conservatorship and kind of steered him and took advantage of all kinds of, had manipulated him. And he eventually got out of that and got to a better place, which was wonderful, of course. Let's play a couple of clips we have of... let's see here. I'm going to pull these up.
Yeah. I don't know which one you want to go to.
We'll go to Carol Kay, the legendary bass player from the Wrecking Crew.
But he definitely wrote out some neat lines on the bass, like, for instance, I'd have never played that. I'll just go into this. Now, that's a jazz walking line. You knew that this kid was into something really, really great.
That's what that was, right? Good Vibrations?
Yep.
Okay.
By the way, there were a number of celebrities had obviously publicly commented. Keith Richards, Mick Fleetwood, Elton John. His fellow Beach Boys members also paid tribute. We'll start with Al Jardine, best known as the band's rhythm guitarist and occasionally singing lead vocals. And he called Wilson my friend, my classmate, my football teammate, my Beach Boy bandmate, my brother in spirit. He said, I will always feel blessed you were in our lives for as long as you were. I think the most comforting thought right now is that you're reunited with Carl and Dennis singing those beautiful harmonies again. You were a humble giant who always made me laugh, and we will celebrate your music forever. And he said, Brian, I'll really miss you. Still, I have the warmth of the sun within me tonight.
Play the clip if you can. It's Glenn Campbell and Leon Russell talking about the magnitude of Brian Wilson's capability. It's clip 3, it should be.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah, it's ready.
Brian was a genius. I mean, he was just... He was as good as I've ever seen, I believe, about putting things together.
Western studio, and there was probably 15, 20 guys in that studio. He started the first guy, and he'd sing them their part till they got it, and then the second guy would sing their part, and the third guy, all the way around the room. And he'd go back to the first guy. Well, the first guy had forgot his part, and he'd sing it again, sang the second. He taught the whole thing by rote, and all of a sudden that whole band could play that shit. I mean, Brian is, when you want to talk about genius, he's, there's not any more like him that I know of. I mean, he's unbelievable.
Mick Fleetwood wrote on Instagram that anyone with a musical bone in their body must be grateful for Wilson's genius and magical touch. He added that he was greatly saddened of this major worldly loss. He said, my thoughts go out to his family and friends. Carney Wilson had said, his daughter, obviously, I have no words to express the sadness I feel right now. My father was every fiber of my body. He will be remembered by millions and millions until the world ends. I'm lucky to have been his daughter and had a soul connection with him that will always live on. And I've never felt this kind of pain before, but I know that he's resting up there in heaven or maybe playing the piano for Grandma Audrey, his mom. Wilson is survived by daughters from his first marriage, obviously Carney and Wendy. They were in Wilson Phillips, and he had 5 adopted children from his second marriage to Melinda Ledbetter. Elton John said that he was always so kind to me from the day I met him. He sang Someone Saved My Life Tonight at a tribute concert in 2003, and it was an extraordinary moment for me. I played on his solo records. He sang on my album, The Union, and even performed for my AIDS Foundation. John wrote that he grew to love Wilson as a person, and for me, he said he was the biggest influence on my songwriting ever. Wow.
That's pretty amazing to say that, yeah.
A musical genius and revolutionary. He changed the goalposts when it came to writing songs and shaped music forever, a true giant. Bob Dylan had issued a statement and said, heard the sad news about Brian today and thought about all the years that I've been listening to him and admire his genius. Rest in peace, dear Brian. Keith Richards.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Said he recalled listening to Wilson's very well-constructed songs. He captioned the post, rest in peace. And Ronnie Wood remarked that Wilson's death came the same week as the passing of another iconic musician, Sly Stone. And he wrote, oh no, Brian Wilson and Sly Stone in 1 week. My world is in mourning. So sad.
So it's interesting because initially I appreciated the Beach Boys. And, that's the sort of music.
Yeah.
Then when I got to hear Pet Sounds and kind of did a real deep dive and started to listen to what other musicians were saying and started to understand what goes into production and what goes into understanding and maximizing what he had and what he was dealing with at the time. There are a couple other clips. I don't know if you're playing, Preston, but there's you mentioned about how important the Beach Boys were to the Beatles. And number 6 is Jimmy Webb, who wrote Wichita Lineman, commenting on this.
Okay, here we go.
Pet Sounds was an incredibly important record and still stands there like, okay, top this, George Martin told me Sgt. Pepper was an attempt. He said an attempt to equal Pet Sounds.
It was interesting because Pet Sounds obviously is genius. It's one of my favorite records of all time. And God Only Knows might be, top 5 songs of all time. It's a great song and an incredible record, but it was not as commercially successful as some of the earlier Beach Boys stuff. And I remember there was an interview where they were talking to Mike Love and Brian Wilson afterwards, and they were talking about how the surf rock stuff and the bubblegum stuff sells.
Yeah.
Because it's happy. And the Pet Sounds is like kind of sad and depressing in parts, but that led to the genius of that record.
Yep, exactly. And I was the same boat, Steve. I was like, yeah, surf music, it's fun, great, enjoyable.
Exactly.
But I didn't understand it until, other musicians who I respected started to talk about it. And I was like, okay, maybe I need to take another look at this.
Yeah, exactly.
And then what I like is I watch videos of people that construct harmonies and break down songs. And they take some Beach Boys songs and break them down, and they're incredibly complex arrangements. The vocal arrangements, the parts, if you take the singular parts that some of those guys are singing, you're like, that doesn't sound anything like the melody that I know, but it's a part of it.
It's a part
of the chord structure vocally. But
and
it's
to that
amazing.
point of being able to walk around a room of a recording studio with 30 people in it and say, you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this, and know every point, fixed point in time, and what they need to do. And he held sway over that. He was influenced by the sound of Ronnie Spector
Wait, you mean
Phil Spector?
Phil Spector, yeah, the Wall of Sound.
Right, the Wall of Sound,
Yeah.
and achieved and exceeded that. Okay.
Yeah. And then one last mention, and then we'll move on to, because we have a couple other people died too. John Cusack, who played Wilson in the biopic Love and Mercy.
Good movie.
Posted, "The maestro has passed. The man was an open heart with two legs, with an ear that heard the angels." Quite literally, love and mercy for you and yours tonight. R.I.P. Brian. So obviously the tributes are going to continue to pour out over the next few days. In the acting world, and this was sad to see, actor Harris Yulin. You might not know his name, but you would know his face if you saw him. He was an Emmy-nominated actor known for his wide-ranging roles in films such as Scarface and Ghostbusters 2 and Clear and Present Danger. Passed away. He was 87 years old. He died of cardiac arrest in New York City. In the weeks leading up to his death, he was preparing to start production on American Classic, which was slated to star him alongside Kevin Kline and Laura Linney. So 87 years old and continuing to work with huge stars and projects. He was a native of L.A. He got his showbiz start in theater in New York City. He made his Broadway debut in the 80s. He starred in a Chicago production of Finishing the Picture, the final play by Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright Arthur Miller. And he also directed a number of plays himself. In the 80s, he stretched his acting chops with roles in Scarface, like I said, also at Ghostbusters 2, and continued to switch things up in the 90s, appearing in the political thriller Clear and Present Danger and slapstick comedy Beam. He also was in the TV world with recurring roles in Ozark, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, and Billions. And he received a Primetime Emmy nomination in 1996 for a guest role on Frasier as well.
He was really good on Ozark. The entire family moved into his house in the Ozarks, and he was a really interesting character. And it was nice to see him in his 80s have a cool story arc.
Yeah. Steve, he was in that, what was that movie with Martin Sheen about Santeria? The Believers?
Yeah, The Believers.
He was in that.
Jimmy Smith's in that as well.
Yeah.
That is, if you've never seen that. And that has one of the really great endings where you're like, holy hell.
Really? Additionally, Yulin gave back to his fellow actors through teaching stints at the Juilliard School and Columbia University as well. And then another passing MTV personality, Ananda Lewis, hosted shows including the popular Total Request Live in the late 90s before going on to host her own daytime talk show and then speak openly about her struggle with breast cancer. Passed away. She was only 52 years old.
And I remembered her instantly, and I was like, she seemed really good at her job and was fun to watch, and it was very sad to see this.
Yeah, she was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018. She broke the news in 2020, explaining that she was sharing in the hopes that she would help others. She said, for a really long time, and this is an important message here, by the way. She said, for a really long time, I refused mammograms, and that was a mistake. She said, I watched my mom get mammograms for 30 years almost, and at the end of that, she had breast cancer, and I said, radiation exposure for years, breast cancer. Yeah, I'm going to pass. Thanks anyway. So she had it running in her family. It was the wrong conclusion that she came to. Lewis said she caught the tumor through a self-exam of her breast, and she regretted that she had not caught it sooner. She said, I need you to get your mammograms. At the time, she had a 9-year-old son that she needed to be there for. She was born in L.A. and graduated from Howard University. She started working at BET with a show called Teen Summit. And she was a teenager who got to interview the likes of Hillary Clinton. And she said, that experience got me noticed at MTV. And in August 1997, I moved to New York and started working there. In 1999, the New York Times deemed her the hip-hop generation's reigning it girl. She left in 2001 to start her own talk show that only aired for a season. And then she was on a bunch of other shows contributing as well. She continued to chronicle her bout with cancer. She also lamented having declined a doctor's recommendation to have a double mastectomy. And after receiving her diagnosis, she said in a CNN roundtable discussion about breast cancer in October, she said then that the cancer was at stage 4. So it looks like she made a couple of bad decisions along the way.
But she has done her best and posthumously to get the word out about not replicating what she did.
Exactly. So it's just sad news all the way around. Those 3 hit like that yesterday.
Do you know, as these things they'll play out last night, Preston, I was listening to Pet Sounds, and, and as we've observed many times before, it is a sad passing with Brian Wilson and obviously these other people. But if you can revisit and appreciate what they did, that's always a good thing.
Yep. All right, let's talk about Harvey Weinstein now.
A true legend.
Yes. He was found guilty on one of 3 sexual assault charges in his Manhattan retrial, though jurors found him not guilty on another charge, and a verdict on a third has not yet been reached.
Goddamn ridiculous.
His retrial began after his 2020 conviction was overturned because prior testimonies were deemed improperly admitted.
Your Honor, my client needs to fart.
That's right.
Please don't approach the bench.
He's let's just say he's had what would be a Harvey Weinstein glow up, if you will, and he still looks horrible.
Oh, yeah. His defense argued that he was being exploited by his accusers, claiming he's the one who's being abused.
Ruining my life.
He's the one who's getting used during the trial. He pleaded not guilty and continues to deny all the allegations. He also faces a separate 16-year sentence from a California conviction, which he is appealing.
I'm curious. So let's say he mounts a no pun intended, a successful, multi-pronged attack on all of these charges, and is able to peel some off. He's still in jail for decades.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't understand where he's looking to get to.
I think what he's trying to do is perhaps take a little bit of that tarnish off of his name. You know, not necessarily like getting it out early, but like I don't know. It's the only thing I can think of.
I don't know. Maybe the long-term plan is they can get him out, earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, look at Bill Cosby.
Yeah, true.
He's probably got a poster.
Yep.
That's his version of Shawshank. That's his Rita Hayworth.
He has a poster of Bill Cosby in his cell, and he's slowly picking away at the wall. Wow. Okay. All right, here's another legal thing to cover. Olympic legend Mary Lou Retton has apologized for her DUI arrest last month. In a statement on Tuesday, she said, I apologize. I take full responsibility for my actions. And I would like to thank Chris Agon, the philosopher of evil.
Yes. To Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating.
Why was she apologizing?
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chris Agon, the philosopher of evil, and the Skull Sealer.
Skull Sealer.
Come again?
She said, I take full responsibility for my actions. What happened was completely unacceptable. I make no excuses. To my family, friends, and fans, I have let you down, and for that I am deeply sorry.
She actually trounced the Skull Sealer on the balance beam.
I believe it.
Yeah.
The statement followed an appearance in court over the charges. She entered a no contest plea to a first-time, non-aggravated DUI charge and was ordered to pay a $100 fine. Steve, you'll like this. Allison Mack.
Yeah.
Famous for starring in Smallville, but perhaps even more famous for going to jail for involvement in the NXIVM sex cult, has gotten married. She tied the knot. TMZ reports that Mack married a man named Frank during a small ceremony in L.A. last week.
And did you hear about their meet cute?
No.
It was at a dog park. Oh. And it was recently, very recently.
Wow. Oh, so this is going to turn out well.
It's going to turn out great.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're not familiar, and I encourage you, if you're into this cult stuff.
Yes.
She got so swept up in it that she eventually was the one in charge of a subsect of women.
That's right.
Within NXIVM.
Yep.
And her job was to physically brand these women.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She had a top position in that group. Yes.
Head brander.
I am fascinated by cults. Anytime there's a documentary or a series about a variety of cults, I am all in. It just blows my mind how people can get caught up in that stuff, and I'm just when I see that, I just need to know more about how did they convince some of these seemingly normal people to do crazy things. It's just absolutely fascinating to me.
And do you remember at the beginning of it, and both you and I were watching this series, and we both had the exact same reaction, like, those are some good things that you should.
Dude,
they're kind of
like,
I can see that.
The program, and that's how they suck you in. It's self-help. Here's how to become motivated. Here's how to become successful.
That's good.
You use these tools to, to motivate yourself. To blah blah blah. And they're pitching something. I'm like, that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah,
I can see that being helpful. What's this about branding?
Yeah, come on in here. Let's take this to the next level.
Yeah, they just gloss over the branding and the sex slave stuff. Wait, what? I'm sorry. What was that?
Yeah. She received 20. She was, by the way, she pleaded guilty to racketeering and conspiracy in 2021. She received 21 months of her sentence before she was released in 2020.
She turned evidence against him, too, by the way, the head of the cult.
Yeah, just to save her own ass. If you were to get branded, would you prefer the hot branding or the cold branding that they do now?
Dude, both of them hurt, I would imagine. I mean, I've gone to the dermatologist and I've had things burned off with liquid nitrogen. It hurts, man.
Yeah.
And I've also been burned by hot stuff. Neither one. Hard pass.
You got to take your pick, bro.
Hard pass. The cold then.
All right. Felt pen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I choose cold.
Yeah.
All right.
One last story. Jack Black will receive the King of Comedy Award at the 2025 Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. And before you even start to wonder, yes, he will get slimed on stage. Black was a longtime Nickelodeon favorite, previously hosted the Kids' Choice Awards in 06, 08, and 2011, and won an Orange Blimp last year for voicing Bowser in the Super Mario Brothers movie. Alex Warren, whose hit song Ordinary topped Billboard Hot 100 for the last 2 weeks, will appear alongside stars like Ice Spice, Tony Hawk, and more throughout the night. And Cat's Eye is set to perform their hit single, Gnarly.
Oh, you're always singing that.
The Kids' Choice Awards will be... The Kids' Choice Awards will be hosted by Tyla, airing on Nickelodeon, Teen Nick, Nicktoons, Nick Jr. Channel, MTV2, CMT, June 21st at 8 p.m. by the way.
So he's high on this stuff because of Minecraft, right? The movie. It's so well. Your kids are older, but I mean, is Nickelodeon still?
Oh no,
it's not anywhere near what it used to be. Right?
I don't even know.
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
But I was wondering. I was asking if they thought you were asking. Got me, man. There's so many places to go.
Other places
for entertainment.
So many things to see and do.
This is true. Oh, good times to be had. Hershey Park. I'm like, where do I know that from? I'm Hershey Park happy. Absolutely. We'll do those tickets in a little while. Hang out. All right, let's do the clips. Charlie Cale has a freaky little lie detector trick that allows her to solve crimes as she travels around in her Plymouth Barracuda. And here, Natasha Lyonne talks about Ryan Johnson developing her character in Poker Face.
Yeah, I love it when Ryan says it's not a whodunit, it's a how catch 'em. You know, Ryan and I became friends through his brilliant wife. Suddenly, Ryan and I were just kind of text messaging and having these dinners and kind of kicking around ideas. And a year later, he sort of sent me this script, and it was just like a beautiful self-contained puzzle box. And it was so personal to us. Like it was our special little thing that we were going to make. I just really love this dude.
It's not funny!
New episodes of Poker Face stream today on Peacock. All right, here's our next clip. Materialists follows an ambitious New York City matchmaker who finds herself torn between the perfect match and her imperfect ex. And here, Dakota Johnson and Chris Evans talk about the key to acting in rom-coms.
I feel like it's understanding what you're saying. Like if I had to do doctor jargon, I'd be the worst. Defibrillator.
Oh, that sounded real. 20 cc's of
Xanax. Imagine me just like rushing a gurney down the hallway.
No.
Like,
20 cc's of defibrillator.
get the
Stat.
It's not funny!
Thank you.
What the hell are they talking about?
You're just goofing on each other. Materialists hits theaters this weekend. And it's not funny. I don't know. I haven't seen it. All right, there you go. That's your entertainment report for you this morning. All right, so a lot happening. I Bleed for Preston and Steve Blood Drive. Day one kicks off today. Jacky Bam Bam, our correspondent, will be checking in with us this morning, give us an idea of what is happening. And we're going to stop by after the show and donate our blood, me and Steve.
Absolutely. When we get Jacky in, we have to encourage him that he can be a little bit more. He thinks that he's reporting from a war scene. You know, like he has to be very solemn.
Yeah.
And he can be regular, Jacky, because it's a wonderful thing. People are giving up their own bodies to help other people live. It's a wonderful thing.
Yes. Serious Jacky Bam
here
Bam.
at the blood drive. Not a salad bowl to be seen. Everyone's giving blood. Back to you guys.
So we'll see what kind of mood he's in.
I'm reminded of what Emerson said.
So tomorrow morning, we will be broadcasting from the Oaks location, the Expo Center, for Greater Philadelphia Expo Center. We also have a few other things happening. Ian Bagg is going to be checking in with us for Punchline. He is in town this weekend. Antonio Sabato Jr. needs somebody to fight with. And
I want to fight you.
We're going to find out about that later on as well. But let's see. Why don't we give away some Hershey Park tickets right now? Yeah, we could do that right now. We'll take caller number 20 at 610-660-9333, and you will get a 4-pack of tickets to join us at the amazing Hershey Park on the 26th. We will be broadcasting live. And winners get in at 7 a.m. Rides open on or before 9. We're working on getting that as early as possible. But you'll be able to get in, get free parking, get the run of park, hang out with us while we do our show. And you got to go in all summer for epic thrills. They have 15 coasters that make up the largest collection in the Northeast. And get ready for the all-new Twizzlers Twisted Gravity, the world's tallest screaming swing.
I can't wait to go on that
Just
thing.
a video of that friggin' thing.
So let's get you on board and get you those tickets. It's a 4-pack, and we're going to take a break and come back and keep this forward momentum on a Thursday morning rolling. We'll be returning shortly, friend.
Preston and Steve on 93.
I thought you said you had it.
No. I didn't have it, but I know about this place that's in Montauk. So it's Steve. It's supposed to be at a shared plate, and I think it was like 16 chicken fingers.
You get 16 chicken fingers.
And like so the person who posted this Instagram video, you can see the actual, like they ordered it. You can see the actual plate. Like it wouldn't even be enough fries for us in this room.
No kidding.
And 16 chicken fingers, it was $90.
It's at a place called the Montauk Beach House.
Yeah, so it's a motel. There's most of the places to stay there are motels. So this is one of them. It's a trendy spot where like you don't have to be staying at the motel to go to. You can actually go to their pool and hang out for the day. It's like one of those places where all the young kids go, take their Instagram photos and post it. And so you can like hang out. You can get like little areas that you sit around a table that's near the pool. You order food, drinks, all that. And $90 chicken
So
fingers.
this is a motel, not a hotel?
Yeah, so most places in Montauk are motels.
Okay. And they're charging $90 for chicken fingers and fries at a motel.
Yeah.
$90. So what would an average order of chicken fingers? When you order chicken fingers, you get about 6?
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Get some French fries. What? $6? Something like that? $8?
No, they're usually right.
Yeah. Listen, this year especially.
They should be getting 60 then.
This year especially, the prices there were astronomical. It was absolutely ridiculous. My cousin ordered her son buttered noodles. I'm not kidding you. $17.95.
Oh my God.
For buttered noodles?
Buttered noodles.
You know what, though, as we're saying this, as we're speaking about this, if you think about it, you could, if you go to a sporting event.
Oh yeah.
If you were to buy something that had 16 chicken fingers in it,
it would be up there.
I bet it'd be $50.
You know, you're
probably,
right. You're right, because I've spent, when we've had events and stuff comes up a little short, and I'm trying to take care of the people if they've come out for an event that we're having, and we have a suite or whatever. Yeah, you're right. It can be that high.
So,
and obviously, food costs have gone up, but.
Chicken think about what they're making on the chicken fingers or the $17.95 buttered noodles. Like,
I mean, we get a chicken finger platter. Actually, it's like chicken cutlets. That's what the word is, cutlets. That feeds an entire party. There's a place near me called Cut Above, and like that platter feeds an entire party, and that's $90.
And I'm looking at a picture of these chicken fingers. They look like your standard. Nothing special about them. Pulled right out of the freezer. Chicken fingers.
Chicken fingers.
Chicken fingers.
A quick question: what's the new place that's all the rage? That is
Raising Cane.
Raising Cane. It is a chicken finger specific fast food restaurant?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So what is it? Do we know?
Apparently the cane sauce is amazing.
All right.
It's like in press. I had.
I'd like to try it.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Because they say they just opened one in University City.
Are they open at like 8:30 in the morning, for example, or
it's just a quick drive over?
I'm not really sure, but press. I had said
we'll
that
give you free commercials.
Chick-fil-A.
Oh wait, that's illegal.
The Chick-fil-A sauce is the #1 fast food sauce, and somebody was saying you got to try the cane sauce.
All right. Well, listen, Steve did, and you did. This may open up a can of worms. We had the story about the duck sauce killer just a little while ago, and you said, what sauce would be worth taking a human life
Taking a human life for?
And that's a good question. So I must try this cane sauce if it is supposedly...
Anybody looking up the store hours?
One that might be worth killing a human being over.
Listen, it's not something we would do without putting some thought into it. We have to taste it first before we murdered someone.
No, but I am looking up their prices. So a 6 chicken finger dish, it comes with French fries and some other stuff. Coleslaw is $15.19.
I'm sorry, say that again. How many fingers?
6.
6 chicken fingers, fries, and coleslaw is $15
with sauces. Yeah,
that's still
that's a Raising Cane's.
That's pricey. It's not $90, but yeah. Well, let's see. How many? 6, 12, 18. So roughly, if you ordered 3 of those, you're talking about $45, right? And this is $90 for 16 chicken fingers. It's double the price. This is stupid, man. So the Montauk Beach House. So the guy who's the food and beverage director, Giannis Papagianni.
I make a chicken finger.
Maintained that the price of the dish is, quote, not even close to competitors, but that the chicken fingers are, quote, an amenity that the venue offers on certain occasions.
Oh, come on. Get the hell out of here.
The specials today.
Today is a chicken finger day. We'll also be putting out bowls of pretzels because it's a special day.
So Raising Cane's opens at 10 o'clock.
Glasses of water for everyone on Wednesday.
Oh, my God.
They open at 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock. They're 3.8 miles away. We should probably send somebody there for research. Do you think?
Research purposes.
Yeah,
I think.
I don't need to have it, but
No, I know, but the other scientists in the room.
Okay, all right.
They do.
So, by the way, Papagianni, the food and beverage director here, explained that the chicken fingers are not on the regular menu, but offered for certain VIP guests at select times.
Hell out of here! I can't.
Mick Jagger's here. Break out the chicken fingers. Oh, these are great chicken fingers. $90.
I mean, chicken fingers, I feel like are overrated. I
love chicken fingers,
but chicken cutlets, I can wholly get behind. I love chicken.
I go the other way.
See, I'd take a chicken finger over a
finger over a cutlet.
Yeah.
But they
finger me any day.
Yeah, don't cutlet me.
But when they
finger me,
when they not pulverize it, but when they tenderize it,
they flatten it out. Yeah,
I
will take a very flat. I do love chicken cutlets. I really love chicken fingers. But I know what you're talking about. If someone makes the chicken cutlets very flat, those are very good as well.
So, in comparison to other local hotspots like Duryea's Lobster Deck, Duryea's Lobster Deck, and Bounce Beach Montauk, the price is staggering. Duryea's chicken fingers go for $19 an order, while Bounce is slightly cheaper at $18 an order.
So those 2 places are, like, by the way, these are places that we don't even go to when we're there, but those are also very trendy spots. Like Bounce is... If you guys would be so annoyed if you even saw it. Like, it's just, they literally built it, I think, and designed it for Instagram, basically.
That's the whole. What is it? Is it Gurney's, or what's the name of the place?
Gurney's
is
Gurnings.
Gurney.
Where they make those faces.
But that's one of the legendary upper crusty. What's that face for? It's Gurney's.
Now, Duryea's Lobster Deck, that's been there for years, but they sort of have gone a little bit more upscale in recent years.
Duryea's sells a $97 lobster Cobb salad.
Yes.
If you really want to spend
What do you think?
$7.
What's the most you've ever spent on like one actual menu item? And it's got to be, for me, it's got to be some sort of
$5,000 for one chicken finger.
No, it's got to be some sort of a steak at like a high-end steak restaurant.
Yeah, I went to, what's the really awesome steak.
Butcher and Singer.
Barclay
Prime.
Yeah.
I went there, but we were taken to dinner there by a like a record person or something like that who was buying dinner for us. So I did not pay for it.
Yes.
But that was probably the priciest cut of meat, if I recall.
Okay. How much? Do you remember?
I don't remember. It was like, it was probably over $100, something like that. So.
Yeah, I remember for your son's birthday last year. I think that might have been the
Gordon Ramsay's restaurant. Yeah. That was a special night, so we splurged.
Yes, and you should splurge if you can do it every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
But it's sometimes, to drop close to $100 for chicken fingers.
Well, we do have the list of the most expensive dishes and tasting menus in the world.
All right.
If you would like to get a little flavor of that world.
Maybe it'll make these chicken fingers seem a little bit more affordable.
You have the Kyoto Kicho Arashiyama in Kyoto, Japan. They have a prefix menu that is $599.49. So there's several prefix menus to choose from. I do like doing the prefix menus. That's kind of fun. But for the costliest option, you won't leave hungry as the meal's at least 10 courses.
Oh, well, that makes sense then.
And features rounds of sashimi, grilled and steamed food, rice, pickled vegetables, and desserts, to name a few.
A 10-course meal. Now, it's still $500. It's heavy duty, but 10 courses.
When I have been to, some trendier restaurants, some ones that tend to be the top of the food chain at the time.
Right.
There have been on occasion, and I don't mind smaller plates, but there have been occasion where I'm like, really, man?
Like ultra.
Just like one mouthful.
Yeah.
That's one of your dishes.
Yeah, I don't dig that.
Come on. No. And
Where are my chicken fingers?
And I get tapas style where everything is going to be smaller and you get 15 of those. But I went to one really, really pricey, and I was like, I left very underwhelmed, not at the taste, but at the amount of food that I got.
It's a big pompous thing. Some of the more, and I tend to not eat at those places. A, because they're wildly expensive, but B, because my palate is not that cultivated. But Jesus, it's more about how they're swirling the sauce or whatever, the presentation over the.
Restaurants, Guy Savoy, Monet in Paris. The prefix menu is $536. Oh, did I start with the most expensive one?
No, I don't think so. Did you?
You're right. No, I didn't. I don't know why these are in no particular order.
Don't go in the order. Disappoint the audience.
So the prefix menu of up to 13 courses described as a feast of textures, colors, and flavors. The price does not include drinks, however. It's $536.
Yeah, tag that on. When you talk about meals that you didn't, my wife and I were on Vancouver Island, one of the best vacations we ever took, and so we're at a Fairmount Hotel, and they have high tea. Now, we were just thinking, being the idiots that we are, this is tea time. We already had lunch, but we're going to go back for tea time and have tea and, a ladyfinger or, a little, a cookie. That'll be wonderful. No, high tea is a full multi-course meal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's the way they were serving it. Yes, sandwiches and all sorts of stuff. And I'm like, Jesus.
Here is, let's see. So the one in Paris, you get for the hundreds of dollars, you enjoy duck, lobster, and artichoke soup with black truffles, in addition to other delightful dishes.
You guys like duck?
No.
Yeah.
Never had it.
Yeah.
It's a little greasier, Casey, than a chicken.
Yeah. It's got, there's a, if
compare to chicken.
If they have the skin on it, there's a lot of
Don't
fat.
even bring that to me. I don't want to hear about it.
All right. Sorry, Gene.
Ronald.
Leo.
.93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Before we dive into anything, is there anybody that wants to pop in here real quick?
I think there is, yeah.
Okay, why don't we have them,
I think we probably.
Why don't we bring them in here right now? It's Steve's birthday today. And In our studio, walking in, we have the CEO of Phil Abundance, our good friend Lori Jones, who is here, and their Chief Development Officer, and my tequila drinking buddy, Christine DeMonte, who are... They brought some goodies for Steve. What did they bring you, Steve?
Jenny's ice cream gooey butter cake. Very nice. Go over to the microphone, guys.
There's more. Come on over here, Lori and Christine. Good to see you guys.
Thank you so much.
Pop on over and say hello real quick.
And you both smell good.
And share your... They smell good?
Yeah, they do.
Lucky you. Hi, guys.
Good morning.
Nice
Good morning.
to see you.
Great seeing you guys.
All right, so you brought in ice cream for Steve?
Yes, we brought in ice cream.
You got to get a little closer to that microphone,
From
Christine.
Jenny's in Narberth, we brought ice cream, a couple of different summer flavors. Lots of yummy stuff.
Can I share with everyone?
If you choose
I want to.
They're yours, man.
Because my mother will give me hell if I don't do it.
What flavors you got over there, Steve?
Darkest chocolate, gooey butter cake, buttercream birthday cake, and Preston.
What?
Toasted s'mores.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
wow.
please, by all, I would be hurt if you guys didn't partake.
The gooey cake sounds
This is
good
wonderful.
to me.
Yes, very nice.
I would dive into
and
that.
a Phil Abundance wooden spoon.
Oh.
Very nice.
That's if you want it to be all for just you.
I know, yeah.
A giant spoon, of
Go
course.
full glutton.
So, yes, this is to honor our friend's birthday here, and
Yes, we
we
love
appreciate
Steve.
that. Excellent. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well.
Okay.
Today's a great day.
You guys
We're
speak so
excited.
softly. It's just we're not
We're
used to...
doing really well.
It's
We're
a
so
wonderful
happy to be
day.
here.
Well,
happy birthday.
Let me jump in here because I need to apologize to you guys because
No, you don't.
Marissa and I played in the NRG flag football game yesterday, and we were playing for Team Phil Abundance. Now, Team Phil Abundance did get a donation from NRG,
We did.
but we didn't win the tournament, so you didn't get as much. And I apologize for just leaving it on the field like I did.
man.
Played
Yeah,
hard, though.
I did. I tried.
watched.
Did you guys you don't play? You don't get to come out and play?
Oh.
No,
We
played with
try to win, and so we don't.
Okay, all right. You want to stack the deck. Well, last time we saw you was for the big event.
That's right,
Yeah,
yeah.
the sort of celebration. It was
The anniversary.
anniversary.
Of Phil
And,
Abundance.
yeah, it was terrific. So
Our big 40th anniversary. It was fabulous. It was really special that you guys were there. It was all Marissa's vision.
yes.
So, Marissa, thank you so much. You had this vision to have this fun taste of event to celebrate our 40th. Lots of chefs there and lots of cool people like you guys. We had a blast.
Yeah,
And-
Marissa on the board for those who don't know of Phil
We've
Abundance.
already started talking.
She's our boss.
Our dates and everything. Everything's this out of nothing. A new camp out is being born.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
I
Yeah.
cannot wait.
Yeah, we just started having our first discussions about that the other day.
So as well, we're at that level doing it. You guys are in the trenches year round doing it.
Yes.
So and I know things are tough, but I think there's a lot of encouragement to what can be done in the new year because people ask all year round about the camp out, about Phil Abundance, and visibility wise, you guys are doing an amazing job. So. You know this area. People step up all the time.
Because of you, your leadership.
Because of me directly.
And that's why we're celebrating you today on your birthday.
That's right. That's it. Yeah, they know that I'm going to be dead soon, so they figure they got to see me when they can. So
Seriously, what you guys really unlock, the kind of humanity in people, the generosity through Camp Out, it's incredible.
Well, we appreciate
We'll keep doing it. It's a labor of love. We love doing it. So, well, thank you guys for bringing the gifts. We appreciate it.
Happy birthday.
I'm going to share it.
Lori Jones and Christine DeMonte from Phil Abundance just popping in to say happy birthday to Steve and give him some ice cream love. So thank you very much for that. We're going to dive into this conversation. I saw this article this morning. It was off of BuzzFeed, and the story was about a TikToker who asked her followers an interesting question. She said, tell me something that you had to teach your husband that he should have already known. And so she went first and gave an example, revealing that she had to teach her husband that it's not normal to have a shared bank account with your mom when you're 27 years old. And more than 7,000 people ended up commenting on that.
That's a little chilling.
Yeah. So I want to throw it out to you, and I'll give some of these examples. Feel free to call us 610-660-9333. Ladies, something that your hubby should have known. And we could easily go the other way with the husband having to bring their wife up to speed on something. But let's focus on ladies having to teach their husband. Rochelle does it with me all the time.
So,
like there are many things where she's like, you didn't know that? And I'm like, no, I didn't know
Well,
that.
they're basically, listen, we could go to the default, which is we are woefully unaware of general accounting at
God,
the house.
yes.
I don't know. I don't pay attention. Claire has taken the lion's share of that off my plate. And honestly, there are times when I think I don't know where I'd find the mortgage, or I don't know where I'd find.
No, I don't know.
Where's the checkbook? I don't know.
Yeah. So one of my favorite examples in this is this first one. It says, I had to tell him that the numbers on your pants are not equal to your age. For example, when he turned 34, he thought he needed 34 by 34 jeans.
So the number on jeans pertains to your age.
Yeah, that's what apparently this guy.
Well, I mean, listen, when you're a toddler, it kind of does, right? Like you wear 2T or whatever.
Yeah, I got to pick up some jeans for the 34-year-old.
Yep.
You should grow out of that at some point.
Yes, exactly.
How many months? 1,200.
Another woman wrote, my husband originally thought that our newborn was going to drink 3 bottles a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. No, it's way more than that. This one said, when we first got together, my husband didn't understand how tampons worked or where they went, and he was in med school at the time.
No.
We've had conversations when it comes to.
Yeah.
There was a conversation about not knowing exactly, and some men fessed up, where women urinate out of directly.
Okay.
Remember this conversation?
I do.
Yes.
I do
Knew the
remember
general area.
Yeah.
But it's the kind of thing where I just assumed.
So I have an older sister, and so when tampon age came along, like I didn't know what any of this stuff was, and I remember finding I guess there is a little instructional diagram that came with some tampons that shows you how to insert it.
Yeah,
and
right.
I saw that, and I was just like, what is this?
Yeah.
Like I was just completely mystified by the whole thing. And why would anybody want to do that?
I mean, I can see the ass, but
yeah. But I remember being confused by the whole thing.
Yeah.
But after that, I was like, okay, this is what women do, and I figured it out, as opposed to this woman's husband who did not quite understand any of that. Here's another one that said, a hysterectomy is not a required procedure for people with uteruses to start menopause. I've always been a little the mystery of menopause. I've never really looked into or hysterectomies. I don't know exactly all of that stuff.
So I know, yes. You'll get menopause. You can get the hysterectomy. Sometimes people will get it earlier. Mm-hmm. We talked about this the other day. It was my understanding that if you get a hysterectomy, it can help mitigate the effects of menopause, but that turns out to not be correct.
Now, we talked
the
about
ovaries.
this. Yeah, we talked about this because I'd asked about whether or not you still whatever. But we talked about it, and it's not until you take the ovaries out where you don't
produce estrogen.
Thank you.
I think in general, men are fairly ignorant when it comes to the anatomy of a woman, especially like the genitalia and the insides and the ovaries, and so that's not. I don't think that's uncommon at all.
The hilarious thing is, I think most of us watch every day a couple of 10 to 20, 2 to 3 minute documentaries.
Some more graphic than others.
That have to do with reproductive organs?
Yes, and usually the delivery of a pizza.
Yeah. All right, this is another one. A woman said she had to teach her husband this, that fabric softener is not the same as detergent. She said he had washed his clothes for 2 years without using detergent. He was using fabric softener instead of detergent.
Just ask. A lot of times, though, and I see this, you for fear of looking stupid, you simply just don't ask.
Yeah.
And you just proceed. You balanced in your mind, what's the bigger liability here? Asking and looking stupid, or just proceeding and deferring looking stupid?
Here's another thing. As a kid, it was mystifying to me. So sometimes my sister wouldn't flush the toilet, and I would just see toilet paper in the toilet.
Yeah.
There was no poop.
Yes. I got that.
I thought girls didn't poop.
Uh-huh.
They poop invisible.
There was something like that.
It's like Wonder Woman's jet.
I had no idea. And I was like, look underneath, try to crane my head around and see if I could see underneath if there was poop hiding underneath the toilet paper.
Can you take a picture of your next turd? I want to. And so when did you finally figure out?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like 2 years ago. So what else is on here? So she said, my husband was 40 years old when he wrote his first check.
Yeah.
We were in the middle of moving, and he was in another state at the time, so I had to draw a mock-up of a check and send him a picture so he knew what to do.
Let me ask you something, and with filling out a check, and these are all life skills, and we can all fess up. When you write the actual numerical amount and then you are forced to write the
words.
The words.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How many times do you sit there and try to... Can I put a plus sign for and?
I got to figure out how many words am I going to use?
Yeah, how many words?
And how
do
small?
I fit it on the line?
How small do I have to write in order to fit it all on there? This is fine. This list, we're kind of beating up on men a little bit.
Right.
I don't like that. Because there's lots of stuff that women just don't know how to do.
Case, I said at the beginning, we could easily go the other way with this.
All right. So, I'm doing that in the middle.
We're not man-hating. We're not bashing on our gender.
No.
It's just we're having a little fun
We're
here.
the last hope.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But I will say, I didn't properly know how to clean. I didn't, this is more of like a common sense thing that you kind of clean down.
Yes.
Right? Like the floor is the last thing you do. And
well, hey, Rochelle used to do the floors first in the kitchen. And I'm like, look, like I was a dishwasher. This was my job. It was my first job as a dishwasher. You clean the floor last. You do all the way down because the stuff ends up getting up on the floor, and that's the last thing you do. But she would always attack the floor first, and still does. And I'm just like, I gave up on it.
So,
I gave up on
you're not going to fight that fight.
No.
Yeah.
I tried.
Yeah.
And you know what? And yes, and me throwing my credentials around. I was a dishwasher.
I was a dishwasher. Wow.
Here's one that I did recently, Casey, and this was like just a couple of years ago. Like Steve and I have said, our wives handle all of the business side of our family.
Yes.
Okay. So I had to send something to someone, and I had to write out the address on the envelope. And I walk over to him like, okay, this is going to be dumb. I go, the place I'm sending it to goes in the middle, right?
So you didn't know where the return address and the sending address were situated.
It had been so long since I had done it.
Listen, because of just what we're sending, you were sending a check, or you sending something?
Yeah, it was a check. I think so, yeah.
I can't even remember the last time I wrote an address on
an envelope
to send it.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Because you guys don't pay the bills.
Yeah,
exactly.
I do it all the freaking time because I pay the bills.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's not my
it's not your purview. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not corresponding with people and doing it that way. It's through email or.
Yeah.
Can you send something without a stamp by putting the address that you want to send it to in the return address label? Okay.
Yeah, it's a age old trick, and it's been done for a long time. I think.
Explain this.
You don't put a stamp on the envelope, so it gets sent back to the sender.
You put the return address.
So you put the return address in the upper left hand corner.
Yes. I believe that about 60 or 70 years ago, the post office caught wind of this scam, and they've cut down on it since. But yeah, it's been done.
If I was sending something to, say, Florida, and I live in Harleysville, Pennsylvania, if I drop it in the Harleysville mailbox,
that's right,
and it has a return address the sender's address as Florida,
right?
They're not gonna.
So
probably not.
Okay, this is interesting. This is going around as a meme. There's this big thing pointing out that on the current. Sex and the City reboot, what is it called again?
And Just Like That.
And Just Like That, that Carrie, I guess, is licking the back of stamps. They're adhesive, right? Yeah, you haven't done that for years.
I don't think so.
Right?
Yeah, most of them are self.
Yeah.
Anyone's that I buy are self-adhesive.
All right, so here's one. This guy texted in. Now, this is about his wife. He said, my wife did not know that she could put mail in the mailbox, put the flag up, and the mailman would pick it up. She kept asking me to take the mail to the blue box at the post office. Yes, you can mail it from. And I made the mistake one time. So we have a mailbox that is it's like a security mailbox. So there is the mail that we receive. We have to use a key to open it in order to get the mail.
Yeah, you got to have that.
But there's a little slot at the top where you can open up this little door and you put what you're sending in there, and then you put the flag up, and the mail person takes it. Well, I went to go mail something. I never mail anything. I put it in the locked part.
Right.
where we
he couldn't
received
get
the
at it.
mail,
So
and I put the flag up, and the mail person couldn't get it because it was locked away.
He's out there with a blowtorch. By the
I'm
way,
a stone cold moron.
I don't use the public boxes in the neighborhoods anymore. They are robbed so constantly.
Really?
Yeah. They advise don't do that. So we have a mailbox right adjacent to our front door on the wall.
There you go.
So what you do is you put it in and just bend the flap down. But I didn't know that. I just said,
Go to the
I saw Claire doing it and I go, oh, this mail is getting bent.
Yeah.
I think, no, that's how it goes out.
I feel like I've accomplished something when I go to the post office, Casey. Like I'm like, oh, I ran an errand today.
Yeah.
That's a classic errand. Yes.
Yep. All right, a few more of these. This one says, I taught my husband not to pour raw chicken juice over freshly baked chicken as a sauce before eating it.
No.
Good advice.
Holy hell.
I mean, that's
Dude, as someone who's had food poisoning from raw chicken.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
All right. Now, this woman has a husband who's like a toddler because she said, I had to teach him how to properly wipe his butt so he wouldn't leave skid marks on his underwear.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's grounds for divorce, right? If you're having to teach someone how to wipe their ass.
How does that not bother you as the individual that you have skid marks in your underwear?
Yeah, I don't know.
Mr. Right.
I mean, even if you have a clean butt from time to time, skid marks might
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Even the best of us. Audrey Hepburn did Breakfast at Tiffany's, and she was constantly complaining about swamp ass.
Wow, I had no idea. Here's another one. It says that certain foods need to be refrigerated, even if they were bought unrefrigerated from the grocery store. My mom once put an open jar of bone broth in the pantry. Wow.
Yeah.
Rochelle does the opposite of that. She will refrigerate things that don't need to be refrigerated.
Yep.
Which kind of drives me a little nuts. I'm like, when you're in the produce aisle or section of your grocery store, you see that these things are not refrigerated,
right?
That we're purchasing, and
I just assume they're being loose cannons.
Perfectly fine to leave them out at room temperature.
I finally won the war with refrigerating peanut butter. I'm like, you can't spread it when it's refrigerated.
I've never refrigerated peanut butter. Is it recommended that you refrigerate it?
Not that I know of. In her mind, it was.
Yeah, some people just like it that way, or they feel like it keeps longer or whatever.
There are some things that can be stored, not refrigerated, but when you open them, then they have to be refrigerated.
Yeah.
By the way, that's another topic. Something that you gave up on. You know you're right, but you're just like,
oh yeah,
forget it.
There's
not worth
I've only told you 1,000 times. I'll give you a couple of them, Rochelle. Most of them have to do within the kitchen because I like to cook, so I've got my ways to go about it. And Rochelle will, when heating up a pan, she will put the burner on high, immediately.
Yeah.
Don't do that. It does not need to be on high. It gets too hot. Then if you step away for a little bit, then you've got a searing hot pan, and you're going to overcook whatever it is you're putting on there. Don't put it on high. Like, I think she learned that from her mom. I mean, like, because I've watched her mom cook too. Like, immediately, everything goes on high. But I gave up on it.
Is she defiant?
No,
or
she's just done it that way.
That's her way.
Forever. And it works just fine.
And you're not going to die on that hill.
When the eggs are burned. But
which one do you think she's given up on with you?
Oh, man.
Lust for life?
Yes. There's got to be a bunch. I'm sure there's tons. But
and that's the thing is, and it's like it used to be during the Cold War, mutual destruction. Like you for everything you've got, she's got something else, and you've got to pick your things that you're gonna, as you said, if you said often, Casey, this is the hill I'm gonna die on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Preston, here's a good one, and I've heard this argument before.
All right, it says, I had to explain to my wife that the vacuum cleaner is not, in fact, a true vacuum. Any bug that gets sucked up does not die from a lack of oxygen, but will actually live in the canister until it dies or it's emptied.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
that the vacuum cleaner actually creates an air-free vacuum.
Yeah, you're not sending it to outer space where it's going to die.
My thing with the vacuum is, like, you do have to clean up the big stuff first before you vacuum, because like, I'm the one who's constantly got to unclog things.
That you'll hear people doing that. It's like
there's a freaking drumstick. I'm telling, like,
to vacuum a drumstick.
Our Dyson is dead. This $400 vacuum has a drumstick that is just wedged in the little thingy. I don't even know what you call it, but I'm like, who is vacuuming a drumstick? Bend over and pick it up.
I know.
I was thinking things like, like a paper clip or something like that.
Well, if you ever
should pick those up before you.
Who's vacuuming a sock?
Yeah.
There's a sock stuck in here.
Yeah.
Bend over and pick it up.
The thing and you'll know sometimes if you're. That's why I love the ones that have the lights at the end of them, so you can see what you're doing.
Yeah.
But I accidentally vacuumed up a screw in a bolt. It sounded like a gunshot.
Yeah.
Somebody had texted in. It says, I've tried to teach my wife and my 2 daughters how to load the dishwasher, and they still do it like a pack of rabid raccoons.
Yeah, that's my job. I do it. I do it well, and just let me do it. Because I'm going to do it better, and the dishes will come out cleaner, and they'll be more organized afterwards.
I love how Claire, because we have about 2,000 cat bowls. So when they're washed, and I will put them in, and I swear to God, Claire has shown me thousands of times, and she's imbued with some special power. I don't know what it is, but she can get it to work just right, and I can't get these friggin' things to stack in efficiently in the dishwasher. And even to this day, Preston, I can't do it.
By the way, I'm going to come back to the dishwasher in a second because, Nick, I have a question for you. But I'm going to go to Anthony real quick because his wife taught him something. Anthony, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
It's so exciting to talk to you guys. So my wife and I have taught each other a lot of things, but this one is probably not the best you're going to hear all day, but she taught me how to blow my nose correctly.
Oh.
We got married when I was 27, and I thought that the idea was just to make as much noise as possible, and whatever was in your head would come out. But that's not true. There's a real force and a position where you should start blowing from, and it was mind-opening to be able to do it for real.
So you thought by simply generating a loud noise, you would be able to force the snot out of your nasal passages?
Oh, I thought that's what all it was. It was just honking your head, basically, to clear your nasal passages.
Honey, we have to talk.
So what is your method? I mean, so you now know to do a proper nose blow, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So you start at the back of the back of your nose, in between your eyeballs, and you push from there.
Okay.
All right.
I've never heard it broken down like that.
I like it. Well, I'm glad
between your eyeballs and out.
Glad she brought you around, Anthony.
I saw the world so much more clearly now.
Yes.
It's really open.
Appreciate it, bud. Real quick, going back to the dishwasher for a second. In loading it, what do you have in mind? Space efficiency or unloading efficiency?
Both.
Okay.
I'll start with space efficiency. Also, I'm OCD about it, loading it. So all the forks and the knives have to go next to the other forks and knives. They have to go in the same direction. You know, the big stuff goes on the bottom. No plastic stuff on the bottom, although I'm sure that theory is antiquated and doesn't matter anymore. So, yeah, it's really asinine. But because it's mine and because it's important to me at that moment, she let it go. She just doesn't care.
Okay.
We rarely use the dishwasher.
You guys, you hand wash everything?
We hand wash
throw stuff away
at home. No, yeah, we throw away spoons and stuff. No, and it's only because our dishwasher.
Anyone using this hot plate?
Our dishwasher sucks ass. It's terrible.
Is that the name brand?
Yeah, it sucks ass. Well, honestly, and I will say it, like, don't ever buy a Samsung appliance. Like, Samsung TVs, electronics, great. But the dishwasher, it just doesn't do dick, dude. Like
Wait, so you got a bad dishwasher and a bad vacuum cleaner?
No, the vacuum cleaner was fine.
Because of the drumstick.
The operator of the vacuum cleaner was
drumsticks
was
and/or socks.
Do you have the sucks ass button?
You have been complaining about your dishwasher for, God, at least 10 years.
But I also, like, the one we use down the shore isn't as bad. But let me ask you.
Is it a Samsung?
No, I think it's like a GE or Whirlpool or something like that. But when you run your dishwasher, how long does it run?
It depends. It's
like
the
3
fast
hours.
cycle.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple settings.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can change it. You can do like an express setting if you don't have a really big load in there. So.
Our big load.
I know.
Our dishwasher, when I was growing up, we had to wheel it out from the pantry and then hook it up to the sink.
Oh
yeah. You guys have to do that.
Yeah, years ago it was on these casters, I guess. And come on out.
Wow. So you had to hook it up to the sink to get water
hook it up to the sink, and it would drain out through the sink that way. Yeah.
Okay, but you've given up.
I've given up
on the dishwasher.
On the dishwasher at home.
Okay.
Down the shore. I would prefer to hand wash it. I don't know. There's something zen about it. I like it.
So we're redoing our kitchen, and you ever know when you we waited years to redo the kitchen, and this is a tangential to this, but it still pertains. When you decide you're going to start to, we've been with this washer dryer for a long time, we're going to get a new one. Do you notice that whatever you're replacing starts to die precipitously, almost as if it knows.
It's on its way out.
It's on its way out.
It's kind of like when you have to go poop and you're almost home.
So we're getting and I poop in my washer dryer. No, so the dishwasher, it's not draining now.
Oh,
yeah.
I was going to say, like, since it's probably going to be tossed, I wonder if you could give your current dishwasher to Casey if it works effectively.
Case, it cleans like a charm. It just never drains.
I just don't know if it'll fit where it needs to go. That's the problem.
A couple other quick things. I saw this one on this list of things that women needed to teach their husbands. This woman wrote that he, in his 20s, no longer needed to buy shoes with room to grow. She said he always complained about his shoes being uncomfortable. So you're trained growing up that you get shoes that are just slightly bigger.
There's a little room in the toe.
So that you can have them for, I don't know, a year or whatever as your feet are growing.
I'm 35, but I'm going to buy them for a 40-year-old.
Yeah. So they thought they needed a little more room.
I can grow into them.
And at some point, they didn't realize that, kind of after puberty, you're good to go. And then another one wrote that no one actually measures out 4 quarts of water to boil a box of pasta in. You just fill up a pot of water and you throw it in. You don't need an exact amount of water.
And then you add the pasta, and then you realize immediately you've added too much.
That happens.
Every time.
That definitely happens. Hang on. Let me go to Tony. Hey, Tony. Morning, bud.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, my man. What's going on?
For years, when the three of us would have dinner, like me, my wife, and son, and there'd be leftovers, a small piece of meatloaf, vegetable, salad, whatever. My wife puts it in the refrigerator, and I've had to tell her, it's not a time machine. It doesn't stop the food from going bad. It just slows it down. I just threw out a small, I think it was green beans. I'm not 100% sure because there was so much mold on it. I think it was becoming sentient. So I've given up. I mean,
you've given up on it, yeah.
If someone eats them, fine. If not, it's wasted food.
Yeah, I thank you for the call, by the way, Tony. Yeah, I'm the thrower away of food in the fridge too. It'll sit there forever and nobody gets rid of it, and I'm like, I'm tossing it out.
I go hardcore on that. So let me ask you, for the stuff that, like, for the turning the heat up all the way on the stove.
Yes.
What would you say is the thing that she would hold at parallel to that you're doing that drives her crazy?
I don't know. One thing that used to really drive her nuts is, and I've told you guys, one of the biggest fights we ever got in was I would heat up when we lived in an apartment, we didn't have room for our baking sheets, the pans, like the cookie sheet. And so we would keep them in the oven. That was where they resided. And I would, if we were going to bake something in the oven, I would just blindly go over and turn the oven on and forget to take the pans out of the oven.
I love this stuff.
Now, it's a dumb mistake, right?
It's not tragic.
But I'm not ruining them. They are made to go in the oven.
Yeah.
This is not like we're wasting things here.
Right.
It's just you put on the oven mitt, you take it out, you set it on the stove, it'll cool off in 5 minutes, we're good to go. But I mean, like, she said these, and I quote, how effing stupid are you?
Yeah.
Possibly the harshest thing she's ever said to me.
Right. So the trays got super hot.
Yeah.
Did she go to remove them not realizing?
Oh, no, because the oven's hot if you open it up. So you know that, and you're not going to accidentally touch them and go, ow,
Okay,
So, but I mean, this led to a back and forth screaming match of me. They're made to go in an oven. They're okay. So what? We got to take them out. Wow. I'm having this type of conversation in an apartment, mind you, where neighbors can hear us screaming at each other.
So how long did it
hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world.
Well, how long did that exchange go on before she said, "Are you effing stupid"?
I think that was the first thing she said,
led with.
because I had done it several times. It wasn't like a first time thing. And you know what? I don't do it anymore. Well, we live in a house where we have a little more room now, so we can hide our pans in there. Marissa wants me to go to line 2. It says, "Please let me on." So I will go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to say, like, when you finally start meeting with your husband's partner at work, you start meeting with his wife so that you can compare calendars, because your two husbands talk for a living, but are terrible at communicating at home.
This sounds like a recognizable voice here.
Dude. Hi, honey. Happy anniversary, by the way.
Happy anniversary.
Let me ask you, Michelle.
You're down the shore. How are you even listening to this right now?
There's a streaming.
God.
Do you this story that Rochelle that he's told a number of times about the pans getting heated up in the oven? Do you remember that exchange where you asked him how effing stupid are you?
I do remember asking him that, but I don't remember what it was over.
Oh, so it was. You remember when it was when we were in our apartment in Bluebell, and I would leave the baking pans in the oven and heat the oven up. Yeah, that was the final straw with you.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun when you also screamed at me for mopping the floor before we cleaned the rest of it.
There, he brought that up. He brought that up.
That's what we led the conversation with.
Yeah.
So let me.
And I'm like, I was getting angrier every time I cleaned something because my feet were sticking to the floor. So I'm like, okay, for my sanity, I just need to clean the floor so I stop sticking to it. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Hey!
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Whoa, dude.
Rochelle just dropped a harsh F-bomb on the air.
I'm so sorry.
No.
I hope I got dumped out.
No, you're fine. You're
you
fine.
did.
But I think now Preston's going to be allowed to leave the trays in the oven from here on in.
Yeah.
No. That'll cut into his golf time.
Yeah, true. All right. I love you, honey. I'll talk to you later.
Love you. Happy anniversary.
All right. Happy anniversary, honey. All right.
I like how she called in under the name of Michelle.
Yeah. Come on. All right. I know we're running over time, but I got to go to this one because it says husband almost killed the whole family.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Stephanie?
Okay, so I may have exaggerated a little. He didn't almost kill my entire family.
Just a portion of the family.
Most of it.
But we were sitting with my parents, and we have an old school fireplace, like a nice brick fireplace. And my dad was like, I'm going to start a fire. And my husband, boyfriend at the time, was like, I'll do it. No problem. I go camping. I'll start a fire. So he starts up the fire, and we start to see smoke come into the house.
Yeah.
And my dad's like, what's going on? And he's like, I don't know. I did it like I always do. I said, did you open the flue? He said, the what?
I knew that
And
was
at this point, it's the fire's hot. You can't reach in there to open it up, right?
Oh, I did.
Wow.
Jesus. So,
balls on
So
you.
how smoky was the house by the time you had to do that?
It wasn't terrible. We caught it relatively early, but we were wandering around making dinner, so no one was really paying attention to it. It was luckily our fireplace, no kidding, is under our television.
Oh,
so the TV started to get smoky.
Yep. The fireplace and mistakes with the fireplace are legendary. I've told on the air.
Thank you, Stephanie.
A number of times, and this story is bona fide true. When Duraflames first came out and were a thing, you just take a match to the paper and you light the Duraflames.
Yep.
But you just need one.
Yeah.
Because they burn. They burn hotter.
Yeah,
That's
slower.
the way they're designed to burn. My dad, who had had a few pops, thought, oh, this is like regular firewood. I'm going to stack 2 or 3, 4 of them in the... I mean, the china cabinet, the wood on the side of the china cabinet was
it was blistering.
We were about to go critical in seconds. And my older brother, Gene, whatever the hell he did, was able to head it off at the pass. But we're like, mother of God, this is intensely hot.
Hilarious.
Yeah, we make mistakes. All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for your calls. We do appreciate it. We have to take a break because we're going to get to the bizarre file. We also got to check in with Jacky Bam Bam.
Yes.
He is at the Live Casino, Philadelphia. It is day number 1 of the Preston and Steve, I believe, for Preston and Steve Blood Drive. We're doing it today and tomorrow. First time we've ever done a 2-day version of this. So we'll see how things are going with Jacky. We'll get to the bizarre file. And then after that, we have comedian Ian Bagg, who's going to be joining us too. And we have a few other things coming up. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.
Jesus.
Oh, my God. They offer the dining's a little different than ordering sushi as a midnight snack, but spicy tuna rolls, one of the most popular late night takeout orders around the country. So yeah, that's going to cost you $500 some odd. All right, so in Shanghai, there's a place called Ultraviolet. These are the most expensive meals in the world, by the way. $872 if you want to have dinner there. And it's a 20-course meal. Comes with theme music for every course, as well as light shows. All guests at the table are
I'll
served
bring a flashlight to McDonald's.
the same food at the same time. And so if you want to head to China, they said that it is a part of a life-changing trip if you would like to go.
Yes, it'll make you impoverished.
Yeah. Boy, is my life changed.
It's over.
I can't afford my bills anymore.
I'm broke.
You have the Burger Brasserie in Las Vegas.
I'm a burger dude.
Well, the Kobe beef and Maine lobster burger will set you back $777.
For $770 for a burger.
Yeah, the burger has pancetta, goat cheese, seared foie gras, arugula, Maine lobster, and 100-year-old aged balsamic paired with a BLT salad. 100-year-old aged balsamic.
When they do that type of thing, like a 50-year-old bottle of wine, or like that, to me, seems like a gimmick. Like, how much better can a 100-year-old balsamic vinegar be than a 5-year-old?
I know.
You know?
Right. So this also comes with a bottle of Rosé Dom Perignon champagne. All right. So that's, going to add to it as well. So you do get that little thing. Sometimes they'll have, a diamond-encrusted
chicken nuggets,
napkin holder or whatever.
These are diamond-encrusted chicken fingers.
In New York, Serendipity 3 has the Golden Opulence Sundae for $1,000.
No.
So this is clearly one of those ones that are festooned with gold, right? Gold leaves and stuff like that.
Yeah. So in this dish, Tahitian vanilla ice cream made with Madagascar vanilla bean is covered in 24-karat gold leaf, specialty chocolates, Parisian candied fruits.
Right this way, Mr. Elliott.
Truffles, caviar.
Your heavenly hash is waiting.
And more. A Sunday of this.
Not.
That'll be a hoot. A sundae of this magnitude isn't served in a simple glass dish, but rather a Baccarat crystal bowl that you can take home as a souvenir. So there you go. And you can order. You have to order it at least 48.
But that's no big deal. I went to a place where you could take home the menu. It's all the best places to bass fish in Canada.
Yeah.
48 hours in advance. By the way, I watched an episode of is it Man vs. Food?
Yeah.
The guy that eats all, the huge.
Yes.
Well, they were doing a Philly episode. He went to Tony Luke's. There's like this freaking 5-pound sandwich that they make at Tony Luke's, and he ate it.
Freaking Tony Luke's.
But there was an ice cream joint that they featured on there in Philadelphia. Oh my God, it looked amazing.
It wasn't Was it the one on Market Street in Old City?
It might be. These guys had like old timey mustaches, like old DeBella mustaches.
Is it
with the curly Q
Was it
mustaches.
DeBella?
It's not
It wasn't
Franklin.
DeBella.
Franklin Fountain?
It might have been.
Yeah.
But wow, that they make everything there from scratch. All the whipped cream and all the stuff. I really want. But they had one.
Wow.
They had a special dish that he ate. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's got to be it. Franklin Fountain. But they had. I forgot what it was called. I forgot what it was that he ate. But I would like to have one.
Have you ever been here?
No.
It's a really cool place to go to.
I would like to go to.
Yeah.
There's always a line.
Oh,
Is
I
there
don't like that.
Yeah.
Okay, but absolutely everything in the establishment is made there.
Yeah, and it's really good. I mean, Kathy's right. Like, it's delicious stuff. It's pricey, and you're paying a bit for the experience. But
I don't care. You guys know ice cream is my. That's my.
Would you
jam.
spend $1,000?
No.
Yeah.
No, I would not.
Pausing.
Hell no, I would not.
No, come on. There's delicious ice cream you got that heavenly hash that Nick gave you.
But I
When he
do.
tried to kill you.
It's in the freezer.
tried to kill you.
I have some of that tomorrow. All right, let's get back to this list of other most expensive dishes in the world.
Everyone, Mr. Elliott is here.
Well, hang on. Let me go to, real quick, I'm going to go to Mike, who works in the restaurant industry, who wants to talk about some of these high-end prices. Hey, Mike, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Ed. How are you today?
Good morning, it, buddy. I'm good. So what can you shed some light on here?
So a couple quick things. First off, I'm working in the industry and I'm pricing out food and that kind of thing. If we're paying, say, $10 a pound for chicken wings, that means 6 wings to a customer are going to be about $15 to $20.
Okay.
We got to make at least a triple return on an item in order to pay salaries. Kitchen cooks are making between.
Yeah. You got to pay the people that are putting this together for you. Sure.
Mike, is that a standard way of reckoning this, or has it gotten a little out of whack of late with the prices going up?
Well, so it's gone out of whack, but there's other things that restaurants do. So, like hand-cut French fries cost nothing to make.
Yeah.
So an order of like a 6-ounce order of French fries, hand cut, including labor, costs a restaurant about $1. But the average price is about $6-7. But then they turn around and they sell a chicken breast on a salad for $5, and the cost of that chicken breast is about $3-4.
Okay. All right.
So they kind of, every restaurant kind of makes up in certain ways.
Okay. So what about $90 for how many chicken fingers was it? 16?
16 chicken
16
fingers.
chicken fingers. That's ridiculous.
Yes.
Dude, that's just absolutely ridiculous. But Preston, as a connoisseur, I'm going to recommend that you go to Alinea in Chicago.
Ooh, okay.
One of the most amazing restaurants in the world. Researched the chef. He lost his palate through cancer.
Oh.
And then redeveloped his palate.
Whoa.
Amazing courses.
What's the cuisine, Mike?
Cost is
the cuisine of this restaurant.
People, for the name of the restaurant's Alinea.
Okay.
And cost per person is about $300, and that's not including any beverage.
Steve was asking what the cuisine is.
Oh, cuisine all over the place.
Okay.
It's hard to describe, but we got when we had dessert. One of the dessert courses was a fruit roll-up kind of compote made into a helium-filled balloon with a spun sugar string. The entire thing was edible. There was a bouquet of herbs hanging from the ceiling above a candle. We thought that was like instead of a flower or whatever. 6th course came around. They brought out a broth. They cut the bouquet off the thing. It had been toasting under the candle for the entire evening. They ground it up and put it into the broth. That was a soup course.
So it's a major
amazing
production. So they do all of this, and obviously this is the kind of thing that if you make it an event, you save up for it and you go and have a good time. But you're saying it's well worth it.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. It's one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had dining in my entire life.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. We never heard of that.
We went to Gibson's while we were in Chicago and had a special meal there. That was pretty cool.
And Gibson's is really cool too.
Yeah.
And if you went to the bars, Aviary is the bar that's owned by Alinea in Chicago. There's also one in New York City too, which is also incredible.
Cool.
Like cocktails and globed and ice balls, that kind of stuff.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the heads up, Mike. We appreciate it.
Wow.
Have a good one, man.
Guys.
All right, we'll see you.
That's a whole higher end. But at least now there's a man who knows what he's talking about in the restaurant industry, and he says it's ridiculous to pay $90 for chicken fingers.
I was speaking about great restaurants. I got a text from our buddy Mark Summers the other day. He's on vacation and he's taking this. Somebody had offered him this trip, and it's great. He's on this, this private yacht, and everything. It's amazing.
Yeah, I remember he was talking about it.
And he's in. He sent me a picture. It said at Positano. I'm not sure where that is.
Italy.
In Italy. Okay.
Yeah.
So then he sent me a picture. It said best restaurant I have ever been to. And if anybody knows restaurants, it's
him.
Mark Summers, and the restaurant is called Le Scoglio de Tommaso.
That's Italian for Burger King.
Oh, is that what it is? But he says the best restaurant he's ever been to.
Wow.
He was just there. I saw some of his social media posts. I was in Positano years ago, and it was probably one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to.
Nice.
You went on your honeymoon, right? Or is that a different time?
Yeah, it's the first husband.
It's a really good question. Wait, hold on. Let me think about this for a second.
All right. The other super duper expensive meals that you can find in the world, there's one at Sublimotion in Ibiza. It's called Sublimotion. And you will pay for a dinner about $1,757, it says here.
We're talking a dinner per person, right?
It is a 3-hour dining experience. That
comes with an accountant?
$1,700 per person. That's more than the average family will spend in an entire month on food.
I don't want to be there for 3 hours, though. That's the thing. 2 hours max.
Yeah, but if you're spending $1,700, I want to be there for the weekend.
Yeah.
Where are the good $1,700 fast food places?
So they said they create a spectacle for the eyes, ears, and taste buds. Music and art go along with the 15 to 20 course tasting menu. Want to talk to somebody who's had a really, really expensive meal?
Yeah.
We got Kelly on the line. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning, bitches. What's up?
Hey, bitch. All right, so you went to a super duper expensive restaurant. What was it?
So it's called Disfrutar. It's in Barcelona, Spain. And my husband and I went on our honeymoon. And at the time, it was not ranked as high, but currently it's the number 3 restaurant in the world.
Okay. Wow. And what did you have?
So we actually went for lunch, and we had what they called the Grand Prix menu, and that was 36 courses.
Okay.
It was insane. Like, there was,
How are you still hungry?
4 of the courses alone were dessert.
Okay.
So it was
Casey's on board.
And like the past caller just said, it's just so gastro. The things that they give you are so completely out of the box. I sat down and I cried because it's a Michelin-starred restaurant, and it has always been my dream to go to one at least. And it was like at the end, dessert was so it was like vanilla bean cotton candy, but they brought it out on what looked like an old cotton, like you would pick cotton off of a field.
Okay.
It was insane. Yeah. So, but let me tell you this though. So one course they bring out this insane, like old, aged scotch, right? And they present this bottle to you, and they ask you to put out your hands, and they pour some into your hands. Well, me being the ignorant American, I slurped it up and like drank it, and you were supposed to wash your hands with it so that way the
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Really
That's
funny.
great. By the way, those mints in the latrine were delicious. You know, Kelly, I would have thought the exact same
Totally.
thing.
You're thinking, it's a different culture. This is the way they do this. They're going to
so
drink it this
funny.
way. I mean, it's an aged scotch for crying out loud.
It was too good to not try. Like, why am I washing my hands with it?
Oh my God! So what was the final cost per person?
So it was like a little. It was more than our mortgage payment. It was about $7.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Marissa. So, 20 years ago, we started a blood drive, and it's been going strong every single year since then. And we've moved around a little bit from time to time, various locations. We started in a mall. We made it to the Navy Yard. We've bopped around a bit, and we've settled in the past 2 years at a 2-location setup where we would do on the same day a broadcast from Oaks, Pennsylvania at the convention center, but also at Live Casino. These were going on simultaneously. We wanted to do that again this year, but there were some scheduling conflicts, so we split it up between 2 days because we found out that the 2-location system is just more convenient for more people. And the bottom line is, get as many pints of blood as we can
That's
get.
what it's about. Absolutely.
And so day number 1 today, we have our representative, and he knows a thing or two about blood, folks. Let us go now to Live Casino Hotel in Philadelphia. I give you Jacky Bam Bam. What's up, Bam Bam?
I count 20, yes. Good morning, my bloodsuckers.
Hey, thanks for doing this, man. We appreciate it. You being on this the remote location on a different day, and I would imagine things are already underway, right?
Yeah, like you said, we're setting up, according to my Mickey Mouse watch, 8:15, and I got down here. We're all set up, and the bird bots are behind me, and I got to laugh because out of the box, it said skull. And I see a Minnesota Viking thing. I'm like, Eric, what the? He goes, yeah, they mailed it to us. So Eric's setting everything up. But, it all starts, Press, when you park your car, my Batmobile, in the parking garage. And you know how I carry my little suitcase, when you're going to the airport and everything? I fit right in with the nurses. I don't have a red shirt, but they're all carrying these little suitcases, like they got their needles and all the works, and I could have snuck right in with them. So I'm like, I fit right in. I was saying hi to all the nurses out there.
You know what, Jackie? You look like the flight attendant of an airline you'd never want to fly.
Well, I flew in. I hit the wrong button. I hit the casino button because we're up here in the ballroom. The ballroom.
Yeah.
Yes. See, now tomorrow, you guys, you throw your munchkins around, you ride your scooters around. This is a ballroom. It's almost like a library, and everyone's horizontal.
Yeah.
So I'm not mellow, but that's what I'm looking at right now. But I took the elevator up here, and this lady's like, "Is that my hat?" I'm like, "No, that's my hat."
Yeah.
So it already starts. I'm like, "So here we go."
Were you wearing a hat?
I was. I'm wearing my mummer's hat. And you know what? I gotta say, yeah, Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. I got to just thank you guys, one, for letting me be here because I love this casino. It's in the heart of South Philadelphia. They do a lot for our mummers community.
Yeah.
And of course, host this blood drive day #1 for you guys. But they host the Fancy Brigade Association indoors each and every New Year's Day. And there's a big connection to the mummers here. So I'm glad I'm down here.
No, we love it. And so as far as people turning out, and obviously what's key to this today and tomorrow is if you've made an appointment, if you can, obviously follow through on it and come on down. So how many people is the place looking pretty robust today?
Yeah, like I said, everyone is horizontal, and I would say we're half full. And I was talking to Elena, who, by the way, she stayed up late with me. And Elena, where are you? What's your title? Tell me your big title. Communications director. Okay, there's a Helen over there with a bigger title, and we're going to put her on.
Not you.
That title's not good enough.
The bigger title.
We need a bigger title.
Helen, come here. Tell everybody your title.
Hi, it's Regional Donor Services Executive for Southeastern Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware.
Okay, wow, that is a bigger title.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
But we're so excited to be here. Thank you so much to the Preston and Steve Show, WMMR, Live Casino, Oaks Expo. This is our favorite event of the year, and we're just thrilled to continue and to have our 20th
We love it. You guys pull on every phlebotomist in the area and all of them giving their time and making sure that they make this thing work because it is, obviously, we talk about this all the time and it's something we see every time it rolls around. But I understand that things, again, are in a critical place right now. So every bit of blood gotten today and tomorrow is going to really go a long way to helping people who need it.
Yep.
So we appreciate it.
We appreciate you more. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. I love that she said it's her favorite event of the year.
That is cool.
Yeah, they do tons of these blood drives.
They work it. They are there. Yeah. I mean, listen, it is safe. It is well run. It's meticulous, and I love the whole vibe. Everyone's very happy, but they are working their asses off.
But it is Jacky is a little out of his element because while it's it's a fun event, but it is a little bit quiet. There are people that are doing work that involve needles and blood and all this stuff, so they got to keep their minds focused. We don't have music blaring or anything like that. Right. I don't know. Do you have you got the show cranked up while we're on air, Jacky?
Oh yeah. You're piped in here, but I mean, that's why I have Helen and Elaine. They keep me from getting in trouble. I try and go like, oh wow, where's this needle going and how do you feel? And they're like, Jacky, you can't do that. Stay away from the table.
Jacky, how loud is the station being monitored there right now?
It's pretty loud, yeah.
Jacky.
I see you over there.
All right, well, Jacky, we will continue to check in with you, but we just want to make sure that things were running smoothly so far. So we'll check back in a few. All right, bud?
Yeah, we're off to a flying start. And like you said, Press, walk-ups in here, we're jam-packed. I believe everybody made an appointment until 2 p.m. today. Tomorrow in the afternoon is some appointments are still available on the website through the American Red Cross and through you guys. So that's what I'm hearing.
We appreciate it. Be a part of this because you'll get the Preston and Steve Blood Drive T-shirt, a new one designed by Kristen, listener to the show, and also you get the Preston and Steve tote bag from Window Nation. All right, Jacky, checking back in just a few. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's get to the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors, celebrating 100 years. And right now you can save $250 off windows, $700 off doors, and 0% APR for 48 months. Well, Britain may soon let families choose a hot water send-off instead of flames or burial. The Law Commission wants rules that would legalize alkaline hydrolysis, nicknamed boil in a bag or water cremation. You ever heard of this?
I have not. I'm kind of intrigued.
What is this, like sous vide?
It's like sous vide, Casey. So in the process, a shrouded body sits inside a sealed steel tube that's filled with water and an alkaline mix, and then it heats up to about 160 degrees Celsius under pressure. It's like Chick-fil-A. It's like pressure cooker.
Basically what it is, yeah.
So after 4 to 18 hours, only soft bone pieces remain.
I'm getting hungry.
They are ground into ash for the family, while the sterile liquid can flow safely into the sewer. Supporters
Goodbye,
say
Grandpa. Enjoy the sewer.
the method cuts carbon and avoids the mercury and soot from flame cremation, and it needs no extra land.
So, a quick question: if you're melting the body down, and there's fats and things within our body, is that problematic for the sewer?
I don't know. They say that it's okay.
All right.
Nearly 30 U.S. states already allow it, and Ireland opened up Europe's first site in 2023.
We're doing it over here, too.
The UK plans by co-op funeral care stalled under current law, but the new review could make the gentler flush and bone option legal within a few years.
So you got Grandpa in a box in the bathroom, flushing him down the toilet.
Yeah. Deputies say a man in Woodland, Washington tried a bold swap on Facebook Marketplace, a banned submachine gun, a silencer, and a motorcycle for an ATV. On Thursday, Jacob Sean Dixon had sent the seller a video to prove that the gun worked and warned, "Don't tell anyone." The seller called the Cowlitz County Sheriff's Crime Reduction Team. Detectives set up a fake meeting with the help from a SWAT team. When Dixon arrived with the gun, officers arrested him on the spot, and he now faces several serious gun charges and citation for driving with
Where's my ATV?
Suspended license as well. Oh, listen to this, man. Everybody knows that only the bride should wear white to a wedding.
Yeah.
But not everybody follows that rule. And it seems one mother of the groom didn't mind making this major faux pas when her son tied the knot. But she took it to the next level. She showed up in a full bridal gown and veil to her son's wedding.
There's something Oedipal going on there.
The insane story was shared in a now viral Reddit post from someone
Marry me!
that had happened at their cousin's wedding. The guest writes, everything was going smoothly until the groom's mother walked into the hall in a full-length white gown, lace sleeves, sparkly belt, and veil. She looked like she was about to walk down the aisle herself. As you'd expect, everyone was shocked by her attire, even the bride and groom, and the mom reportedly told people that it was tradition in their family for the mother of the groom to wear white. And to make things worse, the groom's mom tried to stand next to the bride and groom during their vows.
This is ridiculous.
And even held the bride's bouquet at one point. Oh, my God. During the reception, the mother was introducing herself to people as the first woman in his life.
Oh, man.
Despite her mother-in-law's fashion choice, the bride
Isn't
managed
that how Norman Bates started?
to remain calm, and her new husband reportedly kept telling her, "I'm sorry," over and over.
Honey, I got to sleep with Mom first tonight.
We'll see if this one lasts. All right, then we'll do, we ran really, really long with talking to Jacky, no less.
Sorry.
One more quick story, and then we will wrap this up. In Rhode Island, a hazmat team responded to Woonsocket High School after the school's meters were set off. School staff said the meters were hitting on radioactive material at the school. And according to officials, a teacher was looking through items in the science lab and opened an unmarked box labeled radioactive.
I can't find a thing.
Nothing there?
Everything seems fine. I can't find any radioactive.
You look like you might need to have a seat for a second.
I do feel a little woozy.
So officials...
could you pick that up? That's my testicles.
Officials said the box contained an old science kit.
I can't find anything.
With low-dose radioactive material used to teach students.
How does that get shipped? How do you...
It's old.
Yeah.
It was back in the day. I guess they used to do that with some science
Is
kits.
that... Are you playing with some of Grandpa's radioactive material?
Yeah. All right. And there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We're scheduled to have Mr. Ian Bagg on the program. He's going to be at Punchline tomorrow and Saturday. A little later on, Antonio Sabato Jr. will be on the program and more. And how about we do this? Hershey Park tickets. Yeah. We'll take caller 15 at 610-660-9333, and we will give you a family 4-pack of Hershey Park tickets for a live broadcast Thursday, June 26th. 15 coasters make up the largest collection in the Northeast. Plus, get ready for all the new Twizzlers Twisted Gravity. It is the world's tallest screamin' swing, and you'll get to join us for a live broadcast before the park opens. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 90.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you were there for your honeymoon, right? So it was part of a dream come true, correct?
Oh, yeah. It went on the credit card and, maxed it out immediately.
$1,700.
Was it worth it?
It was. It was very lost on my husband, but he was a trooper, and he tried a lot of things. But for me, as a chef, and as a pastry chef, I've gone to culinary school. For me, it was a world-class experience. He was a trooper.
Can I ask you, Kelly, 36 courses you said. Are you not completely to the point of vomiting at that point? Or, I mean, what kind of volume of food are we talking about?
So there's small portions. Think when you see stuff on Top Chef, they're not large portions. It's small. It's 2 to 3 bites. They taste it really well. You're there for 2.5 hours. And then, they retire you in your, when you eat there, they retire you to this, indoor outside, sitting area where you, smoke cigarettes and drink cognac. So, you digest everything. It's not like we're eating this at a rapid pace.
I gotcha.
You're not. My husband could have ate after, actually, I feel like.
No, well, and from where you're coming from, I can see why this should be important to you if you yourself are in that culinary world. But we're looking, I guess this is the Instagram page up here in the studio, and the stuff looks unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the chef was super nice. He came out to our table. He walked me through the kitchen. I don't know how he said that. I felt like an honor to meet him, but then he's like, "Oh, this is a chef from the United States," and I'm like, "Absolutely not. I am not you. But it was incredible. I highly recommend.
That is cool.
Yeah, Cal, where are you a pastry chef?
So I'm your Mary Mead girl. I make all the baked goods at Mary Mead Farm.
Mary Mead Farm's great.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston stole your ice cream.
Yeah, that's right.
Remember that?
Yeah, you got to come.
Thumbs up on the peanut butter chocolate, by the way. Excellent. I need more of that. All right. Thank you, Callie.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
See you later. By the way, I got a text that says, on the heels of that really expensive dinner, said, I, last night, had the meatloaf with 3 sides at Cracker Barrel.
Oh, man, that's great. And they throw in a free Meltilla CD.
And then somebody said, this is good. It says, I once took a girl to Olive Garden and then got her pregnant. Yep, that was an expensive dinner. All right, let me rip through a few more of these. So the most expensive meals in the world. In New York at Norma's, they have what's called the $1 zillion lobster frittata.
Frittata?
$2,000.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
that's an expensive meal.
The omelet includes 10 ounces of Sevurga caviar, which is a big factor in price for those who can't afford to pay the cost. There's a smaller frittata with only 1 ounce of caviar available for just $200.
Have you ever?
I think
had
it's disgusting.
Caviar? I don't even know if I've had it.
I hate it. And anytime I've tried it, I mean, and I've had different types of roe before, even in sushi. Sometimes you get, salmon eggs and things like that, and it's a form of caviar.
Right.
I just don't like it. It's way too powerful of a flavor
It's
for me.
salty, right?
It's super duper salty. Yeah. Industry Kitchen in New York has what they call the 24K pizza. It's not $24,000.
Oh my God!
It's $2,700.
$2,700. Now I love pizza. We got one of those backyard pizza ovens. You hook up to a propane tank, and we've been making our own pizzas. It's really cool. But $2,700. What could possibly warrant that?
Well, it requires a 2-day advance order. And you are not paying for an average cheese and pepperoni pie. This pizza has Stilton cheese, foie gras, platinum Osetra caviar, once again with the caviar, truffles, and 24-karat gold leaves to top it off. That's stupid.
Forgive me, but what foie gras again is the
it's goose liver.
Goose liver, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And I do like foie gras, which, I know it's not ethically a very good thing to have because they fatten up the birds, really. And
they staple them to death.
On the
don't
rarest
they?
of occasions, I will have it. But no, it's bad for the animal. It's considered cruel.
There's a picture of this very same pizza that you're talking about up in this. That does not look enticing to me
Looks
at all.
horrible.
Yeah.
Looks disgusting. All right.
It looks like paste with the stains on it.
At Fleur in Las Vegas, you can have the Fleur Burger $5,000, and that does cost you $5,000.
$5,000.
And it's just outside the Mandalay Bay Resort and Casino. Only the most expensive meat is used to flavor this $5,000 burger. The Wagyu beef costs about $100 per pound. Also adding to the high costs are truffles worth $1,500 per pound. The meal also comes with a bottle of 1995 Chateau Petrus.
Well, there you go.
Valued at $2,500.
So what is considered a better beef, Wagyu or Kobe?
Wagyu, I've heard, is by far the top of the line, but I'm not
The
sure.
ultimate.
See, this is cheating. You call this a burger and you charge $5,000, but you're throwing in a $2,500 bottle of champagne.
Yeah.
I agree 1,000%. It's
That's
like
bogus.
if you were to serve $90 chicken fingers with a Maserati, and then you claim that was the price of the meal, that doesn't work.
But still, if you think about it, a $2,500 bottle of spirit there, it's still a $2,500 burger on top of that, which is pretty steep.
Right.
So, Steve, here, Nick found this bit of information about Wagyu beef. It says Wagyu marbling is better tasting. That's the fat that goes through the meat. Wagyu fat melts at a lower temperature than any other cattle's, resulting in a rich, buttery flavor unseen in other strains of beef. This fat is also unsaturated and high in omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids, meaning not only is Wagyu marbling more delicious, it's also more healthy.
Steve, the source on this, and I'm not kidding, is Steak University.
Really?
Out of Chicago, yes.
Steak U.
My Chicago Steak, and they have their own little Steak University, and you can learn all about it.
SU.
All right. 2 more items on the most expensive meals in the world. This one is at Renato Voila. In Salerno, Italy. And the Louis XIII pizza.
Okay.
And I'll bet you it comes with the booze,
Hey,
right?
Come on.
Is that what that's bullcrap?
Louis XIII. When you go into a bar,
Right.
at the very, very top of the where they have the booze displayed, sometimes there's one bottle with a little light on it.
Yes.
That's Louis XIII.
So to me, you would have a pizza that would have this particular spirit mixed in with the dough or something like that, right? That would make it more. Otherwise, to me, it's not the exact cost of the meal.
So the pizza has toppings such as mozzarella di bufala, lobster, and caviar, all flown in from different parts of the world. And to top it off,
what am I talking about? I am talking about the need to eat pizza.
Here you go. It says the feast is served with Remy Martin cognac, Louis XIII, and champagne Krug Clos de Mesnil. Not de Menzies. Are you on de Menzies?
This is a red wine.
1995. Okay. And then the last one, which is the most expensive meal in the world, the Fortress Resort and Spa in Sri Lanka.
Oh.
And they have the Fortress Stilt Fisherman Indulgence.
Okay. A somewhat separate note. I saw Steve. I think this was his History Channel. It was fascinating. It was richest people in history.
Right.
And I never had seen anything about this fortress before. But this, I don't know if it's like a sultan or whoever built this place. And if in today's standards, it would be the most expensive piece of real estate in the world. It's a fascinating look into and Preston, I guess this restaurant is right next to it or a part of it or whatever.
Okay. It's across from the Hooters.
It's a tourist attraction at this point, and so anybody can go and visit. But it's a really impressive place, and I had never heard of it until I saw this show on the History Channel.
Well, the Fortress Stilt Fisherman's Indulgence cost $14,500.
Right. Is this, Connor, is this what we're looking at the screen here?
This is stupid looking.
It's ridiculous. It looks like a game of mousetrap.
Steve, you are dude. Yes.
Right?
Yes. The guy on the little springboard that dives in, that's what it looks like.
Oh, you know what? I'll have chicken fingers and play mousetrap for much less.
So it's made on a special request, minimum of 24 hours notice.
Just the $90 fingers, Kathy, looking a lot better with this.
Yeah, seriously.
It's a dessert, by the way. It's a dessert that features Italian cassata flavored with Irish cream. I don't know what that is.
I might be in.
And is served with a pomegranate and mango compote. The base is a champagne sabayon adorned with it. Listen to this, Kathy. An 80-carat aquamarine stone.
Well, there
me
you
written all
go.
over it.
So you're at a jewelry store.
Yeah.
And dessert.
which is placed beneath a handcrafted chocolate stilt fisherman.
Well, you can get, there is the unlimited breadsticks at Olive Garden,
Right.
but there's one that costs $10,000 because it comes with rubies.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow, those are the most expensive meals in the world. So, yeah,
That's a type of living that is completely alien to
we
us.
just cushioned the $90 chicken fingers
Yeah.
quite a bit.
So if you go to Montauk,
Right.
$90 for chicken fingers,
This is
no
a
biggie.
steal.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, real quick, I want to mention we have a new Daily Rush video that's up and running. It's called Beer, Social Diseases, and the Great Depression. Steve takes on a tour of Philadelphia's long history of women brewers and also their social diseases throughout the years. And you can be the first to see the newest Daily Rush by subscribing to our YouTube channel, which is sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. Learn more at xfinity.com. We're going to take a break, and when we get back, the lovely Danica McKellar will join us. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR presents Allison G.
Do I need to read this?
Well, I can.
Is this happening
I can tell
now?
you. Yeah, I mean,
It
yeah.
says, I have a surprise coming.
Oh.
And it's from Casey. And I don't know what it's about. We were going to talk about
I like
something,
surprises.
but I do like surprises, so I'm intrigued.
What's the ETA?
Oh, I bet I know what it is.
Yeah?
Chicken fingers.
No.
No.
That's what I thought too.
Close.
Oh, man.
Dairy Queen?
Close.
Oh, the
wait, the croissant. No, the croissants.
Croissants.
Oh.
Yes. Fresh out of the oven. They're on
From
their way out.
Pagano's
Yeah.
downstairs, the restaurant Casey said earlier this morning, best he's ever had, ever.
I love croissants.
And so
Warm
they're going
and
to.
buttery.
So will we be eating them
That's
on
a great
the air?
porn movie.
Or
Warm and buttery. I want you to take a bite on the air.
All right.
And so, yeah, I went down a little bit earlier. Lee took care of us. Charged us full price, you know.
Are they in transit now?
But they're in transit. Yeah, I think we just sent Mara down there for them.
Matt, the head guy down there, did a while back, and I forgot what we had done, but he offered to buy us to send breakfast up to us, and it happened like in a week when we had too much going on, and I couldn't.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Marissa. We'll check back in with Jacky Bam Bam in a little bit for the Eye Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive. We may want to go to him at the end of the segment, Marissa, if you could let him know. So we'll that's happening now at Live Casino in Philadelphia. But we have another guest who we're going to chat with right at this very moment, and he's going to be in town performing at Punchline tomorrow night and Saturday night. There are two shows. Actually, is there one on Friday, 7:30, and then two shows on Saturday, 7 and 9:15. He's joining us via Zoom and sporting some serious Buddy Holly-like glasses today. We got to give some love to Mr. Ian Bagg. Hey, Ian, how you doing?
How you doing?
Good, man. How are you, brother?
I'm good, but the internet's all crazy where I'm in D.C. and stuff's happening here, so I'm sure they've got all the internet tapped down, right?
You have to imagine that you got the Chinese government listening in on this and the Russian government, right? I mean, it's just when they hear that Ian Bagg and the President Steve show are communicating, I'm sure.
I got these glasses on so I can, I can turn lasers into anything right now. It's just crazy. So they got me held down.
Are those the Ray-Bans?
No, I wish I want to get those. These are actually the same group that made Michael Caine's glasses back in the '60s. Brought these back out.
Wow. Cool.
So I grabbed these. I was like, oh, those are awesome. Just a big old thing. I'm Michael Caine.
So two things. I just saw Michael Caine a couple months ago. I shouldn't say just say it, but it was him talking about life in the '60s and then Piccadilly Circus and when the Rolling Stones and the Beatles and that whole time, and he rocked those glasses like nobody's business. But you're doing pretty damn good.
I'm doing okay. I wish I was able to have that cigarette hanging out like he did in the '60s, all hanging out all the time, just girls running all over the place. But my wife won't let me do either of those things.
Your wife is opposed to the girls running all over the place?
I didn't know there was going to be votes during this relationship, and I would always be outvoted. I'm like, hey, how about do this? No, I don't want you to do that.
Ian, were you ever a smoker at any point in your life?
I wasn't. I've never smoked. Have you?
Yeah, I was. I fell into it as a teenager. I started smoking when I was like 14 or 15, and that dragged on for a long time. I finally quit Wow.
Explain your method.
22 years ago. All right, I'll explain my method.
Listen
real
to this
quick.
method, Ian.
And let me preface this by it worked. I haven't smoked in 22 years, but I found that the time that I smoked most was when I would drink alcohol. Now, I was an everyday smoker, and I would smoke about a half a pack of cigarettes a day. If I was drinking alcohol, I could smoke a pack of cigarettes in like 2 hours, just chain smoking, just tearing through them. And it dawned on me one day that proved that alcohol was my weakest moment when it came to smoking. So if I dove into head first, learning how to smoke without drinking, it would therefore be easier for me to not smoke on a daily basis. So I took just shy of 2 weeks, and I got hammered every night, and I forced myself to not smoke while I was doing that. And I switched up the booze every night. Like one night I did margaritas, another night I did beer, another night I drank whiskey. And this method made sense to me, and it has since worked. And now, for the low cost of $995, I will teach you this as well.
Is it also not a George Thorogood song?
Yeah, it should be.
Who knew that he was the leader in smoking cessation?
Yes. And trading alcoholism for smoking.
you know what it is? It means that when you were drunk, you were a chatterbox. So you had that cigarette going the whole time. Oh, people, what's going on? Hey, let me tell you something about that. The Rolling Stones are nothing without Keith Wagon.
That's hilarious.
Hold on, let me slide this up.
I wanted to ask you, because I saw this pop up a couple of times, and a couple of things that just in the search on you in preparation for the interview today, and I'm happy to hear this if this is the case. Have you recently become a bidet guy?
I am a bidet guy. I just unbelievable. I'm not one of those filthy wipers anymore.
Join the club. I saw the light a couple of years ago. I have the Lux Bidet Neo 120, and it is. I just replaced it.
Has it got the blower?
No. You have one with a blower?
I don't have one with a blower, but I've been told the blower is the way to go because you can play you can get your junk to rise out of the toilet if you get it on the right speed. It's kind of like Star Wars. You're lifting that X-wing fighter out of the mud.
You're saying that it produces a jet of air that actually lifts your testicles out of the.
Yeah. If you get it going right and right angle, you just got to twist around a little bit and you can get them going.
No.
And if you get one 2-speed, it's too fast. You'll get it going with the flying squirrel. It'll be over top of your head in no time. So.
That is why, because they did have an option that, and I used the same one. I just replaced it out, and the hose and everything was set, so took no time to do it.
Which company?
It's the Lux Bidet Neo 120 on Amazon for $50.
Yeah. That's basically what they're all going for, right?
Yeah.
I got the Tushy.
Did you get the heated? Did you get the heated water? I did not.
I did not get it. I like a cold stream. I like if you're gonna do it in the morning, you want to wake yourself up after a good relief. So, but you got to be careful because I coughed when using it, and the water can go so far inside you.
Wow!
It can.
Wow!
It just like ricocheted off my ribs. That's how far it went.
Wow!
Well, I've never had that happen, but
well, you probably never coughed.
I never.
I was dealing with a horrible sickness, coughed, and watered the lawn at the same time.
It's when you never feel quite cleanly, and I have to say I'm a little jaded now because.
How many people is everybody using it on the show?
Just me.
I'm not a bidet guy. What?
Guys, just go out and today after the show, just go out and turn your windshield wipers on your windshield.
Okay.
That's your butt afterwards. It streaks.
Streaks. Okay.
True.
Think about that. And then drink a bunch and smoke a bunch, and you'll be on to bidets within a month.
Okay, I have a bidet question. After you get this flush, this is cleaning out process that happens. You still got to dry off. You got to dab a little, right?
So
yeah, a little bit.
So and Ian. So my method is I do the bidet and then one little bit of toilet paper for drying purposes.
Yeah.
And then I'm good to go.
Yeah, your toilet paper costs will go so far down. It's unbelievable.
Right.
And yeah, you just relax a little bit afterwards. Give it a count to 30, and then give it a dab, and off you go. Like nobody needs to rush you out. It's water. It's fantastic. It's you do it in the tub, you do it in the shower. Why not do it right afterwards?
When you were installing it, or did you install it yourself, or did you have someone do it?
I installed the first one myself,
Right.
and the second one, we moved afterwards, and I just left it for the other people. And then we moved, and I had it installed, and the water pressure is much better on the.
Let me tell you, man, I was stunned when because I was just checking, and I did the stupid thing of like I knew what it was going to do, and yet I turned the handle, and it
Right
shot
across
out like it was a super soaker, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, that's the whole purpose, because it's got.
Did you try to stop the water from coming out?
I did.
Did you do a depressed impression of your dog and try to bite the water?
Here's what I'm like a dog of the hose. No, I used my hand to stop the flow when my other hand was on the dial that could just have turned it off. So that's how stupid I am.
It's a natural reaction.
Yeah, it's a natural reaction. But I know it's listen, it's been a godsend. I know it's changed your life.
It's good living. My wife was like, we don't need one. And then she's like, no, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. She won't, I don't know, with your guys' spouses, they won't give you a win. They just won't give you a win. It doesn't matter how great you do for them. They're just like, oh, like we bought a house, and she goes, can't believe your balls paid for this. Because I talk about my nuts all the time. She's like, I'm like, you shouldn't be surprised. You should be happy that they do.
Let me ask you, we were talking earlier about those things that, your significant other, we were saying, it goes both ways, but when your wife hips you to something that you were woefully unaware of, where you feel like a big dummy. So, and I referenced we didn't talk about it on the air, but there's this King of Queens bit where he finally figures out where the scissors are and what drawer they are. Do you have those moments with your wife, or does it go mostly the other way?
I have some of those moments. It's a lot of I think she looks at me like she can't believe she didn't stay with Jeff Wayman. You know what I mean?
So you know the ex?
So my wife is from like the shore of Virginia, so it gets even better. Her ex is married to her friend's daughter.
Whoa!
Wow!
That is Virginia.
It is. I'm just like, oh my God, that's impressive. That is impressive, son. I have to shake Jeff Wayman's hand because he is impressive. Oh, son. Hold on, let me get this straight, son. You went 2 generations down? Come on!
Tell me she finds that creepy, right?
She's just like, oh my God, he's an idiot. You're all idiots. She doesn't. Her mother goes, well, Jeff works for the government. He's got a retirement. He's also got a 19-year-old.
But wait a minute, you said we're all idiots. Your wife lumps us in with Jeff.
I don't think we're as creepy as Jeff.
Okay.
But I think we're all idiots like Jeff. She took me to this bar a couple years ago. We were there with her family, and Jeff was there, and we were standing there, and her brother's wife was over here, and some guy kept hitting on her, and he was with a group of guys.
Right.
And then I'm just like, what's going on here? And I'm like, I had to walk up, and I just like, hey, are we going to fight? Because I'm 50. I'm going to need to stretch. You know what I mean, guys? Let's calm down here. And I know you guys aren't much younger, so come on. We all have work on Monday. I can't deal with this kind of stuff.
That's funny.
I'll take a punch, but I can't slip a disc.
You're a working man.
Oh my goodness.
What was the last win you had?
What was the last win I had? The last win, here's my biggest win. I was like, things are going well enough. You can go back to school and get your doctorate.
Oh,
yeah.
And you don't have to work while getting your doctorate. And she goes, I can't believe your balls are paying for this.
That seems to be the default.
Yeah, so many stupid things. Yeah. So yeah, I think that was my last win, was when I was like, hey, this is actually turning out.
Well, I'm glad
she's fantastic though.
No, absolutely.
I'm glad your balls are doing something, because other than that, they just hang there and look unsightly. So it's a beautiful thing.
At a different length. That's the problem.
At a different length.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a broken yo-yo.
It's kind of leaning on.
Just all twisted and hanging all down to the side. You're trying to untwist and it just gets worse.
It's cruel. It's cruel what the years do to you, isn't it?
It's gravity. We should be working. I don't know. A lot of people are working on cancer, but I think we should be working on this.
Yeah.
on the symmetry of the nutsack.
Everything. So there's have you seen the one where the guy sits on the lawn chair and it slips like? That should we should be studying that. That should never happen to a man again.
I've not seen this.
Yeah, this guy goes and sits down and you see him just wince.
Yeah.
And they're like, what is wrong? And he was sitting on like this flat, it's almost like a stool that's made of slats.
Oh my God.
And it slips down into the slats and he gets up and the stool comes with him.
Yeah.
It just looks excruciating.
It looks like something out of that Jim Rose sideshow.
Yes.
Yeah. But he didn't know he was in the sideshow. Just all of a sudden it happens to him. I was terrified.
Do you know what happens, Ian? Is that positions that you used to be able to attain, or just simple things like the way you exit an automobile, suddenly becomes, I didn't know my nuts would do that now when I did that. Yeah.
When you order a comfort Uber and a cord shows up and you go, well, this is gonna hurt. one of them's getting caught on the way out for sure.
Oh man,
That's great. I want to ask you. You toured Australia recently, and
just got back.
Did you have? Was there an issue with your departure? Well, jet lag too. I want to ask about that. But was there some sort of holdup that kept you there longer than you planned on staying?
Yes, America said don't come back. No, it's the pilot. The pilot got COVID on the way over. He tested positive for COVID, so they had to send somebody else over. So we got a day and a half extra in Sydney.
Okay.
So yeah, it was kind of crazy, but they kept. Oh, it's going to be 8 hours. Oh, it's going to be another 12 hours. Oh, it's going to be another 12 hours after that. It was like I'm just like, hey, can you guys know what's going on? You could just say. And then our plane was empty. It was like the beginning of Lost.
Oh, wow.
It was unbelievable. I went into the back. There's 3 people in the back because I fly first. I went to the back, and like there was like 10 of us in first, and then like and the ladies that worked on it and guys that worked on it, they knew. They're like, hey man, we're gonna show you where the stuff is. We're just gonna go sleep.
Wow.
So warm up your own food. Try this.
Wow, that is wild.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, we're talking to Ian Bagg, who's going to be at Punchline tomorrow and Saturday. Did they give you any sort of compensation? I mean, you lost a day and a half, and
they gave us $1,000. As well as they upgraded my buddy that was with me because I took my friend over and didn't upgrade him.
Fortunately, it's a short flight from Australia.
That's an expensive flight, regardless. A free flight to Australia.
Well, and then when we got there, we flew. So we fly into Sydney. We're there for 12 hours. Then we fly to Perth, which is like flying from LA to New York. And then we're there for a day and a half, and we fly to Brisbane, which is the same length. And then we fly from Brisbane, we fly to Adelaide, which is like LA to Chicago. And then we fly back to Brisbane. And then we fly back to Melbourne, and then we fly back to Brisbane, and then we go to Sydney, and then I can't remember one other place. I was so I've not been jet lagged like that in a long time. When I got back, I was just like waking up at like 4 a.m. and crying for no apparent reason. Just I don't know if things are going to be the same ever again. And I just sit with the water on my bidet and just let it just go go for about 4 minutes.
Ian, my brother and his girlfriend and their kids just went to Australia as well, and they flew from Denver to L.A. and then L.A. to Sydney and then Sydney to Brisbane. So they did a similar track as you. And when they were flying from Los Angeles into Sydney, my brother showed me something that I'd not seen before. There's a camera on the tail of the airplane, and you can watch as you approach into the Sydney airport. And it was really cool because they were flying over the ocean into Sydney, and you know the last minute or so of the flight is cool and pretty, but I'd not seen that. I didn't know if that was just for Australia flights or if you had anything similar.
Were they on Qantas? Is that what they were on?
They were on Qantas, yeah.
Yeah, so the best one is ANA has the same thing, and that camera stays on the whole trip.
Yeah.
So you can watch the takeoff, and you can watch the landing, but you can just turn it on in the middle of the thing and just see where M80 270 disappeared, all sorts of things. It's too much. And that's quite the airport. So we had to circle. So it's a great country. They're still like at that size where they go, hey, we don't open the airport until 6. I don't care if you guys show up at 5:30. Just sit out on the Pacific and do some circles because we open at 6. That's what time. So we stayed out there just circling, and the Sydney airport doesn't open until 6, so we won't be landing for another 40 minutes. Even though we got some tailwind and we've come across so quick, and so you can just see everybody getting to work and
That's
getting
crazy.
their coffee. Yeah,
a major airport opens up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
They do not open before. They're like, we close at 11, and they're that store that you go to at 5 to 11, and you're like, I can just get some stuff, and the kid goes, hey, we're closed already. And you're like, no, you guys are open. No, we're closed. No. Okay, we closed. No, and you're like, you, my friend, need to be bumped by a car.
Talking about the jet lag, and you were saying you had never had jet lag like that before. I want to go. I mean, at this point, you want to, the countries that are far flung on your bucket list. I want to go to Japan.
Yes.
Just the notion, though, of that lengthy travel. Have you perfected any methodology, or is it?
So do this. This is what I suggest to you. Look at the map.
Yeah.
Don't just go, okay, they're going to tour me like this. No, look at the map and figure out where you should fly in and where you should fly out. Because that whole interstate stuff just gets you. It just nails you, because it's not like you're just doing one flight and then you're hanging, right?
Yeah.
It's all that stuff afterwards, because if you're just hanging in one spot for like a week or so, you're going to catch up.
Right.
But if you're going in and then the next day you're going and going, your brain just doesn't get it at all. It's just, you're just done.
Right.
And I feel like I missed so much. I just like, I was falling asleep at night. I like go to the show. I'm going to bed right after the show.
Right.
Like, right after, during the show, halfway through. Look, guys, I'm just going to lie down. I think it's all about like really getting a logistics person in your family and having them set you up.
Right. So, but I agree, because to me, it seems like, and you talked about, anything that you can do can you sleep? Are you an efficient sleeper on a flight? Well, then you're many steps ahead of me, because that is my downfall.
Are you I don't know if it is. Like sometimes, because when you get there, do you fall asleep? Like,
no.
Are you a bad flyer?
I'm a good flyer, but on trips of a certain length, I will burn off that arrival day and maybe the day after in a state of grogginess. And for me, I perceive that as a waste of money, because
you're going to do that no matter what.
You're going to do that no matter what.
Even if you're at the front of the plane and you got to want to lie down bed.
Yeah.
Your first day's screwed no matter what. So my wife is like, as soon as we get off the plane and we're going someplace, she's got a list. We're doing this, we're doing that. And I'm like, no, we're going to sleep for a day. And she's like, we don't waste money. We didn't fly to Spain to sleep. We came here to fight a bull. I'm like, I don't have time for that.
Well, you got to remind you're the one with the balls that's paying for it all.
Yeah, I'm like, calm it down. I'm like, you and your doctorate isn't paying for this. So, entertainment was paying for this. I don't care that you saved children. Shut it, girl.
What's her doctorate in?
She's occupational therapy.
Oh, well, that's pretty legit. Yeah.
And she works with children. She's a great person, and she does okay financially. But you have to do better.
You have to know that there's every once in a while where she's there going, I can't believe this. That this is the money dynamic.
she's like, and it's only been recently that I've actually done okay. And I cannot believe how much money my friends were making and not telling me about. It's Kreischer and Segura and Gaffigan.
Yeah.
They can all kiss the ground because I had no idea. They've never shared any of their cash with me or let me know that, hey, you might want to not swear as much because there's a bunch of cash out there. And not one of them did. And now I'm just like, I found out if I just took my time and kept on swearing, I could make that cash. But at the same time, I might have shut up a little bit. Oh, well.
Oh, well. But here we
live,
are.
you learn.
Well,
hey, I know you guys are busy and stuff, but would you ever come out and see me at a show?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would love to have you guys out because I as soon as they said, would you like to do some press in Philadelphia, I was like, only if it's Preston and Steve. That's so I think the world of you guys.
Oh, well, we're honored. Yeah.
Listen, we love having you on, man, anytime. So, yes, we got to get out and see you. By the way, Ian is going to be at Punchline tomorrow night. There's a show at 7:30 and Saturday, two shows, 7 and 9:15. We got to run, man. We got a couple things going on. We got to stay on top of.
Going. But before I leave, I gotta say, Rick Tockett. Yeah, guys, it's fantastic. I love that.
Oh, he's great. He's going to be in studio in a couple weeks, Ian. So,
well, you tell him that we miss him in Vancouver.
We'll do it. All right, we love you, Ian.
Thanks, guys. Be good. We'll
take care. We'll see you. Ian Bagg, guys. He's great.
So funny.
He is the
Legit,
best.
Man.
Do we have time to talk to Jacky?
Yes.
Okay, so let's check in with Jacky Bam Bam. Do we have we have our song to him on? I gotta.
Oh yeah. I got it right here.
Thank you. The Preston Steve Blood Drive is happening as we speak, and we now go to Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. I think Jacky Bam Bam, are you there?
Don't think. I'm taking all the blood, Preston.
Yes.
You're taking the blood.
We need to search you before you leave and make sure you're not walking out with a few pints,
I'm
man.
sampling it all. And you know what, Press, you know what's funny? I'm learning things. Like I was telling you about the suitcase carrying in here. Elaine and Helen, by the way, are standing here next to me. I was talking to Elena last night, and I said, what do you call the little service stations with the food and the, when you get a tattoo, you got to have some sugar. You give blood. And she said what did you call it?
Canteen.
Canteen. And you know me, I'm all about the music. So I start singing My Candina by Tony Orlando and Dawn. And I'm like, wait a minute. We got to get Kyle to make a jingle with Tony Orlando and Dawn. You get it?
I do. It's Candida, though, right? It's not Cantina.
I know, but we could change it.
Okay. All right. Yes.
So that's what it's called. They're canteen.
Canteen.
I can say it.
Yeah. Kayak.
Kayak.
Say kayak.
Yeah.
Jacky.
Filled with blood today, but there's there's little Oreos over there. There's Wooders over there. And Elena, you called last night, and you keep me out of trouble here.
I do.
And how many years have you and me been doing this over here?
9, I think.
9?
Yeah.
Wow. Jacky, by the way, we should bring this up, is that you did your show last night.
Yeah.
You stayed all the way through the night doing preparation. Obviously you do a lot of show prep.
Yep.
Then you left from here to head over there. So you've been going for how many hours now?
I don't even count. But it's funny, Helen and Elaine, everyone's asking me, when are you going to sleep today? Because I'm like, you get that second win, and, we've been talking about this blood drive for a while. When you guys told me you're going to do day 1 over here, and I was super excited. So I get a second win. I'll sleep later on, but yeah.
All right, we appreciate it. It means a lot to us.
Hard-working man, absolutely. And so are you getting a chance to meet with some of the donors, Jacky, and saying hi to everybody?
Yeah, Press, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm looking at all the people over there in the canteen area. Everyone's got your shirts on, whether it's the Phillies Preston Steve shirt. I saw the Star Wars Preston Steve shirt. The Queen black and white, by the way. I've been asking Casey Boy for one of them. The black and white, because I dream in color, but I live in black and white. I want one of them. But then the Cardboard Classic dude is here from the Collision Center. What's his name? And he's in a suit. He's like, Jacky, I told you I was going to wear the suit. You wear the mummer hat. I'm like, dude, Dave. I love you. So everyone's a star over here.
So that's Dave, Casey was saying. And I also have to mention that both of the bird bots are there if you want to get a picture with the bird bots. And we're going to have it at Oak. They're going to have them with Oaks tomorrow. But there's also this step and repeat that they had made with and a step and repeat, in case you do not know, is the thing that you stand in front of to take pictures. It's usually some kind of a logo that's repeated over and over in the background. And we had one made. I didn't know this. with all of our former Preston and Steve Blood Drive t-shirts.
It's amazing.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So you can get a picture with that, too. And, of course, with Jacky Bam Bam while you're there.
Yeah, it's this big white backdrop with all the T-shirts in front of it. What did you call it? A step? I thought I was at a gym. What?
Step and repeat. Step and repeat.
Step and repeat. Okay, I learned that today.
All right, very good. We all learn something every day, and so it's healthy for you to do that. Jacky, we'll check back in a few minutes. Thanks for being our correspondent on the scene, brother.
Give me your blood.
Jacky Bam Live Casino and Hotel in Philly, and that's where it's taking place today. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We got a couple things on the way. In fact, more Hershey Park tickets. We will give those away shortly. Stay with us because that will be the next broadcast after tomorrow's live broadcast, and that'll be on the 26th. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
So, we do appreciate that offer. It might have been when we got into the Radio Hall of Fame. I'm not really 100% sure, but nonetheless, they're great people down at Pagano's, which is awesome to have them here. Okay, so...
Yeah, so when it's coming up, I don't want you guys to, if you...
Do you want to get one of those rideshare bikes down there to bring it up quicker?
Yeah, they now have these rideshare bicycles in our parking lot.
We're getting bees, aren't we?
Are we getting bees?
Yeah, I think there's going to be beehives. That we got an email from Tony Perrone over our vacation saying that they're going to set up bees. And Steve, I think it's the same guy that you've had
Alan,
at your
the bee
house.
man?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
I read that as that's he's just coming for the day. I
Yeah,
don't think
it was
they're
like
going to live here.
almost like a field trip type of deal. Like,
Yeah.
hey, if you want to go check out.
I thought they were setting up hives. Maybe I misunderstood.
That'd be cool if they did. So that'd be cool. But where are the bikes? Oh, do we determine whether they are electric or regular?
They're not. They're regular. I drove by and saw them the other day. They definitely don't have batteries on them.
All right.
And I've never ridden on one of those. I don't know how they ride. You guys, I assume nobody here has ridden
looked
one
all right.
of those.
Like cruiser type, right?
Marissa's ridden. Well, she's a city dweller.
Hold on.
So
You've read one of the ones in our parking lot?
Well, not those. I assume they're like the indigo ones.
They are, exactly.
Like
yeah.
in all over the city, in the city bikes and other cities.
Just kind of durable bikes?
Yeah, they're great. Like if we wanted to ride over to Taco Bell, Casey, instead of taking a car over there, perfect.
Oh.
They're a little heavier. They're meant so you're not going to try to steal it. It's not that great of a bike.
How do you? What do you put a card in or something, or you just take it?
I think, Steve, here at the building, you actually sign up and get it that way. But usually, like in the city, you have an account.
App? Yeah. All right.
Is it free for us who work in the building?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We should do like a bicycle stunt team using those.
A stunt team.
Yeah.
I could see doing that.
Somebody sent in a text saying that they have the beehives set up at 3 Bella right now.
Huh. Okay. Well,
I love all the stuff that
They're touring bees.
take
touring
these.
beehives.
The croissants have arrived.
All right.
Croissant.
You should taste it. Then Casey swears the best croissant he's ever had.
And nothing on them, right, Case?
Nothing on it.
All right, so they're light and flaky and still warm. Ooh. That's wonderful. I'm going to have one right now. I'm going to tear it apart here.
Really? I can have one too?
Oh, yeah. I got one for everybody.
Ooh.
Oh, my God. Look at this. Look at this thing coming apart. Oh, I'm going to shoot.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you. That's for you.
I'm going to shoot.
Oh.
Yeah, that's damn good. Damn, Kathy, you took a big bite. You throated that thing.
Really?
Oh, I just saw from a profile. Maybe it was kind of hollow. But.
Light and flaky. That's exactly what you want.
Damn good.
Yeah.
Now, if we just can get the bees and the bicycles, we'll have everything.
Croissants are messy.
They are.
I mean, as far as because
We need
they're
napkins.
crummy.
so flaky.
So moist. The whole notion of putting butter on a croissant is kind of laughable.
I know, you're right.
Yeah. These are good.
See, we knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, shoot.
Pauses,
here
moments
you go,
of
Kathy.
silence.
Yeah,
Did
thanks.
you almost drop an S-bomb there?
I said shoot.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
Thanks, man.
Very nice. Thank you, Pagano's. That was really nice. All right. Anyway, I have something else to talk about, but not with a mouthful.
I like a little bit of salt.
What?
I taste a little bit of salt on the croissant.
I thought you meant like
butter.
adding salt to it.
No. Just in the taste of the croissant itself.
All right, we're done eating.
Okay.
For those of you who hate eating sounds on the radio, we're done with that. I did want to share something out of my personal life. Actually, it's out of my son's personal life. He got his first speeding ticket yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Yep, and listen, he just turned 22 years old, so that's not bad.
Not bad.
That's not bad at all. I'm trying to remember I got pulled over so many times and got so many tickets. I can't remember when they began. I'm sure I was 16 or 17.
You can't remember your first infraction?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Preston, I had gotten so many speeding tickets by the time I was 22 and I think you had to do the same thing, Nick. I had to go into the DMV and take a test again.
Yeah, because
oh my God, really?
You got
points.
points.
Yeah, I had points on my license, and so I had to take a test to reduce the points on my license.
If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Casey, but I think if you get 6 points, you lose your license.
Yeah,
right.
And if you approach 6 points, you can take these tests, and that will reduce the number of points that you have until they're down to 0.
So the officer that pulled him over had kind of noticed that. He had seen that his record was 100% completely clean.
That's good.
22 years old, and told him in so many words, he's like, "This is rare." He's like, it's kind of wild to see this. So he didn't give him any points on his license. He is going to have to. He's going to get a ticket and a fine, and it's going to cost $100+ or whatever it is. But he noted his record and saw that it was clean and gave him a little bit of a break on that because of that, and that's an officer's discretion to do that.
Where did he get dinged? Was it on a main thoroughfare or side streets?
It was on a main. I'm not going to say where, just in case. When you start talking about police, listen. One time I talked about, and this was early on in my radio career, I got pulled over for expired plates, and the officer let me go, and I went on the radio and thanked the officer for doing that, and they got loads of complaints. And the next day, that officer was sitting in the same spot and busted me and gave me a ticket. He's like, "Heard about what you said on the radio." I'm like, "Oh man,
damn.
I thought I was doing a nice thing," but we live and we learn.
Yeah.
So anyhow, I'm not going to say where it was, but yeah. So he noted that he had a clean record and gave him a little bit of a break, which was cool. And Parker handled it well, which is great.
Yeah, to be at that age, you have to. So I think I was probably around his age when I got my first speeding ticket. But I really no. You know what? The first ticket I got was for running a light that had just turned red at an intersection.
That's okay.
I was traveling behind a truck. Like an 18-wheeler.
Couldn't see it.
Yeah. Couldn't see the light.
I hate that.
And I got nailed. And I'm like, come on,
Don't
really?
you kind of feel almost like drifting or, drafting?
Yeah.
You're allowed to just go through behind that truck?
Yeah.
First,
he was right. I mean, I went through a red light.
My first infraction was a fender bender, and it was like 16 seconds after I got my license.
What?
No, it wasn't the same day, but it was shortly after. And I went to pull out of a parking lot, and I remember it. I went to pull out of a parking lot and didn't see the car, saw the car at the last minute and hit the gas instead of the brake. And plowed right into him. Now, it wasn't like terrible damage because neither of us were really moving, but that was, it was my dad's car. And I had to go home and be like, well, got into my first accident.
A lot of people texting in who've 35 years old, 52 years old, 40 years old, never gotten a ticket.
Nothing?
I wonder if they maybe never pulled over before as well.
That's a terrible feeling, looking in the rearview mirror and seeing the lights.
Awful.
And usually, Steve, to your point, you've done something wrong. But
and there you are, you're sitting behind the wheel, you're eating that pot as fast as you can.
Right, yeah. You got to ingest it, get rid of the evidence. The last speeding ticket I got was one of those cameras. It wasn't even an interaction with an officer. It was in Baltimore heading north on 95. And I got the ticket 2 or 3 days later in the mail. I was like, son of a bitch.
The last speeding ticket I got, I cried. And it really was not intentional. I was having a terrible day and I just got pulled over and I was like, you got to be kidding me. And it was 11 a.m. It wasn't even fully into the whole day. And I think I made the guy feel so awkward. He was like, what's wrong? And I was like, I don't know. I didn't even have an explanation. I was like, it's just a bad day.
I have bad orgasms. They're like earthquakes when they should be like waves.
And he gave me the ticket and I got the fine, but same thing, I didn't get points on my license.
All right, the worst is, and if you're on the highway and there's other cars around and you see those lights go on and you just go, yeah, that's me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that sucks. You know it.
Don't you try to hide in between the other cars, though?
Do one of those things. Do you? So let me ask you. Overall, give an estimate to how many tickets you've gotten. I don't get a lot of. I'm actually a good driver. I mean, as far as I'm pretty.
Yeah, I've never gotten points on my license, so that would mean
I've never
that
either.
many, right?
It's been a long time since I've gotten one. Last one I got, actually, Steve, was when we were Y100 in media. So it's been, many, many, many years.
Right.
I don't know.
So that's a long time ago.
Probably 6 tickets or so.
Yeah, probably 10, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I remember my last one because I was on my way to my sister-in-law's baby shower. My nephew was 6, so it was 6 years ago.
I got one, Kath. I was so mad that I even got pulled. I didn't know what I was getting pulled over for. The problem is I was in a school zone. And there was a cop right behind me. The problem is I went past the little light flashing that it was a school zone, and then I stopped at a stoplight. Okay? So in the time that I was at the stoplight, completely forgot that I was in a school zone, and then I started driving. I wasn't I was within the speed limit, the regular speed limit, and I'm getting pulled over. I'm like, and Kath, I had just gone to Taco Bell. So I was eating a taco, and as I'm getting pulled over, I'm like, I wonder if I'm getting pulled over for eating.
What did I do, officer?
Because I had no idea. And I'm like, am I not, And so when he pulled me over, he was like, oh, you're speeding in the school zone.
That's the way you eat a taco?
Yeah, but no, so I ended up getting, the ticket for that. And
sometimes, obviously there are traps and there are areas where you'll to be careful. People who are familiar with certain areas, and you see a newbie in an area that doesn't know a particular cop sits behind a particular store, and you'll see people get nailed.
Well, right by the there's a reservoir on 252 in near Lake Media, and there are 2 different spots where a police officer will sit, and there are lines. It's it's a speed trap, and I know this. And what sucks is the speed limit goes from 45 to 35. And so they'll clip you on when you slow down, and I know this. And I had some dude riding my ass, and I'm like, bud, and I ended up pulling over. Right. I'm like, you can go ahead. And sure enough, there was a cop waiting there, and I guess maybe the cop wasn't looking, maybe he was just doing, so he didn't catch the guy speeding.
Do you know they're really strict? So on this stretch of road here, St. Asaph's down, right?
Yeah.
Is that this way is St. Asaph's?
No, to the right is St. Asaph's, to the left is presidential.
So you go down and down in that industrial area, and
it's 25.
It's posted strictly.
Wait,
25.
Where?
Yeah.
So
make a left, Kath.
Yeah, out of our park out, make a left. They are super strict on 25.
Oh.
So once you get down to presidential here, once you go through that light, 25 miles an hour, you got it.
And on the weekend, you will see them. There'll be 4, 5, 6 cop cars pulling over people right and left.
By the way, I like this one. It says, where was it? Where did it go? This guy says, both times I got a ticket. Both tickets I've gotten, I was listening to Zeppelin at the proper level.
Police officers should understand.
And now I know better.
I got pulled over listening to Salisbury Hill, which is I was like, oh, it's a great song. This is a really great song. And I ended up going 64 and a 40. And I don't think Salisbury Hill is normally a song that'll pump you up that much, but for whatever reason, it did that day.
Casey, here's a text says, I'm a cop, and that thing with the school zone and stoplight or stop sign in the middle of it is super common for people to forget.
Yeah. Well, especially if you're eating a taco.
Yeah. Throws you off.
Wait a minute. I was eating a taco.
I've got to go to Rob.
Yes.
I need to hear this. Hey, Rob, you're on the air. Good morning.
How you guys doing, Gadzooks?
Good. Gadzooks to you, buddy. Okay, it says here you got 6 tickets in 47 minutes. Please explain.
So I was on my way to the street races in South Philly. And I was
That's enough of that, yeah.
I was flying over the bridge, going over to Walt Whitman, and Port Authority got me. I got a speeding ticket, expired registration, and a seatbelt. When I got off the bridge, I was heading down toward Broad and Patterson. And at the time, there was a cop parked right alongside the train station. And I thought nothing of it. But when I went to go around them, she kind of came out to block the road. And I thought she was merely just pulling out. So when I went around her, she pulls a U-turn, pulls me over, and I got avoiding a police barricade, expired registration, and another seatbelt.
Were you like, Rob, hey, I'm running late for the street races?
Interesting.
The ironic thing was the people that I was meeting was going west down Patterson. They saw me pulled over.
Rob, quick question. So you got 2 tickets for expired registration within minutes of each other. I always thought, wouldn't that come up as you just being ticketed for that? And is that standard to reissue that same ticket again? We're
different state, though.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So go ahead, Rob.
That was one of the first things out of my mouth when I pulled it over on Patterson. I was like, listen, I'm really sorry, but I just got, she's like, well, honey, you're getting 2 more. Like,
Wow. And by the way, I didn't know it was the Port Authority that
On 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Marissa. In a little while, we'll give away some more Hershey Park tickets in this segment. Hopefully, we'll be able to do that, so make sure you stay with us. But in the meantime, it's time for the stream of consciousness.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
The stream of Consciousnessner.
So many things to choose from. But I'll reach right in. Steve actually sent me an article the other day that I think you guys will find intriguing. It's from an emergency doctor, and he has flagged a 1-minute do-it-yourself test that could reveal a ticking time bomb killer heart condition.
These are always wonderful articles to see, pop up, because if you go through a lot of the tabloid journalism, you're going to find about 200 ways you're going to die every day.
Oh, yeah, without question. But the guy's name is Dr. Joe Whittington. He's an emergency medicine expert from California, and said the hack, which involves this thing that you do with your thumb, and I'll show you what you do, could indicate a high risk of suffering an aortic aneurysm. So this involves the aorta, the main artery carrying blood from the heart to the rest of the body, bulging or swelling, risking rupture. Now, the ruptures in the blood vessel are often fatal due to severe internal bleeding unless treated rapidly with emergency surgery. So in the video, the doctor told his followers, hold up your palm and try to stretch your thumb across as far as you can.
Okay.
And see how far you can go with it. All right, so Steve, let's see yours. I can only go about, I can almost touch to where my pinky is.
Yeah, about the same.
Same thing?
Yeah.
Steve, you too? And Casey, Marissa's on the phone right now, so I'm not going to be able to have
Does
her
it matter? Wait, which hand? Because
It doesn't matter.
Because
they should both do about the same.
Yeah, my left is better than my right.
Actually, mine is too, Case.
Yeah.
I can go a little further with the left. So
is that the spanking hand?
He said no. That's the stranger. So he says, does it stop about there? And he shows in the video like 3/4 away across the hand. He said, or does it extend past your palm like these? And then he shows someone who can do that, and he said that is considered a positive thumb palm test. If your thumb extends past your palm, this could mean your connective tissues are very stretchy, he said, indicating that the same stretchiness applies to the tissues in the arteries, meaning a high chance of swelling or bulging.
So I did a little extra checking around this, and there seems to be some merit to it. Now, does this mean that you should go into fits of terror?
Right.
No, but it might be a subtle indicator.
Yeah, so he went on to detail a 2021 study that was published by the American Journal of Cardiology, which found 60% of people with known aortic aneurysms had a positive palm-thumb test, so 60% did. The researchers gave the test to 305 patients undergoing cardiac surgery for a variety of disorders, including aortic aneurysms. While the majority of aneurysm patients did not manifest a positive thumb-palm sign, patients who did have a positive test had a high likelihood of harboring an aneurysm. Now, while many aneurysms don't cause symptoms until they rupture, doctors may spot them during routine tests and offer treatments to prevent damage, such as blood pressure medication.
Is this only for aortic aneurysm? So, like, not like an aneurysm that one might have in their brain or
as
something
far
like
as
that?
this article goes, Casey, yeah. So I can't answer that correctly or not. So those that do not cause symptoms tend to trigger pain in the chest, neck, and or back, swelling of the head, neck, and arms, coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, or coughing up blood. But those with a positive palm-thumb test should not freak out, he said. It is worth bringing up to your doctor so that they can dive deeper into any sort of connective tissue disorders.
My line of thinking is, without getting crazy, that it's like what they used to say about the PSA test, which is the thing that saved my life with prostate cancer.
Right.
Is that, oh, well, you might get a false positive. Or if you have information that might help you get a jump on something that could be an issue, why not?
Yep.
Go for it.
So we were all doing this. Marissa was on the phone. I want you guys all to look at Marissa across the glass. Look at her holding up her hand.
You're got her.
Oh, God, I'm dead.
Yeah.
No, this is exactly why I did that American Heart Association thing. Like, there's so many women out there with
heart issues and blood. Like, this is the thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I have to squeeze my hand a little bit.
No,
squeeze my fingers a
I
little
can't
bit.
even squeeze.
Okay.
Yeah, my thumb would snap off. Yeah.
Are you very flexible, Marissa, in general? Do you have are you double jointed anywhere or anything like that?
Not necessarily double jointed, but I'm flexible. Like, I was always gymnastics, and there was a pose recently that my friends told me about where it's supposed to calm your whole day if you can do what's the praying pose in yoga? Oh God, where's Kathy?
Is it when you
drunken hobo?
She's not here anymore. Is it when you put your leg up on the side like this?
No. You put your hands together and then you bend at the knees.
Okay.
And if you can bend all the way down, I'm going to bend all the way down and keep your feet flat.
Yep.
Like your heels on the ground. And if you can hold that for 5 minutes, it's supposed to be peaceful and restful. I can do it no problem.
Okay.
Can
that
you
would
guys
be
do
that would be painful and unsettling to me, not peaceful and restful. My kneecap would shoot across the room.
Marissa, can you take your right elbow, draw it down in back of you between your legs, and take your left elbow and come in between your legs from the front and touch them together?
Climb through?
Let's hear her try to do that. It's impossible.
No, but I can put my foot behind my head.
Are
still.
you
Maybe.
serious?
I haven't done this in a minute.
We have to see that. Here she goes. Oh my God!
That's pretty close.
Close.
I got it to.
You have to stretch
my
a little
forehead.
bit.
Oh, so you're not wearing clothes that are conducive
Yeah.
to it.
And your headphones are on.
Jean shorts.
You know what I used to be able to do? You know that kid and play move where you hold your foot with your hand
and jump over?
and then jump through it?
Can you do that?
I used to be able to do
Can
that.
you try it?
God, no. No, I'm not going to do that now.
Come on.
No, I can't do that
I threw the
now.
guitar around my neck. You can do that.
I know I'm not going to be able to do it anymore.
Would it help if I held you up?
Yeah. Yeah, that would. Dude, there's something.
Actually, don't do it.
Okay,
you will
thank
hurt yourself.
You know I will.
I know. I hurt myself when I threw the guitar around my neck. So yeah.
Are you still hurting from that?
No, but it hurt bad for a couple days.
But Marissa, I wanted to let you know that aortic aneurysms are more prevalent in men than women, but women who develop them tend to have poorer outcomes.
Thank you, the doctor.
So this is good old AI overview from Google or whatever. But so go and I don't know how you test for that. I mean, I guess maybe like an MRI or
a dentist.
Or something. Yeah, go to a dentist.
Yeah.
By the way, Marissa, the pose is called the prayer pose. It's also known as the Pranamasana or the Anjali Mudra.
The Nanabiya.
Mudra. The Nanapiya. That's the one. So, wow.
Con.
Or the con. I had a friend, speaking about being double jointed and being able to do funky things. My friend, did you guys know anybody who could bend the very tips of their fingers?
Oh, yeah.
Just the tips. You can almost do it. See, I mean, like his almost went straight across.
So this was as a result, as you know, of a dodgeball injury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like my friend, he could do all 10 fingers and he would.
Oh, wow.
And he would go, he would, freak you out when he would do it.
Yeah.
He could also flip his eyelids.
Oh, I never
was
did that. Never did that.
Oh, I love doing
Repulsive.
that.
You what?
Yeah, but I mean, some people can flip their eyelids no problem. I have to use 2 hands. I'm like, I think I got it this time.
That was never something that effing with the eyes was never something that it freaks me out.
Yeah.
No, thank you. All right. Well, anyhow, if you can do this thumb thing, it's almost like you're making the number 4 with your hand, but you
taking
can
an
drag,
oath, right?
Or taking an oath. You can drag your thumb all the way across, and it goes past the palm. You may want to let your doctor know. Don't go oh my God, I need a test right now. But
I'm dying.
I'm dying. Pull up to the hospital, drive right into the emergency entrance.
Yeah. And scream, I'm dying.
Cut off that. I'm dying here.
See what they do. So I thought I've never heard of that before. So
I never had as well.
I would imagine there are other little, touch your chin to your chest, and there's some things that they do with that. I had asked Dr. Mike last time I was in there, and he did the cup your testicles cough thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's that about? Is that just a little practical joke you guys have or whatever? No, it's a hernia test.
Yes.
Which I was not aware, and I'm like, well, he's on the phone.
Yeah, he's on the phone.
Oh, good God. Let's go to the man. Penn Medicine and Fox 29, Dr. Mike Sirigliano is joining us. Hey, Dr. Mike.
Hey, I didn't hear from the phone. Something was funky there.
Oh.
I didn't hear from Marissa. I just heard me jumping in. But you guys were talking about hyper mobility, right? You're able to move your joints more than others. Is that? Yeah.
Well, the conversation actually we got started on, Dr. Mike, is started with a a test that you can do with your hand where it's almost like you're taking an oath or you're making the number 4. And if your thumb can go all the way across and go past your palm, it might be an indicator that you could be susceptible to an aortic aneurysm.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, because you have a weakness or a laxity of the connective tissue, and there are conditions like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome or Marfan's where people are kind of born with that, and they can have weakened cartilage, and that can lead to an enlarged aorta, and that's called an aortic aneurysm.
Yeah.
So, and that can be deadly, and people can die from it, and they don't even know about it. So, yes, it's a well-known thing, and you gotta if you have hyper laxity, if you will, if your joints really are able to they just had something on America's Got Talent where this guy went into all kinds of contortions,
right?
And he definitely has some kind of a condition. It's either Ehlers-Danlos or Marfan's.
And look, he's making money off of it. So, but again, we say that this is not necessarily a reason to panic, but something you might want to apprise your doctor of. Correct?
Well, absolutely, and as all of you there have undergone the Dr. Mike experience, you know that many of you have had echocardiograms.
Yeah.
So if I hear a murmur, or if there's some concern about coronary disease, we'll do a cardiac calcium CAT scan. That often picks up enlarged aortas, and so that requires, Steve, that you do a yearly, depending on the size. If it's really big, if it's in the 5-centimeter range, then I send you to a CT surgeon, because that's getting close to where they have to do something about it.
They have to do something.
People, yeah, we'll have like a surgical procedure. But
So let me
most people.
Yeah. No, I was just going to jump in because Preston at the beginning had brought he mentioned that he had asked you about the hernia check, the classic hernia check. Is that a very decisive check, or are you just playing around? No, is it still a tried and true method of determining a hernia?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Now, Preston, so what I did was, if you remember, I hope you do, or else you didn't remember, I put my finger in your inguinal area, and I had you cough on both sides. That's where you can have inguinal hernias. And what you feel is a little push back, if you will. And that means there is a weakening of the abdominal musculature down there so that the intestine kind of pushes through. Now, the other kind is an umbilical hernia. I mean, there's all kinds of ventral hernias. The ones you worry about the most are umbilical hernias and inguinal hernias because they can get incarcerated.
By the way, Dr. Mike, I remember all our little finger moments. So, yeah I did not forget.
They mean
that.
a lot. They don't think you're some fly-by-night fling. It means a lot to them when you do that.
Well, I would have my feelings hurt.
Let me ask you one thing as well, if I may. There was a story from a while ago, and I think it might have been the baseball commissioner, or he was spotted at a game. Nick, maybe you remember this. And there was something about his fingers that led an observant person who was in the audience or watching on TV to say that he was probably heading towards a heart attack. What would someone have seen on his hands that would have indicated that?
So that probably was clubbing. I remember it's the fingernails and the angle of the fingernails, and someone very astutely picked up on that. And it can be a sign of a lung problem. And I think it wasn't heart. I think he had a lung tumor or either emphysema or something like that. I mean, Nick will have to check.
Yeah, I remember the story, but I forget some of the details. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I mean, just somebody observing on TV caught it and then alerted him to it.
Well, how about thyroid disease?
Yeah.
Wendy Williams, I think a viewer called in and said, hey, your neck is big. I mean, that's happened a lot of times where someone has a thyroid mass and they get picked up on television and saves their life.
Well, we know we love you. And thank you for the wealth of medical information and the lives you save every day, Dr. Mike.
I love you all. You know that? I love you guys. You're just beautiful human beings, beautiful people.
And us beautiful-
and I mean from the inside.
And
Okay?
us beautiful
Inside.
people have a blood drive happening today and tomorrow. So we're doing our part for the medical community as well. And I'm sure you appreciate that.
Well, I do. And listen, God bless you all.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mike. We love you. Dr. Mike. He's just the absolute best. And I do remember our little finger moments because there's always plenty of them that take place. Dr. Mike's very, very thorough.
Very thorough.
Cleanest fingers I've ever seen.
Absolutely. Cleanest office, cleanest everything.
Yeah.
I like the word inguinal.
Inguinal.
I like how we said it.
Area.
Inguinal.
By the way, here's a text came. It says, hey, he's right. 11 years ago, I was a healthy 44-year-old, and I was diagnosed with an aortic that I had taken care of down at University of Pennsylvania.
There you go, man.
So, yep, they take care
Look at
of it.
us.
All right, let's stream.
The stream of Conciousnessner.
So we got Father's Day coming up this weekend. And there was a survey that was done about what fathers want for Father's Day.
In the realm of desired presence or just in general?
Yeah. So more than half of the dads, 56% for Father's Day, they said is the best when they get to spend it with their children or grandchildren.
Are there children around when they say this?
I don't know. It was only half of them that said this. So nearly 60% of fathers just want to spend time with their kids for Father's Day.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of not how I'd rather go play golf with my brother or something like that. Yeah.
That's a cool Father's Day thing for sure.
And then, you have dinner with everybody later on after you spent the day away from your family.
So enjoying a meal together at home is the second most popular activity for dads, special holiday, followed by going out to eat or drink at 36%.
What's your meal of choice for Father's Day? If a dinner is made for you, what does Dad get for Father's Day?
I mean, like a classic is a good steak, something like that. But whatever, man. Just as long as I don't have to cook.
Just leave me alone.
I don't do all of the cooking, but I think I do the majority of the cooking at home. So if somebody else makes a meal for me, that's pretty awesome.
All right, what is the favorite thing that your wife makes? Her meal that you don't attempt that she does.
Oh.
And when she makes it, does she turn the broilers up on high immediately?
Yeah. Because that's the thing in my house. Like I wouldn't do a steak dinner on Father's Day because I'm the one who makes the steaks in the house, right? So,
okay.
And I wouldn't
That's
dare
true.
make chicken parmesan because she's the chicken
master.
parmesan, and she's the meatball person. You know what I mean?
Who's
so
the master?
Yeah. No. So we have our things that we make, and so I'm sure Rochelle has something.
Yeah, she's got a few different things. Nothing's coming to mind right now, which is like, you got to make that for me. So I'll take whatever, man.
Okay. All right.
How about you? What would Diane make for you?
I'm hoping for like meatballs.
Okay.
Yeah, she makes a meatball,
Right.
and I think for her it's a multi-step process, but it's fairly simple.
Nick, do you get a Father's Day treatment at home, or is it just pretty low key? We don't do a whole lot. I tell the gang, I'm just like, just don't schedule anything for me that I have to do on that day.
I'd like a day off. I'd like to be able to sleep in. We're having a big family reunion this weekend down the shore, and so that'll be fantastic because my brothers are coming in, and my mom, who is a great cook, is making a huge meal for everybody in the family, along with my Aunt Susan on Sunday night. So that'll be like the get together, sort of family. I mean, sort of a Father's Day thing, but mostly family reunion.
Yeah, like a break from like I'm not doing chores today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If there's even the little ones, just somebody else handle it, and that is enough for me. You don't have to buy me anything. They will always get me gifts, and an easy go-to for me anytime is golf balls.
Golf balls.
And they're like, but that's boring. I'm like, not to me.
No.
I like them.
Right.
I want more of them. So don't ever feel like it's a cop-out to get me golf balls. That's what I like to get.
Get daddy balls.
Yeah, gets dad's balls. So some say they would just like to watch movies or TV of their choice on Father's Day. A quarter also want to spend time with their own father or father figure. And other dads would prefer free time to spend however they want, like going out for an activity or spending time on their own or with friends as well. So some people just do want to get away from all family stuff for the day.
Mother's Day is traditionally like the super packed restaurant day.
Yeah.
Because everyone takes mom out for dinner. But I don't think it is anywhere near the same for Father's Day.
Do you think that's because the dads don't know how to cook and that's why they always do dinner?
Maybe.
We would do more.
They want
so
to treat him to a nice meal.
Yeah.
And maybe a lot of guys aren't great cooks and feel that they can pull off a nice meal. So, I don't know. But anyhow, yeah, I've always been, like even for our anniversary today, It's just like we told each other happy anniversary, and that's it. We don't have to. We've enough other things that we need to do.
I'm so sick and tired.
so we just take it nice and easy for that particular woman.
What anniversary number is this, by the way?
This will be 26.
Ah.
26 for us, yeah.
Your wife, Michelle.
My wife, Michelle, who called earlier this morning. No, we got married in 1999.
So are you guys, you are doing something for dinner tonight or you're not?
No, well, she's, her family's in town.
Okay.
So they're at the shore, spending some time there.
And what about you for your birthday?
No. We're
tonight?
Over the weekend we're doing some stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, but and again we're at a certain point. Claire made when I left this morning. There was a huge. I love the brownies that she makes. She puts Ghirardelli chocolate chips in them, and so she made a huge tray. And then the pets got me some Amazon gift cards.
Oh, isn't that nice of them? All right, so that's Father's Day this week, and enjoy that. We'll stream on to something else.
The stream of Conciousnessner.
So, when doing laundry, do you guys ever turn any of your clothing inside out before you wash it?
Was I just not talking to you about this? Because
if you cut me, do I not bleed?
Right. No, it's like I'm curious. And then next time I do laundry, I'm going to make sure every item of clothing goes into the wash right side, not inside out. And then just to see, because I'm curious as to what gets turned inside out just in the course of washing and drying.
That's right. So you're under the impression that during the washing process, the machine somehow or another will get some clothes to turn inside out. I don't think they will. I think they go in, and the way they go in, and they stay that way.
I know that
it's a tall order to get something to turn inside out.
I don't know, man. I've seen
once it gets wet too.
Dude, I don't know, man. I think it's pretty violent in there.
Yeah, I do the laundry in the house. I do the laundry in the house, and more often than not, stuff that goes in right side in comes in inside out, and it always kind of surprises me, Casey. I have no idea why. I'm guessing because of the tumbling contained within. But here's a lesson, Ben, if you're listening: turn your clothes inside out, and then or turn them in right side in, because I've been telling you this since you were 2, and it's time as an 18-year-old that you learned this. Do it right.
So there are some pieces of clothing you are supposed to wash inside out.
May I guess?
Who did not know? There's a whole bunch of them, sure.
Socks.
Nope.
No? I think the one that's not?
Nope. Socks you can wash right side, inside, however you want. That makes
Goddamn
no
disgrace
difference.
I am.
No, and I only recently came across this, because I'm an idiot when it comes to the wash, but I do it anyway, because I've got these jeans that I love. They're not denim. They're called the world's greatest jean.
They're awesome.
Yeah, so they're stretchy, and they're more like a
and they look right all the time.
They look fantastic.
You don't get those creases in them,
and they're not cheap. And you know how denim is durable, and you can have a pair of jeans forever. So I wanted to keep these in good condition. So I read the washing instructions, and it says for best results, turn them inside out. So I turn them inside out when I wash them now. So this was an article, a cleaning expert, Mary Gagliardi, had said it depends on the fabric of the material and what you're washing. Certain garments may benefit from a little extra attention. She said the mechanical action of clothing rubbing up against other items in the load contributes to piling and fading. And she said it makes sense to turn some types of clothing inside out to better protect them.
Oh, pilling?
Is it pilling?
Yeah, that's like when on a sweater, like pills show up. Little
little
lumps.
balls.
Little lumps of cloth or whatever.
They're much pegging.
That's totally different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Look it up at home.
Because I did, that's when I was washing, I did that, and man, I couldn't sit for a week.
Wow.
I always forget what pegging is, because I always think of sounding, and that's not pegging.
Think of strap-on.
Strap-on, but there you go. Enough said. When turning an item inside out before washing, be sure to pre-treat any stains first. You know, if you're pegging or something like that, you might get some stains on them.
Can't get some stains out of this dildo.
She says that most of your laundry can go straight into the wash, as is, generally speaking, socks, plain T-shirts, towel sheets, and dress shirts can all be tossed into the wash without turning them inside out. So what clothes should you wash inside out? Well, first of all, any item where the care label recommends it, like those jeans I was telling you about.
Do you read care labels a lot?
No.
Yeah, I don't.
No, but I did for this because they were expensive, and I wanted them to last. So she says denim. jeans tend to fade fast, and that washing them inside out helps preserve the original color and reduces friction on zippers and seams.
Isn't a desired look, though, for a lot of jeans, that faded look?
Yeah, some of them. Yeah. All right, brightly colored garments. There's nothing more frustrating than when a garment has mysteriously lost its luster after only 1 or 2 washes. So brightly colored apparel benefits from being washed inside out to prevent color fading. And it can apparently help retain its color and look new for a longer amount of time. Delicate fabrics.
Of course, right?
Delicate fabrics like bamboo, rayon, bamboo.
Yeah, I have a bamboo vest, and the problem is the pandas keep eating it.
Rayon and modal, M-O-D-A-L, are prone to pilling, Nick.
There we go.
Does that sound familiar? Marissa, modal?
M-O-D-A-L, you ever heard of that? Modal?
Is that a sports store?
I don't know that as like a fabric word.
Okay.
Modal.
So inside-out washing adds a bit of protection, it says. And you should wash on the delicate cycle with cold water and a gentle detergent.
Gentle.
All right, embellished pieces. So to prevent damage to garments embellished with sequins, beading, or other detailing, they advise turning them inside out before washing. They said, I recommend turning them inside out, placing each one in a mesh laundry bag beforehand.
So I have a lot of studs on my GIMP mask.
Okay.
Should I turn that inside out?
You should hand wash that.
Right.
Although any type of washing machine drum can snag fabric, machines with agitators or impellers. Okay.
Wow, there's a whole bunch of terms here I'm completely unaware of.
Can do more damage.
Modal can be like a yoga pants. They look really soft, almost like harem pants.
Oh, okay.
And they look super comfortable.
They do look comfy. All right, so knits are another one that you should turn inside out. Blended yarns made of both natural and synthetic fibers are more prone to pilling.
Oh, not baby lice?
No, not baby lice. Good,
right.
Nice. Because the stronger the synthetic fibers hold on to loose natural fiber ends, entangling them in form of small balls or pills.
Is that what Hold On Loosely is about?
Yeah, it's exactly what it's about. All right, now this one I did not know, and this one you may want to do.
All right.
Graphic T-shirts.
Okay, so I have a number of those.
Yeah. We all do. We wear lots of them here. So when it comes to your favorite concert or playoff game T-shirts, those iron-on graphics have the potential to crack and fade over time, especially if you wash them in hot water.
I think the clock is always ticking from the moment you get them.
Yeah.
They go south quickly.
Yeah. Turn them inside out and use cool water to keep the artwork intact longer. Did not know that.
So what about a con-con?
I don't know anything about con-cons.
Con-con.
They recommend
I just wanted to.
hanging your graphic tees to dry, as your dryer's heat can also do even more damage to those beloved graphics.
Interesting.
So you get the new Preston and Steve T-shirt from the Blood Drive, wash it inside out, hang it up, and let it dry.
Do you know one of the greatest things I ever did, though, as far as when I'm getting T-shirts with graphics, getting the tri-blend version of it, even though you pay a little bit more, I find those T-shirts last much longer. Do you find that as well? The graphics and everything?
I don't know. Probably.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like a silk screen. Or
I didn't realize that was, that was an optional of all these companies.
And then finally, Casey, athletic wear. They recommend you turn inside out, and you wear a lot of athletic wear.
I do. That's kind of all I wear. I don't know.
Sports bras?
Dude, listen, man, I just chuck it all in the wash. I don't pay attention to anything. I do everything. I do before the wash, obviously, not after.
Let it soak. I let the piss soak in.
I usually do it warm, and I don't separate colors. And
let me ask you.
You don't need to separate colors anymore for the most part.
Yeah.
That ended a while back, which is good.
Did you learn nothing, about the civil rights movement?
Can I ask a question when it comes to laundry? Has the problem of ring around the collar been eradicated? Because I have not seen any commercials about ring around the collar.
I have wondered about that as well, because if you have a white Oxford, a dress shirt, I will get the ring around the collar.
You do?
I do, absolutely. And so I am curious about that. Yeah, Casey, because that used to be an ad campaign from ages ago.
Ring around the collar?
Yeah. It was almost like you were a leper.
Yeah,
if you had a ring around the collar in those commercials.
Had sex with a dog.
Get away from him.
Did you hear about Ed? He had sex with a dog. I got something better. Bill has ring around the collar.
Get away from me.
The detergent that they used in that ad campaign was called Whisk, and they have not made Whisk since 2017. So, their whole ad campaign was based on ring around the collar.
And I would say this, that the technology is such that a lot of the washing machines now seem to have, because again, we're getting, thank you, Ray's Appliances in Conshohocken, but we're purchasing them, but we're getting all this new stuff for the redo of the kitchen and the washroom, and the stuff that these things can do is amazing.
I wonder about
different settings,
soap technology. Like you see a new Cascade commercial, right? And it's like, how much better have we gotten at getting dirt off of dishes that they need to launch an entire new brand of Cascade? Does it evolve that much over the years?
Lost a lot of good men in that reason,
right?
Yeah. Well, I still get the ring around the collar. So apparently that technology is not working in my house. Maybe I have a disgusting neck. You know, that's just.
I'm sure there's a support group.
Yeah.
Nick, you were saying that whisk does not exist anymore?
No, it looks like they stopped production in 2017.
Maybe they made enough, and we can just coast for a while.
But yeah, see, maybe there's a support group like the Bad Neckers.
I am Preston, and I have a disgusting neck.
So Whisk, I guess, has been rebranded as a detergent called Persil, which I've not heard of before.
No.
Persil.
That's it.
And there was a company. I just lost it. It used to be owned by Unilever, and then they sold to Sun Products in 2008, and then Sun Products changed Whisk to Persil.
Rochelle started using buying a detergent that is it's like a concentrate.
Oh, yeah.
And so instead of filling up like as much as you normally would, you just do like, it's got a pump on the top of it. You just do like 2 squirts and that's it.
My wife is using, since it sounds like a sitcom here, but it's actually like a sheet that you put in. That is
I know what you're talking about. It looks like a dryer sheet,
It looks
right?
like a dryer sheet, but it is the detergent for the washer.
The devil, you say.
I swear, it's magic. And then she slits a rooster's throat over it and dances in a pentagon.
Wow. No, I'm not familiar with that. Interesting. All right. Well, those are some tips for you if you're doing some laundry and some stuff that you need to turn inside out.
The stream of Conciousnessner.
Time for one more.
As long as it's a shorty.
Well, we got to talk to Jacky Bam Bam.
Oh, yeah. So let's talk to him instead.
All right. We're not going to do the stream of consciousness. We are, however, going to talk blood. Jacky Bam Bam is live. Wait, that's the wrong thing. It's right. Wait, is it here?
It's there.
All right, Jacky Bam Bam is live at Live Casino Hotel in Philadelphia for day number 1 of the I Believe for Preston and Steve blood drive. How we doing over there, Jacky?
Hey guys, great. We're moving and grooving. Everyone's getting up off the tables. Everybody's smiling. And to my left is I called it cold blood, but it's called, what's it called, Helen?
Power Reds.
Power Red.
Cold blood.
Can we call it that?
I don't think so.
No, we can't.
Cold press. Where's your cold press machines? Yeah,
We call it a Power Red donation.
the Power Red actually takes a little bit longer. But how are the Power Reds today?
They're doing good.
Yeah.
And we know Steve loves to do Power Reds.
Hey, question about the Power Reds. Is that different than the Double Red, or has that just been rebranded to that?
It's been rebranded.
Okay. So besides the regular blood donation, the Power Red, isn't there a third one as well that sometimes people end up getting done?
Big Red.
A platelet donation.
Platelet donations,
that
yes.
Donor centers across the area.
I just remember people who did maybe it was the Power Red. They were like, yeah, they put on a movie for us or something like that.
Yeah.
You guys still do that?
Yeah, for the platelet donations because it takes longer.
Platelet, okay.
Well, and so are people processing through pretty efficiently there from what you can see?
Yeah, everything is going great. There really are smiles across the whole place. The donors are happy. Our team is happy. It's beautiful.
Can you determine, because last year I remember there were a lot of newbies who would come on out. Are you seeing a lot of first-time donors?
I can't tell that yet.
Okay.
That's tomorrow.
All right.
It's true. I just had a listener come for the first time. He says he's been to the Cardboard Classic, he's been to Keenan's, but he's never been to a Preston Steve blood drive. And it was the first time. It was really nice hearing that.
I love when people tell us they hit all of our major events: Cardboard Classic, the Camp Out for Hunger, Keenan's, and the blood drive. Those are our big signature, and the Christmas Miracle.
Yeah,
our big signature events throughout the year. And when you hear somebody's a veteran of all those, love hearing that.
Terrific.
So Jacky, when people are done, they go over to the canteen. They hang out for a little bit, as you were saying earlier. You love that term, canteen. And then is that when they go and pick up their shirt and tote bag and head out?
Yeah, right here when you enter and you exit, we have our little tent set up. And by the way, the shirts are amazing. I don't know if you described it over the air. They have all of your names on the shirt, like the city line, the landscape of Philadelphia. Just an amazing, in blue and yellow. It's really cool. And what was the girl's name who designed the shirt again?
Her name is, hang on because I had to write it, Kristen Kimball. And it's our names that actually create the city skyline. It's pretty cool.
Actually, Kristen's going to be there tomorrow. She's donating, and so I don't know if she lives in Florida full time, but she's coming to Oaks to see us tomorrow for the blood drive
excellent.
there.
And you know what's really cool is that the skyline contains the name Kathy a number of times. Yeah.
And there's a girl laying on the table going, "That's my my best friend." Is that what you're saying? I have headphones on. Your friend designed the shirt. Okay.
Nice.
Wow.
And you know what I love about that? You were talking earlier about people looking happy and everything. When you do this, if you've never done this before, when you're done with it, I feel so satisfied after donating blood. I don't know what it is, but you just feel really good for the day.
Listen, it's one of those things where, we collect food to give to people and we do all that other stuff. And say we, the collective you listening. But this is you're actually giving of your own body in a very, visceral and straight way to help somebody. And when you realize how still there's no incredibly efficient method for storing blood for a long time. So it always needs a new supply. Mm-hmm. And so every time you do it, you can't believe all the good it's going to go do.
Yep. All right, Jackie, happy that things are going along well. Thanks for keeping abreast of the situation, and we'll check back in before we're done for the day, okay?
Okay. Thanks so much, guys.
You got it. Jackie Bam Bam.
Yeah.
Who is on location as we speak for the I Believe the Presidency Blood Drive. Of course, tomorrow morning we're going to be at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks broadcasting live. And so will Pierre Robert, and then after that, Brent Porsche is going to be broadcasting live. So it's all good. And speaking of live broadcasts, we're headed back to the sweetest place on earth, Hershey, Pennsylvania, and we are going to Hershey Park for June 26th that day. And we have 500 tickets that they have given for us to pass along to you.
It's amazing.
I have a family 4-pack right now. We'll take caller number 13, 610-660-9333. And this summer you can go all in. Epic Thrills. They have 15 coasters, makes up the largest collection in the Northeast. Plus you got to get ready for the all-new Twizzlers, Twisted Gravity, the world's tallest scream and swing. And our live broadcast and everything that comes with that. Early entry, free parking. So give us a call right now. If you happen to be number 13, you get to join us, and we can't wait to see you there. We're going to take a break, come back, and we got Bizarre File stories on the way when we return.
Preston and Steve.
Fiction on the bridges. Because I've always been curious about that. Is because they're clearly the speed limit posted, and I was curious of who handles that. Jersey, PA, Delaware,
right?
When you get busted on a bridge, and how do they? Because did they get you going onto the bridge or coming off of the bridge, Rob?
I was coming onto the bridge through Jersey. And if you ever get on 42 where it merges on the 168, there's a kind of a point there. And that's where he was sitting.
Okay.
And he got me before I got to the tolls. So what I had to do was go to Camden and actually pay those tickets.
Okay.
That's confusing. Yeah,
All
I never
right.
thought about that. What do you do? Does the cop car turn around halfway across the bridge? You're now Pennsylvania's issue. Wow.
Right. So if I remember right, he pulls a U-turn around the tolls and goes back, and I guess posts up where he got me from.
Okay.
All
right. Thanks, Rob. That's a record. 6 tickets in 47 minutes. All right. I need to hear about this. Let's go to Anthony. Hi, Anthony. Good morning.
Hey, it's Funeral Anthony. Remember I called you guys?
Are you a funeral director?
No, I'm the one who got kicked out of the funeral.
Ah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, was it your ex-wife?
Yeah.
Now I remember.
Nice. All right. What else did you do, Anthony?
So we had just moved to the main line in Malvern.
This is your ex-wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Her and I, we had just moved to the main line in Malvern, and I didn't realize the speed limit on Route 30, Lancaster Avenue, changes so much.
It does, yeah.
And they're
Right.
strict. Yeah.
I got pulled over. She's in the passenger seat. She's blitzed out of her mind. I got pulled over for speeding, and the cop was just basically so disgusted with her. And she's like, just bring her home now.
Okay, I'm surprised you didn't say let her drive.
Oh,
because
You got out of it because she was so drunk and annoying that the guy just wanted you to get her home.
They didn't want to deal with her. I mean, she was we had just come back from a Cheap Trick concert. And
that should have gotten you off for the ticket. You know what they do? They're very strict around when you're actually around it on the campus of Villanova.
Yes.
That's where they get really, really strict.
Yeah, through that area. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of schools, that's where they kind of tune it up a bit, especially school zones in particular, when you get a lot of pedestrians.
Also, the Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
Like if you're driving in any shore town, go the speed limit because you're going to get pulled over and stop at the stop signs. I mean, do the things you're supposed to do anyway, but definitely do them at the Jersey Shore.
As a part-time resident now there, I appreciate that fully, 100%, because there's so many bikes and pedestrians.
So, and the shore's for a different vibe. You do your street racing here.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do that here. Speaking of street racing, I remember we had somebody we used to work with ended up over the Broad and Pattison area. Accidentally ended up in the lineup for the street racing. We're just trying to go somewhere. You didn't know it.
Okay.
And they're pulling ahead and they're like, "You guys ready to go?" She's like, "I'm just trying to get to the sports complex. I'm not racing. I'm not here to race."
They still do they put the big clamp down on that, but do they still race there?
I don't know.
I have no
don't
idea.
think so. I'm going to go to John. Had a bit of an issue with tickets. Hey, John, good morning.
Yo, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. What's up, buddy?
What's going on? So, when I was 17, I just got my license, had a sports car, and lost my license within, a year.
Okay.
I had it suspended for about 10 years.
You had your license suspended for 10 years.
10 years. I drove every single day, racked up about $8,000 worth of moving violations.
$8,000. So you were driving with a suspended license, and they didn't incarcerate you?
No. So if you don't know, back in the day, every time you got pulled over, they added 6-month suspension to your license.
Okay.
So now, if you have any suspension at all, now they take your car.
Okay. What's your record like now, John?
Now it's good.
It's good. You got past.
But it like what he's saying is it accrues. So like every time you just keep getting 6
More.
months added to it every time.
Okay.
Right. So every time you got pulled over, they added 6 months. So I was getting pulled over every time. Speeding, blowing red lights. So the good thing about all this, about the $8,000, I had a good friend of mine that worked down at the parking authority. Knew a couple people, and they wiped out about 90% of my fines.
Oh wow!
Wow. Well, that doesn't seem.
Well, wait, was it in Philly?
Yeah, Philly.
Yeah. See, remember they got in trouble for that.
Oh,
it was
I do
happening all the
remember
time.
that.
And,
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, helping people get off of the tickets. Yeah. I remember that.
If you knew people back in the day, they helped you out, but now they got busted down there, so they cleaned out.
It blows my mind. People who've had so many moving violations, so many infractions, and yet they're still out driving.
I know.
And I'm like, at what point do they finally yank your license fully?
Yeah. Or do they advance it to a very harsh penalty? You know what I mean? Because,
How do you...
I know. It's like the people who get, 8 or 9 DUIs.
Right.
Yeah. Why are you not in jail now?
I had a friend who, the legal limit now is 0.08, but back in the day, it used to be 0.1. And so I had a buddy of mine who was 20 years old. He blew a 0.09. All right. So, and the cop, because he was under the legal limit at that time, was about to let him go. And then at the very, very, very last second, he's like, wait a second, you're not even 21. And
oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, that's funny.
And so he ended up losing his license for a couple of years.
I thought you were going to say right after the results came in, the dude was like, yeah, in your face, man. He's like, you know what? We can do something about that. Let me go to this. This will be interesting. I have Deb on the line. Hi, Deb. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Deb?
So, I was like 17. This is like 20 odd years ago. And it was like 11 o'clock at night. We're driving to Rocky Horror Picture Show. So we're all dressed in like black makeup and the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
And I'm driving my friend's car, which was a Dodge Neon, to let you know exactly how long ago this was. And I'm speeding. I'm going like 80 miles an hour. I had no idea. I'm on 295 in South Jersey, and I'm driving in the left lane, just going. And I see somebody come behind me, and they're tailgating me. So I slow down a lot because I figured let them hit me.
Yeah.
So the lights come on, and it's the cop tailgating me, and I didn't notice the lights. And so he pulls me over. He tells me to get to the right, so I go to the left.
Oh my God.
And,
Oh my God.
and mind you, I'm very sober at this point.
Right.
And so I pull to the left. He gets out of the car. He has me roll down the window, and he says, "Do you know your right from your left?" And I'm like, "I don't think so. Maybe not. I don't know." And he said, "Do you know that you were going 80 miles an hour?" I said, "No, I didn't." "Well, why did you slow down then?" And I was like, "Well, you were tailgating me, and I always thought that if you hit me, I would get paid, so I slowed down."
Oh my God.
I never saw a cop write a ticket so quickly. What the
hell?
Yeah. You were saying literally everything wrong. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
What if the cop got out of the car and he was dressed as Frankenfooter? You know?
Oh, my God, that would have been the best. All right, thanks for the call. All right, well, anyhow, it's kind of a rite of passage, so my son got his first speeding ticket.
Sounds like he handled it well.
It did. And
how excessive was the speed? Do we know?
It was on a stretch of road where people routinely do 90 miles an hour, and he was doing 90 miles an hour.
Okay.
So it was one of the main interchanges. But so it is what it is. And listen, the cause and effect will happen. He will slow down.
Good.
He will take it easier because he doesn't want this happening again. But the biggest thing was he was really nervous to tell me and his mother about it. Yeah, and I was cool with it, but I can see why. I might freak out on him or something like that. But he's a good kid, so that was all I had.
Yeah, he's not like he's a scofflaw.
All right, well, thanks for sharing the stories. We do need to take a break because we have a series of guests who are going to be joining us when we return. So make sure that you stay with us. And while we do take a break, I would like to give something to you. We will take caller number 14 and set you up with a $50 Buffalo Wild Wings gift card. And they. Not Buffalo Bill. It's Buffalo Wild Wings. They have specials on food from 3 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Great deals on drinks all day. Valid participating locations. While supplies last. Dine in only 215-263-WMMR. Call 14. We'll be right back. Classic Friday, March 3rd. And later that day, the band Everclear will be performing. It's a 5 p.m. show, pretty early show.
It's great.
Because we're all going to be up early and have a hell of a day in front of us. So it's great that it's not insanely late. And then Saturday, Lit and Fuel will be performing. And they're also doing this thing, pond skimming, where you can ski across the water in costume.
Oh, I've seen that.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You come down the hill and then you're going fast enough to actually go across the water. And then a fireworks show that night on Saturday.
I love it. Everything is perfect.
Tickets for Mountain Fest concerts are on sale now. Any Lyft ticket for one of those days is valid for the concert entry, and season pass holders get in for free, and VIP packages are available. You can click on events at WMMR.com. We're a ways off, but March 3rd is when it's going to be.
Excellent.
It's very, very cool. I saw something a term I had not been privy to this morning, and it's something called quiet quitting.
That was the worst hair band of the 80s.
No, that was Quiet Riot.
Oh.
Well, they weren't the worst, but Quiet Quitting.
Quiet quitting? Is that like ghosting your job or something like that?
That's what I thought it might be, but it's not. It's a workplace trend that's getting some press lately, and it does not involve sneaking out of work and heading for the hills. Instead, advocates describe it as doing the absolute minimum their jobs require and refusing to work extra hours or take on extra assignments while focusing on out-of-work activities.
So, like, they're forcing themselves to be fired or be let go?
No.
They're keeping, I get this, they're keeping the bare bones minimum requirement that they need to do to be working at the job, but they spend a lot of time, say, online or taking like hour and a half.
What does that have to do about quitting?
I don't know the name either, Kathy. I didn't understand that.
You're quitting without quitting. You're resigning yourself to doing you're still working, but you're paring down to do the absolute minimum to make it to retain your job.
You're quitting part of your job.
So you're doing for 24 years.
They say it's about having an identity outside the workplace and refusing to let work rule your life.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong then.
Critics, including presumably some of their bosses, say some of it sounds a lot like old-fashioned slacking.
Yes. Yeah.
But I don't know. I disagree. And hear me out for a moment.
All right.
So when you are forging your career,
right,
and you're beginning, yes, extra time, extra hours, extra assignments, impressing the boss, doing things like this are absolutely crucial, I think. And I certainly lived my life that way.
Yes.
Once I found a career I wanted to get.
Right.
Now, when I was working at McDonald's, I didn't give a damn. I just cared. I got in and out of there when I wanted. You know, I was a teenager. But when I started to realize, okay, I need to make a living, and I also found something I love to do, radio, I spent a lot of extra time at work and didn't mind it and was enjoying learning what I was doing.
Right.
And that ethos has lasted a long time. But I have to say in the past few years, because we have had a successful career and one that we've spent a lot of extra time in, I have also now made it a point to have my life outside of that.
Yeah.
And taking on extra assignments and things like that, I don't feel the need to do anymore.
I don't think that's what this is, though. I think
93 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, the Bizarre File is brought to you this morning by Adam Home Services. Is your AC ready for the heat? Well, Adam Home Services has got you covered, and they will waive your dispatch fee when you book your AC repair at adamhomeservices.com. This took place in New Jersey. A woman and a man fired a flare gun into a house and ignited a fire in Barnegat on Saturday afternoon. Kaylee Principato, who's 18 years old of Barnegat, and Lucas A. Pyle of Egg Harbor, who is also 18, were charged with aggravated arson and weapons possession following their arrest on Monday.
Was their intent to cause arson?
Yeah, I think so. The living room window curtains caught fire after the two shot the flare gun, and the residents extinguished the fire before firefighters and police arrived. Both of them remain held at the Ocean County Jail. And also, terroristic threats in Atlantic County from March are still pending against Pyle. So just sounds like he's a hoot.
I love him now. I love the lug.
They shot a flare gun into someone's house. Wow. A Florida man is facing up to 30 years in prison for pretending to be a flight attendant to book free airline flights.
Wow.
30 years. The Justice Department said yesterday that Tyron Alexander was convicted of wire fraud and unlawfully entering a secure airport area under false pretenses. Prosecutors said that Alexander pretended to be a flight attendant, providing fake badge numbers and hire dates through 7 different airlines.
They knew something was up when a passenger asked for nuts, and he said, how about D's nuts?
Before he was caught, Alexander managed to book more than 120 free flights. So he took advantage of this many times. He is set to be sentenced sometime in August. This is scary. An online beef between YouTube streamers, which included personal and public attacks, including an alleged pepper spray incident where a friend said, "I'm just glad it wasn't bullets," ended up turning deadly over the weekend in Las Vegas with one of the YouTubers shooting and killing the other outside of a resort.
And it's on video.
Yes. The victim, 44-year-old Rodney Finley, known on YouTube as Finny the Legend, was allegedly murdered by a streamer who goes by the name Sin City Manny, identified as Manuel Ruiz.
Wasn't that your name when you were working the farm reports?
Sin City Manny.
Yeah.
So Ruiz is facing 2 counts of murder and was ordered to be held Tuesday without bail. His arrest report says that he allegedly told police that Finley's wife, Tanisha Finley, who was also fatally shot, had approached Ruiz outside a Las Vegas strip resort and was dancing in his face. That's what he said.
I can't stand when people dance in my face.
Bang. Ruiz alleged that Finley reached for something in his waistband and asked him, "What's up, cuz?" in an aggressive manner, which spooked Ruiz into shooting in self-defense. At first, Ruiz claimed that he fired a single shot toward Finley's torso before eventually aiming higher and blasting him again when Finley continued to move for his waistband. Finley's wife was shot after Ruiz allegedly saw a, quote, shiny black object in her possession, which he thought was a gun. A mutual friend and fellow YouTube content creator who's not been publicly identified allegedly told cops that the shooting was broadcast on a live stream and that he watched it. The friend reported seeing Ruiz pull a gun from his front waistband and point it towards her, where he believed Finley was standing. The friend saw the muzzle flash on video and heard 5 to 6 gunshots.
Wow. That third party has been identified as Dog the Bear.
Dog.
The Bear.
Police officers who were on duty nearby heard the gunfire and responded. Ruiz allegedly fled the scene, but was later captured after his wife, Juliana, approached cops and told them that her husband was responsible for this.
Dog the Bear.
Fellow YouTubers have taken to their channels in the days after the shooting to describe what allegedly happened and how the two parties were feuding online before the fatal confrontation. YouTuber said he recorded a live stream where Manny basically said that he's going to come after Finney. Another streamer said that the beef stemmed from the YouTubers allegedly wanting more viewers and control of streaming in the Vegas area. He said that Ruiz in particular was demanding that Finley couldn't film in certain places.
We're at a point in time when now there's shootouts over YouTube subscribers.
Yeah, this guy said that Ruiz started losing streamers and noted how he would allegedly talk bad about Finley's wife and use racial slurs. The followers, he said, that were normally with Manny are now giving money to Finney. And that made it worse for Manny. And then Finney would post, look at how many streamers, how many viewers he's got now. And one of Finney's friends, Derek Ware, said that the problem between the two brewed for years and that things got so bad that Ruiz allegedly aimed pepper spray at Finley's wife during an incident. So, yeah, it sounds like this dude, Ruiz, was just unhappy that the guy was getting more viewers. And
it seems like a reason to kill someone.
Murdered him. That's insane. The Denver Police Department said one of its officers had a close call Sunday after a suspect crashed a vehicle, then tried to flee the scene with the officer inside his vehicle. Police said the crash occurred around 3:46 p.m. When officers arrived, they found an unresponsive person inside the white GMC Yukon. Authorities said an officer entered the vehicle to turn it off and to render aid to the driver. And when the driver suddenly regained consciousness, he tried to flee the scene with the cop still in there. He just woke up and he's like, boom, I'm out of here.
So the cop was like hanging out the door or was on the passenger side?
I don't know if he was, Steve, it sounds like he was inside of it.
Jeez.
A few blocks away, police used a precision and mobile technique and forced the Yukon into a light pole, bringing it to a stop. Officers then took the suspect into custody. No one was injured in the crash, and the case remains under investigation.
Have you seen this method that they use now? It's like they extend a net.
Yes.
It catches up the back tires.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Cool.
Yeah, it gets caught up in it and causes it where you just can't drive it anymore.
Right.
Yep. All right, and that's where we will end it. All right. That's all I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. We have more stuff to do and give away. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get into the lesson question with your chance to win some goodies. And we've got the music news and trash coming up, too. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on.
And maybe you've read the article. I think, at least what I think is, they're saying slacking, and that correlation is not between simply maintaining a work life and a regular life and balancing the two. But I think it means, like at work, you'll never say, I'll take on a project, I'll invest extra time in this. You're the second the clock hits 5, or whatever, you're out the door. You arrive at the last possible second. You take every second. And mind you, you're entitled. But also, if there are ways to dawdle throughout the day.
I don't think it's that.
You don't think it's that?
No, and I think the reason that some of the critics might say that it's slacking is because, man, how many people do you know that take work home with them? I know plenty of them.
Yeah.
And, I do.
All the time.
We do.
I work from home all the time.
Yeah, a good probably third of my job I do at home. But I also, my buddy Steve is just constantly, he's taking work home with him.
Yeah.
And it's just, I think that the workload in some jobs, this is not everything, this is not an overall thing, but in some jobs, it's too much, man.
Do they literally spell out what they're talking about there, or is it as vague as it seems to be?
I'll read a little bit further in this. Gallup calls it not engaged. Jim Harder, chief scientist for Gallup's workplace, a well-being research center, says survey data shows workers are less engaged and quiet quitting sounds like what he refers to as not engaged, a group that includes 54% of survey respondents born after 1989. But while engagement is lowest among Gen Zers and younger millennials, it's been dropping across all age groups in recent years. So it's not.
It still seems kind of vague.
Yeah, and then on the other side, it says they're doing what they're getting paid for. Advocates say quiet quitting is all about maintaining a healthy work-life balance. People aren't going above and beyond. They're not bending over backwards for their employers anymore and sacrificing their mental and physical health.
Yeah.
They're doing what they're getting paid for. She says she wishes the trend had a different name because you're not quitting. You're taking care of yourself. You're coasting. You're carefully coasting. So it's the above and beyond thing kind of spells it a little
Sure.
bit.
Now, I think, I feel that we all go above and beyond, for this because this is not a, that's our agreement. That's what we do. We want to do the best we can do to live up to our agreement with the audience. But I think at a certain level, especially if you want to get ahead, you need to take.
But but if you are ahead, if you're already ahead, and I think it has a lot to do with how your company treats you.
Yes.
If you work for a good company that takes care of you, you're more likely to go above and beyond.
Yes.
If you work for a company that does not take care of you, you're going to do the bare minimum.
No, I agree.
Yeah. I'm going to say something that'll only make sense to you guys, but recently there's been some requests of what I would call going above and way beyond.
Right.
And we've all
it's
ignored
like,
it.
come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
We're already working a lot, and so that happens in all kinds of businesses. We say, oh, by the way, you also need to do this now.
Right.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. How about?
I quit.
Yeah. I quit. Hang on. Let me go to Larry because he's got an example of quietly quitting. Hi, Larry. Good morning.
Yo, you guys ever heard of Jerkmate?
You've ever heard of Jerkmate?
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
What's up, Larry?
Yo, how are you guys? I work for a very big, very corporate, and that's the one word that I think hasn't really come up in this conversation. Very corporate company.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, they were pretty good throughout the pandemic, and I stepped up, took the job above me. Was waiting for basically somebody to open up so that the job title would open up, and I could kind of step into that. And when it did, they denied me my promotion and a raise. So now I'm just kind of freeloading until they figure out, it would cost them more money to find me and fire me than it would for me to just skirt under the rails. and kind of-
Let me ask you.
So that's your version of quietly quitting. Okay.
Have you ever seen you've seen the movie Office Space?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Would that hold true to what you're talking about?
Except they're not fixing the glitch. if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah. No. But I agree too. We happen to work for a company that is very supportive and really wants to be a participant in helping us realize our maximum capabilities.
I wonder though, there's got to be people out there who have had a job for a long time who actually, because there's so many people in the workforce, don't actually have to do anything. They just go in, clock in or whatever.
Well,
kind of hang out.
Like the guys you see who work for the city who they've never shown up for in years, never show up for work. And, go get the vehicle, go home. I think of Tom Hanks and Joe versus the Volcano, Preston, that kind of job.
As mundane as it could possibly be.
No, but there's got to be coworkers who are not doing that, who are going to call that person out, or at least, do you know what I mean? There's no way that can go on for years and years. Somebody's going to say something.
Yeah. We hear from so many people about how hard they work, and I appreciate that. But Casey made me think of something. Who listening now has the easiest job in the world?
Yeah.
I want to hear that.
Well, easiest-
215-263 WMMR, because you rarely do you hear people boasting about how easy their job is.
But the easiest job, or has a job where they really just they don't care, so they don't do much.
Maybe it's both.
You know what I mean? Because you were talking about us taking work home with us. To me, yes, it is work. But if I'm sitting on my couch at home reading an article that we're going to talk about the next day, I don't really see that as work. I mean, it is. It's considered work. It's considered prep. But for me,
You're not capping an oil fire.
Yeah, I'm just at home reading.
Yeah. But it is all relative.
I see it as work. I see, but I mean, and I probably do it differently than you do. I'm scouring all kinds of stuff. I'm printing things up. I edit.
You don't have a glass of wine and bonbons.
No, I categorize. I try to. I've got.
My feet are up. I'm like, I'm working.
Now, listen, it's not hard work. It's not physical hard labor.
Okay.
It's time consuming and
time consuming is what it is. Yeah, for sure. Do you at like your prep though? Sometimes are you like, oh God, I do not feel like doing this?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Oh my God, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. But then I'm like, get it done, do it, get it over with.
Well, also that's why sometimes too, like, because you do a lot of prep. Like, if I see stuff, if I see articles, I'll send it to you because I think that
I know
that's something that you could use and maybe a little less work for you.
Right. No, I appreciate that. And ultimately I've got to figure out if we're going to go to it or not. But man, there was a point I was going to make and I don't remember.
Sorry, I kept talking.
That's okay.
Why don't you tell Kathy how much she turns you on?
No, that was
oh God.
That was not what I was.
Shut up. I quit so hard. I'm so quitted.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Okay, let me go to some calls. Easy jobs. All right, we'll go to John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, John?
So I work at a golf store in Wilmington, and it's probably the easiest job in the world. I just talk to people about golf all day.
And do you love what you do?
Oh, absolutely. I used to work in finance. When COVID hit, I found this job, luckily, and I've never been happier.
So, there's sometimes because you excel at a job, it has the feeling of being easy, and that's always the axiom, one of the axioms my father conveyed to me, which is do something you love and you'll never work a day in your life.
Absolutely.
You're still working, but it's fulfilling.
Outside of the hours that we lead, I consider our job to be pretty damn easy.
It's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm lucky as hell.
Yeah.
And I love doing it. What I don't love doing is getting up when we get up and doing that whole thing because it messes up the rest of your day. But I'm lucky that I can say, yeah, my job's, this is not something I dread, and I'm not going crazy from the amount of time I spend on it. The prep work is a little arduous, but I still love doing this job. So I'm not bragging.
No,
I'm just saying we're good at what we do.
Oh, well,
and so therefore it makes it
this
that
advice
much easier.
Is part of the other great advice I've gotten. Listen, and I tell this to other people. If you do something you love, you're going to invest more time into it, even in the beginning stages. If you do that, and I think by sheer force, you will get good at something, and then hopefully the monetary compensation will come down the way. But I mean, that's all a chain of events. And that's the ultimate desire, is that you do something you love and you are paid well for it.
You know what I do love is mindless labor. And when I was getting ready for the bike ride for the Tour de Shore, I had all these team jerseys that were sent to me, and I needed to make sure that they were getting to the right people. So I was just like basically sorting and stuffing, and I had to do it for a couple of hours. And I loved it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You
like,
want to work in retail now?
No, because I don't want to deal with people, right?
Yeah.
Like
you don't have to. You
I
work in the back room.
Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. But
work at an Amazon fulfillment plant.
I just threw headphones in. I stood here for like 2 hours, and I just stuffed names and cooling towels into these bags. And
I do like
Still love that song, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Danny California on the Preston and Steve Show, 93.3 WMMR, where we are happy to have you on board for today. A hot one, going up to about 93 degrees. And we'll have sun along with that. Tomorrow, clouds high 84, not a bad day. Saturday, clouds high 74. And then we got a chance of rain coming in on Sunday and Monday and cooler, with Sunday's high only about 70 degrees. Not the ideal Father's Day, but nonetheless, could be worse. Could get thunderstorms all day long, but it's going to be all right.
So my wife is going to see Ringo Sunday night.
Oh,
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
He's at the Man.
The Man.
Yeah. That's a makeup show.
Yes.
I'm really happy for her.
Yeah, she's looking forward to it.
I've told you guys before, we went to go see Ringo and his All-Star Band at the Tower Theater several years ago. And I was like, okay, it'll be Ringo. It'll be, Ringo wasn't I'm a huge fan, but of the Beatles.
I know what you mean,
as far as the material. not the greatest Beatles songs, but still wonderful tunes. It was a blast.
Oh, that's
We had
great.
so much fun, and Ringo was great in his performances and singing those great songs. Also, his solo hits like "Photograph" and
"Don't Come Easy."
Yeah, "Don't Come Easy." He did all that stuff, and of course, he did "A Little Help from My Friends." So he did some Beatles songs too. But everybody in the band plays their material too. It's
Who's on the bill when you saw him? Because he always brings a collection of great musicians.
Steve Lukather from Toto, and he will be on this show as well. Todd Rundgren,
great,
was there. Greg Raleigh, who was the original member of Journey, he was the keyboard player and sang like Black Magic Woman and That's the Same Way You Love Me. And so he did a few classic Journey songs, and Steve Lukather sang lead on some, he did Rosanna and a bunch of stuff. And the drummer, too, Greg Bissonette.
Yes.
Fantastic. Greg played in David Lee Roth's band, and he's just kind of a go-to hired gun. He's an amazing drummer. And yeah, he stacks the deck with musicians. And they also had, and I always forget the guy's name when I went to see them, the lead singer and bassist for Mr. Mister. And so he did Kyrie Lay.
Oh, wow.
And he did Broken Wings.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
I was loving it.
I love reviews. I guess technically you would call that a review, right?
Oh, and Colin Hay is in this particular group of Men at Work, and he will, he'll be playing Men at Work songs. Who we love, Colin Hay.
He's one of our favorite guests.
Been here before. He was absolutely.
This was like Paul McCartney.
It did.
He's one of our favorite guests.
So I'm happy for her, and I can't wait to hear how the show is.
I'll give you the feedback.
Excellent. All right, completely different. We have a lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets. Not to Ringo, but to NASCAR. We have NASCAR Cup Series Great American Getaway 400 coming up Sunday, June 22nd at Pocono Raceway. The question is, my wife, her name is Rochelle, but she called in under a different name earlier this morning. Just to surprise me, what was that name? 610-660-9333 is our number. My wife, Rochelle, called in, but she didn't use that name, so I wouldn't know who she was. What name did she use? 610-660-9333. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by the Jug Handle Inn. You can catch the best food and the best drink specials in action of all the games at the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnaminson. Come for the famous Jug Handle wings, but enjoy so much more online at thejughandleinn.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, Bachelor star Zach Shallcross and his chosen fiancée, Katie Bigger, are finally getting married. Shallcross, whose season of Bachelor aired in 2023, said, quote, "When you know it's right, you wait 2 years."
Oh, my God.
She served 2 years for literally branding women joining a sect of the infamous NXIVM cult, and now former Smallville actress Allison Mack has tied the knot with a man she recently met at a dog park. Mack told TMZ, quote, "People say I'm crazy for marrying a man I just met, but my response is always, oh, I thought you were going to say the branding thing."
Hey!
And finally, Party of Five and Doc actor, we had him in the studio here, Scott Wolf and his wife Kelly Wolf have called it quits after more than 2 decades of marriage. Kelly shared the news of their split Tuesday on Instagram, posting a picture of a lion with eagles soaring overhead and a caption reading, "A lion and some eagles." That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we go to the phones. We'll see if someone knows this. My wife, Rochelle, called in earlier, but she used a different name when she called. What was that? We will go to... I'm trying to do this. Come on, man. It froze up on me.
Come on,
Hang
man.
All right, Kevin, are you there? Kevin, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yay. Oh, all right, Kevin.
I can hear you. Yes, I can
Excellent.
hear you.
What name did Rochelle use?
She used Michelle.
Michelle. Correct. Hang on, bud. We are going to give you those tickets. It is for the NASCAR Cup Series Great American Getaway 400, and it's Sunday, June 22nd at Pocono Raceway. It's time to start your summer at NASCAR. It returns on June 20th through the 22nd to the Tricky Triangle at Pocono. For more information and to get your tickets now, head to PoconoRaceway.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, it's brought to you by Rita's. Rita's is making waves with a fantastic new flavor. Kool-Aid Shuckleberry Fin Ice, a delicious blend of orange, strawberry, and banana. But hurry, it's only here for a limited time. Be cool, eat a Rita's. Well, the music world lost one of the bigs of the bigs, and Brian Wilson passed away. He was 82 years old and died. The family released a statement, and obviously his impact in the world of music is just so big, there's too much to go through.
Yes, and one thing we mentioned earlier, Preston, if you've always sort of flirted with the notion of, the Beach Boys, surfing stuff and enjoyable on a summer's day, take a deeper dive on Pet Sounds and the work of Brian Wilson, who was essentially the Beach Boys, and listen to what other artists that you probably adore think about him, because he was a force unlike any other.
Yeah. I lost the bulk of my information, the story that I had here earlier this morning when we went through a longer tribute, so I don't have all the facts and figures of the creation of the band and how they started and moved on. But they were managed by their father at first. He was a
taskmaster.
Yeah, he was a taskmaster. Had an alcohol problem. He was really, really strict on them as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was it his repetitive slapping of Brian in the side of the head that caused ear?
Some hearing problems?
Some hearing problems?
Maybe.
Because he was mostly deaf in one of his ears.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So obviously Brian was the key songwriter, and then for that time, it took on the producing role, which is a very rare thing in those days for an artist to take on the producing role.
We have I don't know if you have it available, Casey, but it's the clip that has Dick Clark at the beginning of it talking about what.
None of these are labeled. They're just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's go through and see what these are. Here's one of our first ones from the Wrecking Crew.
Right now, we'd like to show you how the Beach Boys
This is it.
go about making a record. We start with Denny Wilson on the drums. Followed by Al Jardine on rhythm guitar. Helped out by Carl lead guitar Wilson. And filled out instrumentally by our leader Brian Wilson on the bass.
Number 2 is the one you want.
All right, and this is Dick Clark. Here we go.
At that point, the Beach Boys were Brian Wilson. He created it all.
He was very self-assured, very much in control. He brought in the charts that he wrote himself. And most of the time, the music was entirely his. There were very few times that we made up lyrics on his stuff.
He had in his head what he wanted.
So they were the band, as you know, Preston, as you know well, the rest of the guys would go out and tour while Brian Wilson would be in the studio creating the music with these studio musicians that then the Beach Boys would gather and take out on tour. But Brian Wilson was back in the studio writing and creating the songs, and they were the face forward performing.
Yeah, and obviously he would have the vocal arrangements all worked out, and he would show them their parts, and they would come in and they'd do it. And then you would have that signature sound. He knew that you couldn't do it without the vocals of all those guys being together. It was that signature sound that they made. But we were talking earlier this morning, one of the geniuses, one of the things that is interesting about his genius was not only his ability in production and what sounds to use, what type of effects, what type of recording techniques, but also in his arrangement of the vocal harmonies.
Yeah.
They're really unique. And if you've ever seen, you can go on YouTube and find singers that will break down the Beach Boys harmonies. And there's a person that I follow, and they'll sing one of the harmonies, and you know the words, but do not recognize the melodies being sung because it's like, the third alto part or whatever. And that makes you realize how intricate and interesting
it's like looking at
those
one
parts are.
Jigsaw puzzle piece and not realizing where it fits into it, and you can't hear, but he could hear it.
Yeah.
He would know, and things that would almost sound that they shouldn't fit with something else. That's where you had that wall of sound. God only knows has those soaring vocal parts.
I posted in my stories on Instagram this morning the isolated vocals of God Only Knows, and it's just unbelievably magical.
Yeah.
It's almost inhuman what they're able to do and what it sounds like.
And for me, Good Vibrations was kind of the one that always stood out for me just because of where all that song goes from a production standpoint, using interesting things like a theremin in there, or there's just a single tambourine hit that you hear a couple of times with some reverb on it. No, not.
I don't hear it. I don't hear the theremin in this, Preston.
That's the wrong one.
That's not that. Don't you?
No,
don't you disrespect me,
Brian Wilson. But no, I always thought Good Vibrations was. Listen to that keyboard with that effect on it, playing. It just sounds so interesting. There's that tambourine part.
On the wind that lifts her perfume through the air. I'm picking up.
And then it switches there.
It's so cool.
And there's the theremin. You can hear that. And then the way the vocals go around and around, it's just incredible. So
then the music you're hearing, Case, I can't encourage you to watch this Wrecking Crew movie enough, but those are all the studio musicians playing. Those aren't them.
That was the bridge from the Surf Sound to Pet Sounds. That song. And Pet Sounds came out right after that song came out. And I saw this, remember A&E used to do those biographies of artists, and they did one of Brian Wilson. And leading into a commercial break, Preston, like in the middle of that song, where there's the build, and then it stops, and then the chorus kicks back in.
Yeah.
That was the build right up to the commercial break, and it was so perfectly timed, and then they came back from the commercial and launched it into the construction of Good Vibrations.
Love that.
Celebrities obviously are paying their tribute. We'll start with one of the fellow Beach Boys members, Al Jardine, who had said, I will always feel blessed that you were in our lives for as long as you were. I think that the most comforting thought right now is that you're reunited with Carl and Dennis, singing those beautiful harmonies again. You were a humble giant who always made me laugh, and we will celebrate your music forever. Brian, I'll really miss you. Still, I have the warmth of the sun with me tonight. Mick Fleetwood wrote on Instagram that anyone with a musical bone in their body must be grateful for Wilson's genius, magical touch. He added that he was greatly saddened by the major worldly loss, and he said, my thoughts go out to his family and friends. His daughter, Carney Wilson, said, I have no words to express the sadness I feel right now. My father was every fiber of my body. He will be remembered by millions and millions until the world ends. I'm lucky to have been his daughter and had a soul connection with him that will always live on always. I've never felt this kind of pain before, but I know he's resting up there in heaven, or maybe playing the piano for Grandma Audrey, his mom. And Wilson not only had Carney, but Wendy Wilson were his daughters from his first marriage, and then he had 5 adopted children from his second marriage to Melinda Ledbetter. Elton John really went all out, and he was paying tribute and remembered Wilson as someone who, quote, was always so kind to me from the day I met him. He sang on Someone Saved My Life Tonight, or he sang that at a tribute concert, Elton said, in 2003, and it was an extraordinary moment for me. I played on his solo records, he sang on my album, The Union, and even performed for my AIDS Foundation. He wrote that he grew to love Wilson as a person, and for me, he was the biggest influence on my songwriting ever.
So Elton John was a huge fan of Leon Russell as well, and his songwriting. And Russell was a disciple of Brian Wilson and part of the Wrecking Crew.
He was a musical genius and revolutionary. He changed the goalpost when it came to writing songs and shaped music forever. A true giant. Bob Dylan said, heard the sad news about Brian today and thought about all the years I've been listening to him and admiring his genius. Rest in peace, dear Brian. Keith Richards called listening to Wilson his music, his very well-constructed songs. He captioned the post, rest in peace. And Ronnie Wood of the Stones also remarked that Wilson's death came the same week of the passing of another iconic music star, Sly Stallone. He said, oh no, Brian Wilson and Sly Stallone in 1 week. Not Stallone, Sly Stone.
I got that.
My world is in mourning.
No, Dad.
Unbelievable.
And no one told me. Mickey, you're supposed to tell me when I die. That's right here on the refrigerator. What does that say? Tell him if he dies. And you didn't.
And Carole King remembered Wilson as my friend and my brother in songwriting. The world will miss Brian, but we are so lucky to have his music.
I can't hear anything because I'm dead.
Nothing is over!
You're not dead, Rock.
I'm really?
You're okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay, sit down.
Congratulations.
No, it's a massive. And again, as we observed earlier, you take opportunities like this to dive back in. I spent last night going to bed listening to Pet Sounds, and it's amazing.
Pierre paid tribute yesterday because
Did
the
a great
news
job,
came down, so I don't know if there will be more or not today, but we'll find out in a little bit. A couple of other stories.
I'm sorry, we just forgot the Sail On Sailor. I introduced, I think, is if you've never heard that, check that song out if you want to hear some more of
different era.
Different era, yeah.
Papa Roach singer Jacoby Shattuck says that the band already has about 6 finished songs for the follow-up to 2022's Ego Trip and is racing to complete more. Speaking to Scratch and Sniff, he shared that after a brief NASCAR stop, he'll hit studios in Nashville and Los Angeles and shoot a video for a new single due in mid-June. The record has no release date, but fans can expect fresh tracks all year, plus surprise guest spots he won't yet name. The head of the group will again self-release through its New Noise label. Randy Bachman and Burton Cummings will perform as the Guess Who for the first time in 23 years.
Wow.
For the Rock Legends Cruise, as it sails from Fort Lauderdale on February 23rd through the 27th. Don't know where it's going.
This many years after the band existed, and most of the audience will have to guess who.
Bachman and Cummings formed the nucleus of the Canadian supergroup, scoring a series of hits from the mid-'60s to the mid-'70s. So they are back together.
I was a fan.
As a Guess Who. Yeah, me too.
I mean, they were not hardcore, but always loved the stuff.
These eyes have never been a thing, and never better than to be with you.
These eyes don't know what happens when you die, but I do.
Did you see the lineup for this cruise?
No, but you just pulled it up here.
The Hatton's on me.
So the Guess Who, Gene Simmons Band, Kevin Cronin Band, Eric Burden and the Animals, Loverboy, Blue Oyster Cult, Uriah Heep, Jefferson Starship, the Atlanta Rhythm Section.
I'd like to purchase a cabin for my chicken.
Ugly Kid Joe, Robert John and the Wreck.
That's pretty wild.
Gary Hoey, buddy, will be on board too. So actually, that's pretty awesome. So it's going to Ocho Rios, Jamaica.
Is there an artist, as a traditional non-cruise ship fan, what band would get you on a cruise ship?
Fish.
Besides Rush. Fish, obviously, for you. And that's perfect because you can't actually go fishing.
I don't know. I mean, it'd have to
Does that experience in any form appeal to you?
No.
Okay.
I hate cruises.
What if it was like Yacht Rocky type of stuff? You're right, Yacht Rocky.
Jesus. Oh my God.
That's right.
Oh my God.
You don't know me, minute by minute. I keep holding on, but you can't clench too long because the ref will break you apart.
I smell a parody commercial.
Yacht Rocky.
Yeah.
He really melts my butter. That's not melted butter, it's Jewel Rock. I'm sorry, my one lip is hanging low.
Yacht.
I don't do your dirty work.
Yeah.
I got skid marks in my shorts. Creed hit me so hard I sharted.
Yacht Rocky. I love it.
Rocky, don't lose that number.
Oh my God.
Yeah, come on now.
Oh my God. We may have to do a Name That Tune Yacht Rocky contest at some point down the road. Would you be up for that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. We have to do it. Rocky, don't lose that number.
Rocky, don't lose that number. There's too many numbers in that phone number.
All right.
All right.
All right. And then one last story.
And 6 brain dead.
Nirvana predated YouTube by about a quarter century, but they're doing quite well there. Their video for Smells Like Teen Spirit just reached the 2 billion views mark on the platform.
Is there a resurgence in, because I've been seeing a whole bunch of Nirvana stuff pop up in the algorithms.
I don't know. So this was, it was first made available in 2009 on YouTube. The breakthrough track crossed 1 billion views mark back in 2019, meaning the band is actually gaining momentum on the platform. The first billion took 10 years to accomplish. The second billion took just 6 years.
First YouTube video was Rocky Goes to the Zoo, Preston.
Oh.
It's an elephant. They never forget.
And we will end
Look at
music
that striped horse.
Music news right there. It's a zebra, by the way. That's what that's called.
Can I get popcorn?
Yeah, we'll get you popcorn, maybe some ice cream if you're good. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We will wrap up the show. Stay with us.
director of like things like that. Like,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm actually volunteering at a nonprofit today, and we're putting together packages. So like, to me,
that's perfect for
yeah,
you.
Like I'm gonna make sure each package has 2 of this and 1 of that.
I love sometimes
if you get to put a little bow on it, or something like that.
I can tie the bows.
the studio that I have in my room in my house in one of the rooms. I love. Oh, today I'm gonna rearrange the wires so that everything sits properly. Like that sort of. Yes, that's sort of where I can just check out and do that. I do love that kind of work as well.
You know what I was going to tell you guys back to? You mentioned the bad part of our job is getting up so early. That 2-week vacation. I know you're going to make fun of me, but I'm not kidding you. I'm dead serious. During that 2-week vacation, at the end of it, I swear to God, I woke up and I looked in the mirror and I was like, I look a little bit younger.
I'm beautiful.
Look at me.
Have I always glowed like this?
Listen, my
nipples are like erasers.
I did. I had color in my face.
Yeah.
I felt like my wrinkles weren't as bad. The bags under my eyes were gone.
So beautiful.
Did the gentleman stitch naturally appear?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. I've gotten tighter.
It's gotten tighter and more moist.
Oh wow.
By the way, I know someone who got that.
Oh, really?
I thought that was just an urban legend.
Oh no, and it's a major. It's not a little. Oh, we're gonna put a little stitch in. No, it's like
really?
a major. Yeah.
I always thought that was an apocryphal.
It's basically like having a baby.
Wow, Kath, what is their first and last name?
I want to hear more about that. But I got all these callers on the
Yeah, no,
line.
it's
But
okay.
I want to
We'll
hear
talk
more
about
about
it
that. Jennifer's on. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jennifer, you have an easy job?
Oh, I think it is right now.
Okay, share.
Are you doing it right
Yeah,
now?
I know. Seriously.
Yeah, she's a blacksmith.
No, I'm actually shopping at the moment.
Oh, okay. All right, you can stop.
My day off.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I work at a casino as a sports book writer.
You work
I
as
write
I can't.
as a sports book what?
writer. I write tickets for sports bets.
Okay.
She writes tickets for sports books.
Or the Eagles,
Yeah.
but we're real slow at this time of the year.
Okay.
So I spend half of my day just staring at TV, watching sports.
Well, okay. Well, that's not bad. But what about the other half of the year when everything is kicked in? Is it very difficult?
It gets crazy when people are trying that, like.
All right,
That's the
sorry.
hard part.
We're sorry to interrupt your shopping, Jennifer.
Yeah.
We'll let you get back to
Sounds
that.
like
but
she's
thank you for the
fighting a
call.
robot.
We appreciate it. All right, let me go next to Brandon. Hey, Brandon, good morning.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here we go. All right, you have an easy job, it says.
I'm a trash man.
Trash man.
How is that an easy job? That looks like hard labor to me, man.
You drive the truck?
A monkey can do my job.
There is, I know, and I've known a few trash men in my life.
That love their job?
That love the job.
I agree.
That love the
I have
job.
as well.
Yeah.
I will say, anytime I see the guys going by my house, they're either like laughing or singing.
Right.
You've got a group that you work with. Listen, you know that it's got its sturdy elements, but the trucks will do a lot of the work. But also, you're getting a bit of a workout yourself.
Yeah. How old are you, Brandon?
The only thing I can complain about is the weather.
Okay.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay.
30. Man, I see those
Why
guys
not?
lifting some really heavy trash cans. I'm like, no way, dude.
Brandon, do you need to work out outside your job? Your job is a workout, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
But I also am able to work outside my job because I'll probably be done within the next hour.
Oh, there you go, man.
All right, you get done early. What time you get up in the morning?
We start work at 7. I get up at 6.
All right.
Okay. That's not too bad at all, man.
All right, so Brandon considers it an easy job.
Yeah.
I would consider that a difficult manual labor gig, but he thinks it's one of the easiest jobs.
I wonder how they pick the case. To your point, do they go on rotation on who drives the truck? Because the dude who's driving the truck always has kind of the
That's the dude.
easier
That's
gig.
his-
That's a
his
good
gig,
question.
yeah.
Let me go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny.
It takes me all this time to realize, but I love you.
I love you. I love you. All right, Kenny, what's your easy job?
Well, I'm not there anymore. Unfortunately, I had to move on. But I was a guard at the old Byberry buildings. After
the asylum
were abandoned. We were all over the place, and it couldn't have been any more of an easy job.
Oh, man.
We chilled in the trailer for about 7.5 hours out of the 8-hour shift. The boss said basically just take a drive around every once in a while. Here's a TV. You can hook up your video games, and we did.
My God.
I mean, it was an amazing job.
But I would. But that's for me. That would not be an easy job. That would be so boring that I would.
Because you're looking for busy work to kill time.
Yeah.
I mean, you could honestly get another job while doing that job.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like if you could find a job that you could like work for, online job, you could work from home.
Kenny, quick question. Did you ever see anything of the paranormal?
How much time you got?
Wow. Are those buildings completely gone now?
There's some that still exist. There's a self-help, like a halfway house, and there's a bank or something that uses.
Okay.
Do the tunnels still exist?
Flat.
Do the tunnels still exist?
No, they had to take them up too when they knocked it all down and everything.
Okay. All right. Thanks,
wanted
Kenny.
to go there.
What asylum was it?
It was Byberry.
Byberry.
Where was
at
that?
Northeast Philly.
Okay.
And they used to do like the haunted houses and stuff like that early in the day, and then I don't know if it was not safe
like
or whatever, but they completely shut it down.
It's very similar to the one, and I'm having a brain, Penhurst.
Penhurst, yeah.
All right, hang on. Let me go to Sam. We're talking about people who have the easiest job. Hi, Sam. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
I mean, I really don't have an easy job, but I kind of find it easy because I like it a lot.
Okay.
I work at a auto detail shop in Westchester, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
See, I think that would be a good, that
would be cleaning something all day long.
Getting something looking sharp, and it's sort of an expression for you, correct, Sam? I mean, you're right.
Yeah, I take pride in my work, but some days I'll be delivering cars a lot. I'll go to like the Maserati dealership, drop off a Maserati, whatever. Like I get to drive some pretty cool cars, which also adds to.
Oh, that's cool.
No, that is cool. I dig that.
All right, so this isn't your shop that you own. You work there?
No, yeah. I just work there. I'm also currently in college. So it's like kind of like a part-time kind of thing.
I think that's great. Yeah,
because I've talked to
Thanks, Sam.
Chuck down the hall, and he's like, when I retire, he's like, he would love to open his own auto detailing, not shop, but like he would come to your house, and like you're like, dude, I could do like one car a day, and like that would be it. You know what I mean? Because you make a decent amount of money.
There was a service that we had come, and then they asked. They were a client here at the station for a while.
Yeah,
and they did a pretty decent job. I think.
You can make a couple $100.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
And knocking out one a day or every other day if you just wanted to keep yourself busy.
Yeah, my wife has had this guy come to our house. I just
How you doing, baby?
I know, and he just sets up shop in the driveway and
to clean your car.
Yeah,
Okay.
not to clean
Not to
her
clean your
clock. But yeah, I mean, he
gonna buff your ass.
probably does like one car a day. A couple of $100 a pop. Like it's a decent living. Yeah.
Okay. I'll go to Joe next. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Joe?
Hey, so I take care of dogs for a living.
Are you like a dog walker?
Yeah,
dog sitter.
House, or you can come bring them to my house,
Yeah.
and it's awesome.
And you consider it to be an easy job?
Yeah. Well, I mean, all you're doing is taking the dogs for a walk here and there and just playing with them, and the kids help out. So.
By the way, there's no reason to be embarrassed if you have an easy job.
No.
I think you win.
You're lucky.
I think it's
And Steve and I headed out immediately. Headed to Live Casino Hotel in Philadelphia, which is where we were checking in with Jacky Bam Bam all morning long. It's for the I Believe for Presidency Blood Drive Day number 1. So those of you who are there listening right now, getting set for your appointment, we'll probably see you in just a few.
Yeah, and how cool Jacky doing the long haul from the show, staying all through the night, and then heading over and doing that. He's a champ.
Yep. So he did his show, and then which he gets finished at midnight.
I don't get it because we're not making this up. Every day when we show up here, Jacky is still here. Preparing for his big Friday evening, you call it, extravaganza is crazy.
Yeah,
anything goes.
I get here like 4:40. That means he has stuck around for over 4.5 hours after work, and he stays even longer. It's crazy. And then he goes out and broadcasts live from the blood drive. The dude is insane, and that's what we love about him. So let's see. Also want to thank Ian Bagg. Hey! So funny. Such a nice guy. He's going to be at Punchline tomorrow and Saturday. You can go to punchlinephilly.com and get those tickets to his show. So we need to do the letter of the day. And ladies and gentlemen, there's only one person in this fine city that can give us that information. And he just so happens to be right here in our studio. Zumba, baby. All right,
He knows all the letters.
Yes, he does. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A is in animal.
All right, and we got one more to go. We give away tomorrow a pair of VIP tickets for the Barefoot Country Music Festival featuring Jelly Roll, many more, courtesy of our friends at Primo Hoagies. Primo's also going to be giving away barefoot tickets for the next 2 weeks on their Instagram account. So go to Primo Hoagies on Instagram for more chances to win. It's not just a hoagie. It is a Primo. How you doing today, man?
Good. Really good. It's
Excellent.
nice outside. It's going to be a lovely day.
Yeah.
Blood drive today and tomorrow. We'll all be there tomorrow. So that's cool. Jacky's reports were great. And you guys are going down now, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go donate.
Okay. That's
So
very
get
cool.
that done today rather than, I mean, since it's a 2-day event, we'll go on the day that we're not broadcasting to go and get blood drawn. So
Excellent.
yeah, looking forward to it.
That's going to be fun. I want to do, in addition to the blood drive, Father's Day weekend is coming up. And our program director, Chuck D'Amico, asked me to remember to promote that all this weekend we'll have Father's Day dedications so people can write in or call in and say, I want to dedicate, Led Zeppelin to my dad, who left 20 years ago and has never called since. Father of mine, Everclear.
Yeah.
There's not a whole bunch of great father songs. I mean, Cat Stevens, father and son. So it's not a dedication per se for, the word or the concept of father or dad. But all weekend long, we'll have the opportunity for people to call in. We can even start that tomorrow at the blood drive.
Do you ever play Oh Daddy from Adrian Belew? It was wasn't a big hit, but it was on MTV, and that's kind of a fun one. It's a good one about a daughter talking about her dad.
Okay. Yeah. Did Fleetwood Mac have a song, Oh Daddy, or something?
Or was that just Stevie, maybe?
On one of the two big albums.
Yeah.
Either Rumors or the one before. I thought one of them did, maybe Christine McVie. Anyway.
The idea is great, though.
Yeah.
Even if it's not necessarily a song that has, a direct tie, if it's something that you're like over the weekend, a donation in the name of, or just to send a message out. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, Oh Daddy, Fleetwood Mac, Rumors.
Okay, cool. Is that a Stevie song?
I believe so.
Christine McVie song, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. At any rate, so for on the program today, we'll have Seether and Daughtry tickets coming to the Hard Rock. That'll be in October. And a block of Kenny Wayne Shepherd for his birthday today. And a block of Boston. And a block of Psychedelic Furs that we didn't get to yesterday because of Brian Wilson. And I did a 2-hour Beach Boys special yesterday. Pivoting on a moment's notice. We were going to do Furs yesterday as the last block. And then
the feedback was great, by the way. I mean, and because as with anything like this, these are giants, and you're moved, you want to be in them, and you want to have someone help curate, your processing, and be, no one does it better than do you.
Well, you're kind, but the radio, it's the power of radio, because in times like that, people turn to the radio. When John Lennon was killed, way before I was in Philly, people came to Rittenhouse Square to be where the radio station was, to listen to it. When Jerry Garcia died, they came to Independence Mall where we were broadcasting, or they tune in to hear, to feel that person's music. Sly and the Family Stone, I keep wanting to say Stallone too. Sly Stone, a few days, or the day before, was it? I did a half-an-hour block of their music, and it's just it's a great way of reaching out. And then online, all these people are doing tributes. Not only verbally, but some are singing. Sting did a great version of
God Only Knows.
God Only Knows.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Which I just saw that he must have gotten the news. I don't know where he was playing, but he performed it.
That was beautiful. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful.
So I'd like to see if I can find some of those. I found a thing of Jimmy Buffett bringing Brian Wilson out and playing, I can't remember what the song was. I mean, but there's some cool covers, so maybe we'll find some of those too.
Dave Matthews did it last night as well. He had a show in Jones Beach, and so he just solo acoustic guitar. He didn't do the full song, but he did God Only Knows as well, and it was just Dave acoustic guitar singing. It was pretty. It was a really nice version of it.
Love those things.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll do all of that and more.
All right. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Adam Home Services. You're covered with next day repairs and tune-ups at adamhomeservices.com. Tomorrow, as we mentioned, the I Bleed for Presidency blood drive. You can get signed up for that. You can go to WMMR.com and do it. We will have a couple of people stopping by while we are there. So Fit Dad CEO, who's got millions of followers on social media, is going to stop by, and he's local, and he might do a dad joke off with Casey. We'll see how that goes, because dad jokes are his thing.
300 of them right now.
That's all. And we will also have stopping by a young woman by the name of Alma Cooper. She just happens to be Miss USA.
What?
Yes.
And she is coming by tomorrow morning.
That's wonderful.
That's hot stuff.
That is. And it will be no sad bro all day long, too. So, yeah.
And we have a Munchkin record to set.
We got to set the record. Yes.
Yeah.
So those things and more. That is it. We are done. Rage on and have yourself a great day. We'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Bing there.